Section 17 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Religious Sensibility and Religious Imagination. Ever since the gentle mysticism of St. Bernard in the 12th century has started the strain of pathetic tenderness about the Passion of Christ, the religious sensibility of the medieval soul had been increasing. The mind was saturated with the concepts of Christ and the cross. In early childhood, the image of the cross was implanted on the sensitive heart, so grand and forbidding as to overshadow all other affections by its gloom. When Jean Gerson was a child, his father one day stood with his back against a wall, his arms outspread, saying, "Thus, child, was your God crucified, who made and saved you." This image of his father, he tells us, remained engraved on his mind, expanding as he grew older, even in his old age, and he blessed his pious father for it, who had died on the day of the exaltation of the cross. Saint Colette, when 4 years old, every day heard her mother in prayer lament and weep about the Passion, sharing the pain of contumely, blows, and torments. This recollection fixed itself in the supersensitive heart of Colette with such intensity that she felt all her life through the most severe oppression of heart every day at the hour of the crucifixion, and at the reading of the Passion she suffered more than a woman in childbed. A preacher sometimes paused to stand in silence with his arms extended in the form of the cross for a quarter of an hour. The soul is so imbued with the conception of the Passion that the most remote analogy suffices to make the chord of the memory of Christ vibrate. A poor nun carrying wood to the kitchen imagines she carries the cross. A blind woman doing the washing takes the tub for the manger and the wash house for the stable. This extreme religious sensibility shows itself by copious weeping. Devotion, says Denis the Carthusian, is a sort of tenderness of heart, which easily moves to tears of piety. We should pray to God to have the daily baptism of tears. They are the wings of prayer, and according to St. Bernard, the wine of angels. We should give ourselves up to the grace of meritorious tears, get ready for them, and let ourselves be carried away by them all the year round, but especially during Lent, so that we may say with the psalmist, "Ferurunt nihi lacrimae, mea panis di ac nocte." Sometimes they come so easily that we pray sobbing and groaning. If they do not come, we should not force them. We should then content ourselves with the tears of the heart. In the presence of others, we should avoid these signs of extraordinary devotion. Vincent Ferrer shed so many tears every time he consecrated the host that the whole congregation also wept, insomuch that a general wailing was heard, as if in the house of one dead. Popular devotion in France did not take a special form, as we notice in the Netherlands, where it was standardized, so to say, in the pietistic movement of the Brethren of the Common Life, and the regular canons of the Congregation of Windesheim. This was the circle whence proceeded the imitation of Christ. The regulations which the Dutch devout bound themselves to obey gave their piety a conventional form, and preserved them from dangerous excesses of fervor. French devotion, although very similar, kept more of its passionate and spasmodic character, and led more easily to fantastic aberrations in those cases where it did not speedily wear itself out. Nowhere do we notice its character better than in the writings of Gerson. The Chancellor of the University was the great dogmatic and moral censor of his time. His prudent, scrupulous, slightly academic mind was admirably fitted to distinguish between true piety and exaggerated religious manifestations. This was indeed his favorite occupation. Benevolent, sincere, and pure, He had that meticulous carefulness in point of good style and form which so often reminds us of his modest origin, in the case of a man who has raised himself by his own talents from humble circumstances to an aristocratic mentality. He was a born psychologist, and had a fine sense of style, which is near akin to the craving for orthodoxy. At the Council of Constance, Gerson defended the Dutch brethren of the common life, against whom a Dominican of Groningen brought a charge of heresy. He was, nevertheless, fully aware of the dangers threatening the Church from a too exuberant popular devotion. It may therefore appear strange that he often disapproved of manifestations of piety in his own country, which reappear in that very Devotio Moderna of the Netherlands, over which he threw the mantle of his authority. The explanation is that the devout in France had no safe sheepfold of organization and a discipline to keep them within the limits of what the Church could tolerate. The world, said Gerson, is approaching its end, and like an old dotard, is exposed to all sorts of fancies, dreams, and illusions, which lead many a one to stray outside the pathway of truth. Mysticism is brought into the streets. Many people take to it without suitable direction, and indulge in too rigid fasts, too protracted vigils, and too abundant tears, all of which disturb their brains. In vain they are advised to be moderate and to take heed lest they fall into the devil's snares. At Arras, he tells us, he visited a woman who won the admiration of the multitude by going completely without food during several consecutive days, against her husband's wishes. He talked to her, and only found in her a vain and arrogant obstinacy. For after her fast she ate with insatiable voracity. Her face betrayed imminent insanity. He also cites the case of an epileptic woman, who thought that each twinge of pain in her corns was a sign that a soul descended to hell. Gerson set little store by visions and revelations which were recent and universally spoken of, including even those of Bridget of Sweden and Catherine of Siena. He had heard so many stories about this sort that he had lost all belief in them. Someone or other would always be asserting that it had been revealed to him that he would be Pope. A certain man, in particular, believed himself predestined, first to become Pope, then to be the Antichrist, so that he had thought of killing himself in order to save Christendom from such an evil. There is nothing more dangerous, says Gerson, than ignorant devotion. The poor devout, learning that the heart of Mary exulted in her God, strain themselves to exult also. They call up all sorts of images without being able to distinguish between truth and delusion, and they take them all for miraculous proofs of their excellent devotion. Contemplative life has great dangers, he continues. It has made numbers of people melancholy or mad. Gerson perceived the connection between fasting and hallucinations, and had a glimpse of the role played by fasting in the practice of magic. Now, where was a man of Gerson's psychological subtlety to draw the line of demarcation in the manifestations of piety between what is holy and laudable and what is inadmissible? The dogmatic point of view did not meet the case. It was easy for him, a theologian by profession, to point out deviations from dogma, but he felt that, as regards manifestations of piety, considerations of an ethical sort should guide our judgment, that it was a question of degree and of taste. There is no virtue, says Gerson, which is more neglected in these miserable times of schism than discretion. The Church in the Middle Ages tolerated many religious extravagances, provided they did not lead up to novelties of a revolutionary sort, in morals or in doctrine. So long as it spent itself in hyperbolic fancies or in ecstasies, superabundant emotion was not a source of danger. Thus many saints were conspicuous for the fanatical reverence for virginity, taking the form of a horror of all that relates to sex. St. Colette is an instance of this. She was a typical representative of what has been called by William James the theopathic condition. Her supersensibility is extreme. She can endure neither the light nor the heat of fire, only the light of candles. she has an immoderate horror of flies, ants, and slugs, and of all dirt and stenches of all kinds. Her abomination of sexual functions inspires her with repugnance for those saints who have passed through the matrimonial state, and leads her to oppose the admission of non-virginal persons to her congregation. The Church has ever praised such a disposition, judging it to be edifying and meritorious. On the other hand, the same sentiment became dangerous as soon as the fanatics of chastity, not content with shutting themselves up in their own sphere of purity, wanted to apply their principles to ecclesiastical and social life. The Church was repeatedly obliged to disown the violent assailants of the validity of the sacraments administered by priests living in fornication, for the double reason that sound Catholic doctrine has always separated the sacredness of the office from the personal dignity of the bearer, and that she knew herself to be not strong enough to uproot the evil. Jean de Varennes had been a learned divine and a celebrated preacher, chaplain to the youthful Cardinal of Luxembourg at Avignon. He seemed destined for the highest ecclesiastical career when he suddenly threw up all his benefices, with the exception of a canonry of Notre Dame of Rheims, gave up the great style of his life, and went to Saint-Lié, his birthplace, where he began to lead a saintly life and to preach. And he was much visited by people who came to see him from all countries on account of the simple, very noble, and most honest life he led. Soon he is called the Holy Man of Saint-Lié. He is regarded as a future pope, a miraculous being, a messenger of God. All France talks of him. Now, in the person of Jean de Varennes, the passion of sexual purity assumes a revolutionary aspect. He reduces all the evils of the Church to the one evil of lust. His extremist program for the re-establishment of chastity is not aimed only at the clergy. As to fornicating priests, he denies the efficacy of the sacraments they administer, an ancient and redoubtable thesis which the Church had encountered more than once. According to him, it was not permissible for a priest to live in the same house with his sister or with an elderly woman. Moreover, he attacks immorality in general. He ascribes 23 different sins to the matrimonial state. He demands that adultery shall be punished according to the ancient law. Christ himself would have ordered the stoning of the adulterous woman if he had not been sure of her fault. He asserts that no woman in France is chaste, and that no bastard can live a good life and be saved. In his vehement indignation, he preaches resistance to the ecclesiastical authorities, to the Archbishop of Rheims in particular. A wolf, he cried to the people, who understood but too well who the wolf was, and repeated joyously, Ha hey, ulus mes bons gens ulus. The Archbishop had Jean de Varennes locked up in a horrible prison. This severity towards all revolutionary tendencies of doctrinal kind contrasts with the indulgences shown by the Church for the extravagances of religious imagination, notably for ultra-sensuous fancies about divine love. It required the psychological perspicacity of a Gerson to be aware that there also the faith was menaced by a moral and doctrinal danger. The spiritual state called Dulcedo Dei, the sweetness of the delights of the love of Christ, was towards the end of the Middle Ages one of the most active elements of religious life. The followers of the Devotio Moderna in the Netherlands had systematized it, and thereby made it more or less innocuous. Gerson, who distrusted it, had analyzed it in his treatise De Diversi Diaboli Tentationibus, and elsewhere. The day, he said, would be too short if I were to enumerate the innumerable follies of the loving, nay, the raving, amantium imo et amantium. He knew the peril by experience, for he can have only met himself when he described the case of one of his acquaintances who had carried on a spiritual friendship with a nun, at first without any trace of carnal inclination, and without suspecting any sin, till a separation revealed to him the amorous nature of this relation, so that he drew the inference from it, amor spiritualis facile labitur inundum carnalem amorem, and considered himself warned. The devil, he says, sometimes inspires us with feelings of immense and marvelous sweetness, which is very like devotion, so that we make the quest of this delight our object and want to love God only to attain it. Many have deceived themselves by immoderately cultivating such feelings. They have taken the mad excitement of their hearts for divine ardor, and were thus miserably led astray. Others strive to attain insensibility, or complete passiveness, to become a perfect tool for God. It is this sensation of absolute annihilation of the individual, tasted by the mystics of all times, which Gerson, as a supporter of a moderate and prudent mysticism, could not tolerate. A female visionary told him that in the contemplation of God her mind had been annihilated, really annihilated, and then created anew. "How do you know?" he asked her. "I experienced it," she answered. The logical absurdity of this reply had sufficed him to prove the reprehensible nature of these fancies. It was dangerous to let such sensations express themselves by explicit formulas. The Church could only tolerate them in the form of images. Catherine of Siena might say that her heart had been changed into the heart of Christ. But Marguerite Porete, an adherent of the sect of the Brethren of the Free Spirit, who also believed that her soul had been annihilated in God, was burnt at Paris. What the Church dreaded above all in the idea of annihilation of the personality was the consequence, accepted by the extremest mystics of all religions, that the soul absorbed in God, and therefore having no will, can no longer sin, even in following its carnal appetites. How many poor ignorant people have been dragged by such doctrines into the most abominable license! Every time Gerson touches the question of the dangers of spiritual love, he remembers the excesses of the Begards and of the Turlupins. He fears a truly satanic impiety, like that of the nobleman he mentions as having confessed to a Carthusian that the sin of lust did not prevent him from loving God. On the contrary, it inflamed him to seek for and taste more eagerly the sweetness of divine love. So long as the transports of mysticism were translated into passionate imaginings of a symbolic nature, however vivid their colors might be, they caused but a relative danger. On becoming crystallized in images, they lost some of their noxiousness. In this way, the exuberant imagery of the time, to a certain extent, diverted the most dangerous tendencies of the religious life of the epoch, however bizarre it may appear to us. Jan Brugman, a popular Dutch preacher, might with impunity compare Jesus taking human form to a drunkard who forgets himself, sees no danger, who gives away all he has. Oh, he was not truly drunk when love urged him to descend from the highest heavens to the lowest valley of the earth. He sees him in heaven going about to pour out drinks for the prophets, and they drank till they were fit to burst, and David with his harp leaped before the table, just as if he were the Lord's fool. Not only the grotesque Brugman, the serene Rysbrecht, too, likes to represent divine love under the image of drunkenness. Hunger also served as a figure to express the relations of the soul with Christ. Rysbrecht, in the Adornment of the Spiritual Marriage, says, "Here begins an eternal hunger which is never appeased. It is an inner craving and hankering of the loving power and the created spirit for an uncreated good. Those that experience it are the poorest of men, for they are eager and greedy, and they have an insatiable hunger. Whatever they eat and drink, they never become satisfied by it, for this hunger is eternal." The metaphor may be inverted, so that the hunger is Christ's, as in the mirror of eternal salvation. His hunger is immensely great. He consumes us entirely to the bottom, for he is a greedy glutton with a voracious hunger. He devours even the marrow of our bones. First he prepares his repast, and in his love he burns up all our sins and our faults. Next, when we are purified and roasted by the fire of love, He opens his mouth like a voracious being who wishes to swallow all. A little insistence on the details of the metaphor will make it ridiculous. "You will eat him," says Le Livre des Contes Amoureux of Jean Barthélemy, speaking of the Eucharist, "roasted at the fire, well baked, not at all overdone or burnt." For just as the Easter lamb was properly baked and roasted between two fires of wood or of charcoal, thus was gentle Jesus on Good Friday placed on the spit of the worthy cross, and tied between the two fires of his very fearful death and passion, and of the very ardent charity and love which he felt for our souls and our salvation. He was, as it were, roasted and slowly baked to save us. The infusion of divine grace is described under the image of the absorption of food, and also of being bathed. A nun feels quite deluged in the blood of Christ, and faints. All the red and warm blood of the 5 wounds flowed through the mouth of St. Henry Suso into his heart. Catherine of Siena drank from the wound in his side. Others drank of the Virgin's milk, like St. Bernard, Henry Suso, Alain de la Roche. The Breton, Alain de la Roche, a Dominican, born about 1428, is a very typical representative of this religious imagery, both ultra-concrete and ultra-fantastic. He was the zealous promoter of the use of the Rosary, with a view to which he founded the Universal Brotherhood of the Psalter of Our Lady. The description of his numerous visions is characterized at the same time by an excess of sexual imagination and by the absence of all genuine emotion. The passionate tone which in the grand mystics makes these two sensuous images of hunger and thirst, of blood and voluptuousness, bearable, is altogether lacking. The symbolism of spiritual love has become with him a mere mechanical process. It is the decadence of the medieval spirit. We shall return to it shortly. Now, whereas the celestial symbolism of Alain de la Roche seems artificial, his infernal visions are characterized by a hideous actuality. He sees the animals which represent various sins equipped with horrible genitals, and emitting torrents of fire which obscure the earth with their smoke. He sees the prostitute of apostasy giving birth to apostates, now devouring them and vomiting them forth, now kissing them and petting them like a mother. This is the reverse side of the suave fancies of spiritual love. Human imagination contained, as the inevitable complement of the sweetness of celestial visions, a black mass of demonological conceptions, which also sought expression in language of ardent sensuality. Alain de la Roche forms the link between the placid and gentle pietism of the Devotio Moderne and the darkest horror produced by the medieval spirit on the wane. The delusion of witchcraft at that time fully developed into a fatally consistent system of theological zeal and judicial severity. A faithful friend of the regulars of Windensheim and of the Brethren of the Common Life, in whose house he died, at Zwolle, in 1475, he was at the same time the preceptor of Jacob Sprenger, a Dominican like himself, not only one of the 2 authors of the Malleus Maleficarum, but also the propagator in Germany of the Brotherhood of the Rosary, founded by Alain. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emanuela. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Symbolism in its Decline. Chapter 15. Symbolism in its Decline. Thus, religious emotion always tended to be transmuted into images. Mystery seemed to be graspable by the mind when invested with a perceptible form. The need of adoring the ineffable, invisible shape was continually creating ever new features. In the 14th century, the cross and the lamb no longer sufficed for the effusion of overflowing love offered to Jesus. To this is added the adoration of the name of Jesus, which occasionally threatens to eclipse even that of the cross. Henry Suso tattoos the name of Jesus over his heart and compares himself to the lover who wears the name of his beloved embroidered on his coat. Bernardino of Siena, at the end of a moving sermon, lights 2 candles and shows the multitude a board a yard in length, bearing on an azure ground the name Jesus in golden letters, surrounded by the sun's rays. The people filling the church kneel down and weep with emotion. The custom spreads, especially with the Franciscan preachers. Denis de Carthusian is represented in art holding such a board in his uplifted hands. The sun, as a crest above the arms of Geneva, is derived from this usage. The ecclesiastical authorities regarded the matter with suspicion. There was some talk of superstition and of idolatry. There were tumults for and against. Bernardino was summoned before the Curia, and the usage was forbidden by Pope Martin V. About the same time, a very similar form of adoring Christ under a visible sign was successfully introduced into the ritual, namely that of the monstrance. To this also the Church objected at first. The use of the monstrance was originally forbidden except during the week of the Corpus Christi. In taking, instead of the original form of a tower, that of a radiant sun, the monstrance became very like the board, bearing Jesus' name, of which the Church disapproved. The abundance of images in which religious thought threatened to dissolve itself would have only produced a chaotic phantasmagoria, if symbolic conception had not worked it all into a vast system, where every figure had its place. Of no great truth was the medieval mind more conscious than of St. Paul's phrase, Videmus nunc per speculum in enigmate, tunc autem face ad facem. Footnote. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. End of footnote. The Middle Ages never forgot that all things would be absurd if their meaning were exhausted in their function and their place in the phenomenal world, if by their essence they did not reach into a world beyond this. This idea of a deeper significance in ordinary things is familiar to us as well, independently of religious convictions, as an indefinite feeling which may be called up at any moment by the sound of raindrops on the leaves or by the lamplight on a table. Such sensations may take the form of a morbid oppression, so that all things seems to be charged with a menace or a riddle which we must solve at any cost. Or they may be experienced as a source of tranquility and assurance, by filling us with the sense that our own life, too, is involved in this hidden meaning of the world. The more this perception converges upon the Absolute One, whence all things emanate, the sooner it will tend to pass from the insight of a lucid moment to a permanent and formulated conviction. By cultivating the continuous sense of our connection with the power that made things as they are, we are tempered more towardly for their reception. The outward face of nature need not alter, but the expressions of meaning in it alter. It was dead and is alive again. It is like the difference between looking on a person without love or upon the same person with love. When we see all things in God and refer all things to Him, we read in common matters superior expressions of meaning. Here, then, is the psychological foundation from which symbolism arises. In God, nothing is empty of sense. Nihil vacuum neque sine signo apud Deum, said St. Irenaeus. So, the conviction of a transcendental meaning in all things seeks to formulate itself. About the feature of the divinity, a majestic system of correlated features crystallized, which all have reference to Him, because all things derive their meaning from Him. The world unfolds itself like a vast hall of symbols, like a cathedral of ideas. It is the most richly rhythmical conception of the world, a polyphonous expression of eternal harmony. In the Middle Ages, the symbolist attitude was much more in evidence than the casual or the genetic attitude. Not that this latter mode of conceiving the world as a process of evolution was wholly absent. Medieval thought, too, sought to understand things by means of their origin, but destitute of experimental methods and neglecting even observation and analysis, it was reduced, in order to state genetic relations, to abstract deduction. All notions of one thing proceeding from another took the naive form of procreation or ramification. The image of a tree or a pedigree sufficed to represent any relations of origin and cause. An arbor de origine iuris et legum, for example, classified all law in the form of a tree with numerous branches. Owing to its primitive methods, the evolutionist thought of the Middle Ages was bound to remain schematic, arbitrary, and sterile. From the casual point of view, symbolism appears as a sort of short-circuit of thought. Instead of looking for the relation between two things by following the hidden detours of their casual connections, thought makes a leap and discovers their relation, not in a connection of cause or effects, but in a connection of signification or finality. Such a connection will at once appear convincing, provided only that the two things have an essential quality in common, which can be referred to a general value. Expressed in terms of experimental psychology, all mental association based on a casual similitude whatever will immediately set up the idea of an essential and mystic connection. This may well seem a rather meager mental function. Moreover, it reveals itself as a very primitive function when envisaged from an ethnological point of view. Primitive thought is characterized by a general feebleness of perception of the exact demarcation between different concepts, so that it tends to incorporate into the notion of a definite something all the notions connected with it by any relation or similitude whatsoever. With this tendency, the symbolizing function is closely related. It is, however, possible to view symbolism in a more favorable light by abandoning for a while the point of view of modern science. Symbolism will lose this appearance of arbitrariness and abortiveness when we take into account the fact that it is indissolubly linked up with the conception of the world which was called realism in the Middle Ages, and which modern philosophy prefers to call, though less correctly, Platonic idealism. Symbolic assimilation founded on common properties presupposes the idea that these properties are essential to things. The vision of white and red roses blooming among thorns at once calls up a symbolic assimilation in the medieval mind, for example, that of virgins and martyrs shining with glory in the midst of their persecutors. The assimilation is produced because the attributes are the same. The beauty, the tenderness, the purity, the colors of the roses are also those of the virgins, their red color that of the blood of the martyrs. But this similarity will only have a mystic meaning if the middle term connecting the two terms of the symbolic concept expresses an essentiality common to both. In other words, if redness and whiteness are something more than names for a physical difference based on quantity, if they are conceived as essences, as realities. The mind of the savage, of the child, and of the poet never sees them otherwise. Now, beauty, tenderness, whiteness, being realities, are also entities. Consequently, all that is beautiful, tender, or white must have a common essence, the same reason of existence, the same significance before God. In pointing out these very strong links between symbolism and realism, in the scholastic sense, we should be careful not to think too much of the quarrel about the universals. We know very well that the realism which declared universalia ante rem and attributed essentiality and pre-existence to general ideas did not dominate medieval thought without a struggle. Undoubtedly, there were also nominalists, but it does not seem too bold to affirm that radical nominalism had never been anything but a reaction, an opposition, a counter-current vainly disputing the ground with the fundamental tendencies of the medieval spirit. As philosophical formulae, realism and nominalism had early made each other the necessary concessions. The new nominalism of the 14th century, that of the Occamites or moderns, merely removed certain inconveniences of an extreme realism, which it left intact by relegating the domain of faith to a world beyond the philosophical speculations of reason. Now, it is in the domain of faith that realism obtains, and here it is to be considered rather as a mental attitude of a whole age than a philosophic opinion. In this larger sense, it may be considered inherent in the civilization of the Middle Ages and as dominating all expressions of thought and of the imagination. Undoubtedly, Neoplatonism strongly influenced medieval theology, but was not the sole cause of the general realist trend of thought. Every primitive mind is realist, in the medieval sense, independently of all philosophic influence. To such a mentality, everything that receives a name becomes an entity and takes a shape which projects itself on the heavens. This shape, in the majority of cases, will be the human shape. All realism in the medieval sense leads to anthropomorphism. Having attributed a real existence to an idea, the mind wants to see this idea alive and can only effect this by personifying it. In this way, allegory is born. It is not the same thing as symbolism. Symbolism expresses a mysterious connection between two ideas. Allegory gives a visible form to the conception of such a connection. Symbolism is a very profound function of the mind. Allegory is a superficial one. It aids symbolic thought to express itself, but endangers it at the same time by substituting a figure for a living idea. The force of the symbol is easily lost in the allegory. So, allegory in itself implies from the outset normalizing, projecting on a surface, crystallizing. Moreover, medieval literature had taken it in as a wave of decadent antiquity. Marcianus Capella and Prudentius had been the models. Allegory seldom loses an air of elderliness and pedantry. Still, the use of it supplied a very earnest craving of the medieval mind. How else can we explain the preference which this form enjoyed so long? These three modes of thought together, realism, symbolism, and personification, have illuminated the medieval mind with a flood of lights. The ethic and aesthetic value of the symbolical interpretation of the world was inestimable. Embracing all nature and all history, symbolism gave a conception of the world of a still more rigorous unity than that which modern science can offer. Symbolism's image of the world is distinguished by impeccable order, architectonic structure, hieratic subordination. For each symbolic connection implies a difference of rank or sanctity. Two things of equal value are hardly capable of a symbolic relationship with each other, unless they are both connected with some third thing of a higher order. Symbolist, though, permits of an infinity of relations between things. Each thing may denote a number of distinct ideas by its different special qualities, and a quality may also have several symbolic meanings. The highest conceptions have symbols by the thousand. Nothing is too humble to represent and to glorify the sublime. The walnut signifies Christ, the sweet kernel is his divine nature, the green and pulpy outer peel is his humanity, the wooden shell between is the cross. Thus all things raise the thoughts to the eternal, being thought of as symbols of the highest. In a constant gradation, they are all transfused by the glory of divine majesty. Every precious stone, beside its natural splendor, sparkles with the brilliance of its symbolic values. The assimilation of roses and virginity is much more than a poetic comparison, for it reveals their common essence. As each notion arises in the mind, the logic of symbolism creates a harmony of ideas. The special quality of each of them is lost in its ideal harmony, and the rigor of rational conception is tempered by the presentment of some mystic unity. A consistent concord reigns between all the spiritual domains. The Old Testament is the prefiguration of the New. Profane history reflects the one and the other. About each idea, other ideas group themselves, forming symmetrical figures as in a kaleidoscope. Eventually, all symbols group themselves about the central mystery of the Eucharist. Here, there is more than symbolic similitude, there is identity. The host is Christ, and the priest, in eating it, becomes truly the sepulchre of the Lord. The world, objectionable in itself, became acceptable by its symbolic purport. For every object, each common trait, had a mystical relation with the most holy, which ennobled it. Bonaventura identified the handicrafts symbolically with the eternal generation and incarnation of the Word, and with the covenant between God and the soul. Even profane love is attached by symbolic connection to divine love. In this way, all individual suffering is but the shadow of divine suffering, and all virtue is as a partial realization of absolute goodness. Symbolism, in thus detaching personal suffering and virtue from the sphere of the individual in order to raise them to that of the universal, constituted a salutary counterpoise to the strong religious individualism, bent on personal salvation, which is characteristic of the Middle Ages. Religious symbolism offered one cultural advantage more. To the letter of formulated dogma, rigid and explicit in itself, the flowering imagery of symbols formed, as it were, a musical accompaniment, which, by its perfect harmony, allowed the mind to transcend the deficiencies of logical expression. Symbolism opened up all the wealth of religious conceptions to art, to be expressed in forms full of color and melody, and yet vague and implicit, so that, by these, the profoundest intuitions might soar towards the ineffable. In the later Middle Ages, the decline of this mode of thought had already long set in. The representation of the universe in a grand system of symbolical relations had long been complete. Still, the symbolizing habit maintained itself, adding ever new figures that were like petrified flowers. Symbolism, at all times, shows a tendency to become mechanical. Once accepted as a principle, it becomes a product, not of poetical enthusiasm only, but of subtle reasoning as well, and as such it grows to be a parasite clinging to thought, causing it to degenerate. Symbolic assimilation is often only based on an equality of number. An immense perspective of ideal series of relationships is opened up in this way, but they amount to nothing more than arithmetical exercises. Thus, the 12 months signified the apostles, the 4 seasons the evangelists, the year Christ. A regular cluster was formed of systems of 7. With the 7 virtues correspond the 7 supplications of the Lord's Prayer, the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, the 7 Beatitudes, and the 7 penitential psalms. All these groups of 7 are again connected with the 7 moments of the Passion and the 7 sacraments. Each of them is opposed to one of the 7 deadly sins, which are represented by 7 animals and followed by 7 diseases. A director of consciences like Gerson, from whom these examples are borrowed, is inclined to lay the stress on the moral and practical value of these symbolisms. In a visionary like Hélène de la Roche, the aesthetic element prevails. His symbolic speculations are very highly elaborated and somewhat factitious. In order to obtain a system in which the numbers 15 and 10 enter, representing the cycles of 150 Aves and of 15 Paters, which he prescribed to his Brotherhood of the Rosary, he adds the 11 celestial spheres and the 4 elements, and then multiplies by the 10 categories, substance, quality, etc. As the product, he obtained 150 natural habits. In the same way, the multiplication of the 10 commandments by 15 virtues give 150 moral habits. To arrive at the figure of 15 virtues, he counts, beside the 3 theological virtues and the 4 cardinal virtues, 7 capital virtues, which makes 14. There remain 2 other virtues, religion and penitence. That makes 16, which is 1 too many. But as temperance of the cardinal series is identical with abstinence of the capital series, we finally obtain the number 15. Each of these 15 virtues is a queen having her nuptial bed in one of the divisions of the Pater Noster. Each of the words of the Ave signifies one of the 15 perfections of the Virgin, and at the same time a precious stone, and is able to drive away a sin, or the animal which represents that sin. They represent other things as well, the branches of a tree which carries all the blessed ones, the steps of a staircase. To quote but two examples, the word ave signifies the innocence of the Virgin and the diamond. It drives away pride, or the lion, which represents pride. The word Maria denotes her wisdom, and the carbuncle. It drives away envy, symbolized by a black dog. Sometimes Alain gets a little entangled in his very complicated system of symbolisms. Symbolism was, in fact, played out. Finding symbols and allegories had become a meaningless intellectual pastime, shallow fancifulness resting on a single analogy. The sanctity of the object still gives it some small spiritual value. As soon as the craze of symbolism spreads to profane or simply moral matters, decadence is manifest. Froissart, in L'Horloge Amoureuse, compares all the details of love to the various parts of a timepiece. Chastelain and Molinet vie with each other in political symbolism. The three estates represent the qualities of the Virgin. The 7 electors of the empire signifies the virtues, the 5 towns of Artois and Hainault, which in 1477 remained faithful to the House of Burgundy, are the 5 wise virgins. In reality, this is a symbolism turned upside down. It uses things of the higher order as symbols of things of the lower order, for these authors in effect raise terrestrial things to the higher level by employing sacred conceptions merely to adorn them. The Donatus Moralizatus, sometimes, but erroneously, ascribed to Gerson, mixed up Latin grammar with theology. The noun substantive is the man. The pronoun means that he is a sinner. The lowest grade of this kind of mental activity is represented by works like Le Parement et Triomphe des Dames of Olivier de la Marche, in which each article of female costume symbolized a virtue, a theme also developed by Coquillard. De la pantoufle ne nous vient que santé, et tout profit sans grief maladie. Pour lui donner titre d'autorité, je lui donne le nom d'humilité. Footnote: the slipper only gives us health and all profit without serious illness. To give it a title to authority, I give it the name of humility. End of footnote. In the same way, shoes mean care and diligence, stockings, perseverance, the garter, resolution, etc. It is clear that, to the men of the 15th century, this genre did not appear so silly as it does to us, otherwise they would not have cultivated it with so much gusto. We are thus led to conclude that, to the mind of the declining Middle Ages, symbolism and allegory had not yet lost all their living significance. The tendency to symbolize and to personify was so spontaneous that nearly every thought of itself took a figurative shape, every idea being considered as an entity, and every quality as an essence. They were at once invested by the imagination with a personal form. Denis de Carthusian, in his Revelations, sees the Church in fully as personal a shape as when it was represented in an allegory on the stage. One of his revelations deals with the future reformation of the Church, such as 15th century theology was hoping for, a church cleansed from the evils that stained it. The spiritual beauty of this purified church was revealed to his vision in the form of a superb and precious garment, with marvelous colors and ornaments. Another time he sees the persecuted church ugly, anemic, and feeble. God warns him that the church is going to speak, and then hears the inner voice as thought it proceeded from the person of the church, quasi ex persona ecclesiae. The figurative form that thinking assumes here is so direct and so sufficient to evoke the desired associations that no need is felt to explain the allegory in detail. The idea of a splendid garment is fully adequate to express a spiritual purity, though here has resolved itself into an image just as it can resolve itself into a melody. Let us recall once more the allegorical personages of the Roman de la Rose. To us, it requires an effort to picture to ourselves beau accueil, douce merci, humble request. To the men of the Middle Ages, on the other hand, these figures had a very vivid aesthetic and sentimental value, which put them almost on a level with those divinities which the Romans conceived out of abstractions, like Pavor and Pallor, Concordia, etc. To the minds of the declining Middle Ages, Doux Pensées, Rondes, Souvenirs, and the rest were endowed with a quasi-divine existence. Otherwise, the Roman de la Rose would have been unreadable. One of the figures passed even from its original meaning to still more concrete signification. Danger, in amoureux parlance, meant the jealous husband. Allegory is often called in to express a thought of particular importance. Thus, the Bishop of Chalon, wishing to address a very serious political remonstrance to Philip the Good, gives it an allegorical form and presents it to the Duke at Hesdin on St. Andrew's Day, 1437. Holtes de Signory, chased out of the empire, having first fled to France, next to the court of Burgundy, is unconsolable, and complains of being harrowed there too by carelessness of the prince, feebleness of counsel, envy of servants, exaction of the subjects, to drive away which it will be necessary to oppose vigilance of the prince, etc., to them. In short, the whole political argument has taken the form of a tableau vivant instead of a newspaper leader, as it would take with us. Evidently, this was the way to create an impression, and it follows that allegory still had a suggestive force which we find it very hard to realize. The burgher of Paris, in his diary, is a prosaic man who takes little trouble to ornament his style. Nevertheless, when he comes to the most horrible events he has to relate, that is to say, to the Burgundian murderers in Paris in June 1418, he at once rises to allegory. Then arose the goddess of discord, who lived in the tower of evil counsel, and the walk of wrath, the mad woman, and covetousness, and rage, and vengeance. And they took up arms of all sorts, and cast out reason, justice, remembrance of God, and moderation most shamefully. His narrative of the atrocities committed is entirely composed in the symbolic fashion. Then madness the enraged, and murder and slaughter, killed, cut down, put to death, massacred, all they found in the prisons. And covetousness tucked up her skirts to her belt with rapine, her daughter, and larceny, her son. Afterwards, the aforesaid people went by the guidance of their goddesses. That is to say, wrath, covetousness, and vengeance, who led them through all the public prisons of Paris, etc. Why does the author use allegory here? To give his narrative a more solemn tone than the one he uses for the daily events which he generally notes down in his diary. He feels the necessity of regarding these atrocious events as something more than the crimes of a few individual malefactors, allegory in his way of expressing his sense of tragedy. It is just when allegory shapes us most that it fully reveals its dominion over the medieval mind. We can bear it more or less in a tableau vivant, where conventional figures are draped in a fantastical and unreal apparel. The 15th century dressed up its allegorical figures, as well as its saints, in the costume of the time, and has the faculty of creating new personages for each thought it wants to express. To tell the moral tale of a giddy young man, who is led to ruin by the life at court, Charles de Rochefort, in La Busancourt, invents a whole new series of personages like those of the Rose, and these dim creations, folle cuidie, folle bombance, foolish credulity, foolish show, and the rest are represented in the miniatures illustrating the work like noblemen of the age. Time himself does not require a bird or a sheath, and appears in doublets and hose. The very commonplace aspect of these allegories is precisely what shows their vitality. We can understand that the human shape is ascribed to virtues or to sentiments, but the spirit of the Middle Ages does not hesitate to extend this process to notions which, to us, have nothing personal. The personification of Lent was a widely known type from 1300 onward. We find it in the poem La bataille de Caresme et de Charnage, a theme which Peter Bruegel was to take up much later and illustrate with his mad fancy. A current proverb said, Caresme fait ses flancs la nuit des Pâques. Footnote: Lent bakes his cakes on Easter night. End of footnote. In certain towns of North Germany, a doll called Lent was suspended in the choir of the church and taken down during Mass on the Wednesday before Easter. Was there a difference between the idea which people formed of saints and that of purely symbolic personages? Undoubtedly, the former were acknowledged by the Church. They had a historical character and statues of wood and stone, but the latter were in touch with living fancy. And, after all, we may ask ourselves if, to popular imagination, Belacqui or Faux-Semblant did not appear as real as Saint Barbara and Saint Christopher. On the other hand, there is no real contrast between medieval allegory and Renaissance mythology. There is rather a fusion. The mythological figures are older than the Renaissance. Venus and Fortune, for instance, had never completely died, and allegory, on the other hand, kept its vogue for a long time after the 15th century, nowhere stronger than in English literature. In the poetry of Froissart, D'Aussemblants, Refus, Danger, and Escondit are seen contending, as it were, with mythological figures like Atropos, Clotho, Lachesis. At first, the latter are less vivid and colored than the allegories. They are dull and shadowy, and there is nothing classic about them. Gradually, Renaissance sentiment brings about a complete change. The Olympians and the nymphs get the better of the allegorical personages, who fade away in proportion as the poetic glory of antiquity is more intensely felt. Symbolism, with its servant allegory, ultimately became an intellectual pastime. The symbolic mentality was an obstacle to the development of casual thought, as casual and genetic relations must needs look insignificant by the side of symbolic connections. Thus, the sacred symbolism of the two luminaries and the two swords for a long time barred the road to historic and juridical criticism of papal authority. For the symbolizing of papacy and empire as the sun and the moon, or as the two swords brought by the disciples, was to the medieval mind far more than a striking comparison. It revealed the mystic foundation of the two powers and established directly the precedence of St. Peter. Dante, in order to investigate the historical foundation of the Pope's primacy, had first to deny the appropriateness of the symbolism. The time was not distant when people were bound to awake to the danger of symbolism, when arbitrary and futile allegories would become distasteful and be rejected as tremors of thought. Luther branded them in an invective which is aimed at the greatest lights of scholastic theology. Bonaventura, Guillaume Durand, Gerson, and Denis de Carthusian. These allegorical studies, he exclaims, are the work of people who have too much leisure. Do you think I should find it difficult to play at allegory making about any created thing whatsoever, who is so feeble-witted that he could not try his hand at it? Symbolism was a defective translation into images of secret connection dimly felt, such as music reveals to us. Videmus nunc per speculum in enigmate. The human mind felt that it was face to face with an enigma, but nonetheless it kept on trying to discern the figures in the glass, explaining images by yet other images. Symbolism was like a second mirror held up to that of the phenomenal world itself. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Chapter 16, The Effects of Realism. All that was thinkable had taken image shape. Conception had become almost entirely dependent on imagination. Now a too systematic idealism, this is what realism meant in the Middle Ages, gives a certain rigidity to the conception of the world. Ideas, being conceived as entities and of importance only by virtue of their relation with the absolute, easily range themselves as so many fixed stars on the firmament of thought. Once defined, they only lend themselves to classification, subdivision, and distinction according to purely deductive norms. Apart from the rules of logic, there is never a corrective at hand to indicate a mistake in the classification, and this causes the mind to be deluded as to the value of its own operations and the certainty of the system. If the medieval mind wants to know the nature or the reason of a thing, it neither looks into it, to analyze its structure, nor behind it, to inquire into its origin, but looks up to heaven, where it shines as an idea. Whether the question involved is political, social, or moral, the first step taken is always to reduce it to its universal principle. Even quite trifling and ordinary things are regarded in this light. Thus a point is debated in the University of Paris. May examination fees be levied for intermediate degrees? The Chancellor thinks so. Pierre d'Ailly intervenes to defend the opposite view. Now he does not start from arguments based on law or tradition, but from an application of the text, Radix omnium malorum cupiditas, the root of all evil is covetousness. And so he sets himself to prove by an entirely scholastic exposition that the aforesaid exaction is simoniacal, heretical, and contrary to natural and divine law. This is what so often disappoints and wearies us moderns in reading medieval demonstrations. They're directed heavenwards, and lose themselves from the very start in moral generalities and scriptural cases. This profound and systematic idealism betrays itself everywhere. There's an ideal and clearly defined conception of every trade, dignity, or estate to which the individual who belongs to it has to conform as best he may. Denis, the Carthusian, in a series of treatises, De Vita et Regimine Episcoporum Archidiaconorum, etc., etc., pointed out to all, bishops, canons, priests, scholars, princes, nobles, knights, merchants, husbands, widows, girls, friars, the ideal form of their professional duties, and the way to sanctify their calling or condition by living up to that ideal. His exposition of moral precepts, however, remains abstract and general. He never brings us into contact with the realities of the occupations or walks in life of which he speaks. This tendency to reduce all things to a general type has been considered a fundamental weakness in the mentality of the Middle Ages, owing to which the power to discern and describe individual traits was never attained. Starting from this premise, the well-known summary of the Renaissance as the coming of individualism would be justified. But at bottom this antithesis is inexact and misleading. Whatever the faculty of seeing specific traits may have been in the Middle Ages, it must be noted that men disregarded the individual qualities and fine distinctions of things deliberately and of set purpose, in order always to bring them under some general principle. This mental tendency is a result of their profound idealism. People feel an imperious need of always and especially seeing the general sense, the connection with the absolute, the moral ideality, the ultimate significance of a thing. What is important is the impersonal. The mind is not in search of individual realities, but of models, examples, norms. Every notion concerning the world or life had its fixed place in a vast hierarchic system of ideas, in which it is linked with ideas of a higher and more general order on which it depends like a vassal on his lord. The proper business of the medieval mind is discrimination, displaying severally all concepts as if they were so many substantial things. Hence the faculty of detaching a conception from the ideal complex to which it belongs in order to regard it as a thing by itself. When Fulques de Toulouse is blamed for giving an alms to an Albigensian woman, he answers, quote, "I do not give it to the heretic, but to the poor woman." Unquote. Margaret of Scotland, Queen of France, having kissed Alain Chartier the poet, whom she found asleep, exculpates herself in these terms, quote, "I did not kiss the man, but the precious mouth, whence have issued and gone forth so many good words and virtuous sayings." It is the same turn of mind which, in the field of high theological speculation, distinguishes in God between an antecedent will, desiring the salvation of all, and a consequent will, extending only to the elect. Without the break of empirical observation, the habit of always subordinating and subdividing becomes automatic and sterile, mere numbering, and nothing else. No subject lent itself better to it than the category of virtues and of sins. Every sin has its fixed number of causes, species, noxious effects. There are, according to Denis the Carthusian, 12 follies, deceiving the sinner. Each of them is illustrated, fixed and represented by scripture texts and by symbols, so that the whole argument displays itself like a church portal ornamented with sculptures. The enormity of sin should be considered from 7 points of view: that of God, that of the sinner, of matter, of circumstances, of the intention, of the nature of the sin, and of its consequences. Next, every one of these 7 points is subdivided in its turn into 8, or into 14. There are 6 infirmities of the mind which incline us to sin, etc. This systematizing of morality has its striking analogies in the sacred books of Buddhism. Now this everlasting classification, this anatomy of sin, would be apt to weaken the consciousness of sin which it should enhance, if it were not attended with an effort of the imagination directed to the gravity of the fault and the horrors of the chastisements. All moral conceptions are exaggerated, overcharged to excess, because they're always placed in direct connection with divine majesty. In every sin, even the least, the universe is concerned. No human soul can be fully conscious of the enormity of sin. All the saints and the just, the celestial spheres, the elements, the lower creatures, and inanimate objects cry for vengeance on the sinner. Denis strives to overstimulate the fear of sin and of hell by detailed descriptions and terrifying images. Dante has touched with beauty the darkness of hell. Farinata and Ugolino are heroic, and Lucifer is majestic. But this monk, devoid of all poetic grace, draws a picture of devouring torment and nothing more. His very dullness makes the horror of it. Let us imagine, he says, quote, a white-hot oven, and in this oven a naked man, never to be released from such a torment. Does not the mere sight of it appear insupportable? How miserable this man would seem to us! Let us think how he would sprawl in the oven, how he would yell and roar, in short, how he would live, and what would be his agony and his sorrow when he understood that this unbearable punishment was never to end. End quote. The horrible cold, the loathsome worms, the stench, hunger and thirst, the darkness, the chains, the unspeakable filth, the endless cries, the sight of the demons. Denis calls up all this before us like a nightmare. Still more oppressive is the insistence on psychic suffering, the mourning, the fear, the empty feeling of everlasting separation from God, the inexpressible hatred of God, the envy of the bliss of the elect, and confusion of all sorts of errors and delusions in the brain. And the thought that this is to last in all eternity is by ingenious comparisons wrought up to the fever point of horror. The treatise De Quatuor Hominum Novissimus, from which these details are borrowed, was the customary reading during mealtime at the convent of Windesheim. A truly bitter condiment. But medieval man always preferred drastic treatment. He was like an invalid who has been treated too long with heroic medicines. Only the most powerful stimulants produced an effect on him. In order to make some virtue shine in all its splendor, the Middle Ages present it in an exaggerated form, which a sedater moralist would perhaps regard as a caricature. St. Giles, praying God not to allow his wound caused by an arrow to heal, is their pattern of patience. Temperance finds its models in saints, who always mix ashes with their food, chastity in those who tested their virtue by sleeping beside a woman. If it is not some extravagant act, it is the extreme youth of the saint which marks him out as a model. St. Nicholas refusing his mother's milk on feast days, or St. Quiricus, a martyr, either 3 years or 9 months old, refusing to be consoled by the prefect and thrown into the abyss. Here again it is the dominant idealism which makes people only relish the excellence of virtue in an extra strong dose. Virtue is conceived as an idea. Its beauty shines more brightly in the hyperbolic perfection of its essence than in the imperfect practice of everyday life. Nothing shows better the primitive character of the hyper-idealist mentality, called realism, in the Middle Ages, than the tendency to ascribe a sort of substantiality to abstract concepts. Though philosophic realism did never admit these materialist tendencies and strove to avoid such consequences, it cannot be denied that medieval thought frequently yielded to the inclination to pass from pure idealism to a sort of magic idealism, in which the abstract tends to become concrete. Here the ties which bind the Middle Ages to a very remote cultural past are very clearly displayed. It was about 1300 that the doctrine of the treasure of the works of supererogation of Christ and the saints took a fixed form. The idea itself of such a treasure, the common possession of all the faithful, insofar as they are members of the mystic body of Christ, which is the Church, was by that time very ancient. But the way in which it was applied, in the sense that the superabundant good works constitute an inexhaustible reserve which the Church can dispose of by retail, does not appear before the 13th century. Alexandre de Alès was the first to use the word thesaurus in the technical sense, which has kept ever since. The doctrine did not fail to excite resistance. In the end, however, it prevailed and was officially formulated in 1343 in the bull Unigenitus of Clement VI. Here the treasure has altogether the form of a capital confided by Christ to St. Peter, and still increasing every day. For in proportion as men are more drawn to justice by the distribution of this treasure, the merits of which it is composed will go on accumulating. The material conception of ethical categories made itself felt more with regard to sin than to virtue. The Church, it is true, has always explicitly taught that sin is not a thing or an entity, but how could it have prevented the error when everything concurred to insinuate it into men's minds? The primitive instinct which sees sin as stuff which soils or corrupts, which one should therefore wash away or destroy, was strengthened by the extreme systematizing of sin, by their figurative representation, and even by the penitentiary technique of the Church itself. In vain did Denis the Carthusian remind the people that it was but for the sake of comparison that he calls sin a fever, a cold and corrupted humor. Popular thought undoubtedly lost sight of the restrictions of dogmatists. The terminology of the law, less anxious than theology as to doctrinal purity, did not hesitate in England to connect with felony the notion of a corruption of the blood. This is the realistic conception in its spontaneous form. On one special point, the dogma itself demanded this perfectly realist conception, that is to say, with regard to the blood of the Redeemer. The faithful are bound to conceive it as absolutely material. A drop of the precious blood, said St. Bernard, would have sufficed to save the world. But it was shed abundantly, as St. Thomas Aquinas expresses it in a hymn, quote, Pie pelicane, Jesu Domine, me emundum munda tuo sanguine, quies una stilla salvum fecere, totum mundum, quid ab omni scelere. Pious pelican, Lord Jesus, cleanse me, impure one by your blood, of which one drop can save all the world from all iniquity. Compare Marlowe's Faustus. See where Christ's blood streams in the firmament. One drop of blood will save me. End quote. End of section 19, read by Sandra in Montreal.
Section number 5 of The Waning of the Middle Ages. A study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Religious thoughts beyond the limits of imagination. The imagination was continually striving, and in vain, to express the ineffable by giving it shape and figure. To call up the absolute, recourse is always had to the terminology of extension in space, and the effort always fails. From the Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite onward, mystic authors have piled up terms of immensity and infinity. It is always the infinite extension which has to serve for rendering the eternal accessible to reason. Mystics exert themselves to find suggestive images. Imagine, says Denis the Carthusian, a mountain of sand, as large as the universe, that every 100,000 years a grain be taken from it. The mountain will disappear at last. But after such an inconceivable space of time, the sufferings of hell will not have diminished, and will not be nearer to the end than when the first grain was removed. And yet, if the damned knew that they would be set free when the mountain had disappeared, it would be a great consolation to them. If, to inculcate fear and horror, the imagination disposed of resources of appalling wealth, the expression of celestial joys, on the other hand, always remained extremely primitive and monotonous. Human language cannot provide a vision of absolute bliss. It has at its disposal only inadequate superlatives, which can do nothing but strengthen the idea arithmetically. What was the use of producing terms of height or extension or the inexhaustible? People never could progress beyond imagery, the reduction of the infinite to the finite, and the consequent weakening of the feeling of the absolute. Every sensation in expressing itself lost a little of its immediate force. Every attribute ascribed to God robbed him of a little of his majesty. Thus begins the tremendous struggle of the spirit which yearns to rise above all imagery. It is the same at all epochs and with all races. Mystics, it has been said, have neither birthday nor native land. But the support of imagination cannot be given up all at once. The insufficiency of all modes of expression is gradually accepted. First, the brilliant imagery of symbolism is abandoned, and the too concrete formulas of dogma are avoided. But still the contemplation of the absolute being ever remains linked up with notions of extension or of light. Next, these notions change into their negative opposites: silence, the void, obscurity. And as these latter formless conceptions, too, in their turn, prove insufficient, a constant joining of each to its contrary is tried. Finally, nothing remains to express the idea of divinity but pure negation. Of course, these successive stages in the abandoning of imagery have not actually followed in strict chronological order. All had been reached already by Denis the Areopagite. In the following passage of Denis the Carthusian, we find the greater number of these modes of expression united. In a revelation, he hears the voice of a god who is angry. On hearing this answer, the monk, collected within himself, and finding himself as transported into a region of immense light, most sweetly in an intense tranquillity, by a secret call without external sound, invoked the most secret and truly hidden, the incomprehensible God. O most overlovable God, thou in thyself art the light and the region of light, in which thy elect sweetly come to rest, repose, and sleep. Thou art like a desert, most overvast, even and intraversible, where the truly pious heart, entirely purified of all individual affection, illumined from on high and inflamed by sacred ardor, deviates without erring and errs without deviating, happily fails and unfailingly convalesces. We here find first the image of light, next that of sleep, then that of the desert, and lastly the opposites which cancel one another. The mystic imagination found a very impressive concept in adding to the image of the desert, that is to say, extension of surface, that of the abyss, or extension of depth. The sensation of giddiness is added to the feeling of infinite space. The German mystics, as well as Ruysbroeck, have made a very plastic use of this striking image. Master Eckhart spoke of the abyss without mode and without form, of the silent and waste divinity. The fruition of bliss, says Ruysbroeck, is so immense that God himself is as swallowed up with all the blessed, in an absence of modes, which is a not knowing, and in an eternal loss of self. And elsewhere, the 7th degree, which follows next, is attained when, beyond all knowledge and all knowing, we discover in ourselves a bottomless not knowing. When beyond all names given to God and to creatures, we come to expire and pass over an eternal namelessness, where we lose ourselves, and when we contemplate all these blessed spirits which are essentially sunken away, merged and lost in their super-essence, in an unknown darkness without mode. Always the hopeless attempt to dispense with images, and to attain the state of void, that is, mere absence of images, which only God can give. He deprives us of all images, and brings us back to the initial state where we find only wild and waste absoluteness, void of all former image, forever corresponding with eternity. The contemplation of God, says Denis the Carthusian, is more adequately rendered by negations than by affirmations. For, when I say, God is goodness, essence, life, I seem to indicate what God is, as if what he is had anything in common with, or any resemblance to, a creature, whereas it is certain that he is incomprehensible and unknown, inscrutable and ineffable, and separated from all he works by an immeasurable and wholly incomparable difference and excellence. It is for this reason that the uniting wisdom was called by the Areopagite unreasonable, insane, and foolish. But whether Denis or Ruysbroeck speak of light changed into darkness, a motif inspired by the Old Testament and which the pseudo-Areopagite had developed, or again of ignorance, forlornness, or of death, they never get beyond images. Without metaphors, it is impossible to express a single thought. All effort to rise above images is doomed to fail. To speak of our most ardent aspirations only in negative terms does not satisfy the cravings of the heart. And where philosophy no longer finds expression, poetry comes in again. Mysticism has always rediscovered the road from the giddy heights of sublime contemplation to the flowery meadows of symbolism. The sweet lyricism of the older French mystics, Saint Bernard and the Victorines, will always come to the aid of the seer, when all the resources of expression have been exhausted. In the transports of ecstasy, the colors and figures of allegory reappear. Henry Suso sees his betrothed, eternal wisdom. She soared high above him in a sky with clouds. She was bright like the morning star, and shone like the radiant sun. Her crown was eternity, her robe beatitude, her speech sweetness, her kiss absolute delight. She was remote and near, high loft and below. She was present and yet hidden. She let herself be approached, and yet no one could grasp her. The Church has always feared the excesses of mysticism, and with reason. For the fire of contemplative rapture, consuming all forms and images, must need burn all formulas, concepts, dogmas, and sacraments too. However, the very nature of mystic transport implied a safeguard for the Church. To be uplifted to the clarity of ecstasy, to wander on the solitary heights of contemplation stripped of forms and images, tasting union with the only and absolute principle, was to the mystic never more than the rare grace of a single moment. He had to come down from the mountain tops. The extremists, it is true, with their following of enfants perdus, did deviate into pantheism and eccentricities. The others, however, and it is among these that we find the great mystics, never lost their way back to the Church awaiting them with its wise and economic system of mysteries fixed in the liturgy. It offered to everybody the means to get into touch at a given moment with the divine principle in all security and without danger of individual extravagances. It economized mystic energy, and that is why it has always outlived unbridled mysticism and the dangers it compassed. Unitive wisdom is unreasonable, insane, and foolish. The path of the mystic leading into the infinite leads to unconsciousness. By denying all positive connection between the deity and all that has form and a name, the operation of transcendency is really abolished. All creatures, says Eckhart, are mere nothing. I do not say that they are little or aught, they are nothing. That which has no entity is not. All creatures have no being, for their being depends on the presence of God. Intensive mysticism signifies return to a pre-intellectual mental life. All that is culture is obliterated and annulled. If, notwithstanding, mysticism has, at all times, borne abundant fruit for civilization, it is because it always rises by degrees, and because in its initial stages it is a powerful element of spiritual development. Contemplation demands a severe culture of moral perfection as a preparatory condition. The gentleness, the curbing of desires, the simplicity, the temperance, the laboriousness practiced in mystical circles, create about them an atmosphere of peace and of pious fervor. All the great mystics have praised humble labor and charity. In the Netherlands, these concomitant features of mysticism, moralism, pietism, became the essence of a very important spiritual movement. From the preparatory phases of intensive mysticism of the few, issued the extensive mysticism of the devotio moderna of the many. Instead of the solitary ecstasy of the blessed moment, comes a constant and collective habit of earnestness and fervor, cultivated by simple townspeople in the friendly intercourse of their Frater houses and Winsheim convents. Theirs was a mysticism by retail. They had only received a spark. But in their midst the Spirit lived, which gave the world the work in which the soul of the declining Middle Ages found its most fruitful expression for the times to come, the imitation of Jesus Christ. Thomas à Kempis was no theologian and no humanist, no philosopher and no poet, and hardly even a true mystic. Yet he wrote the book which was to console the ages. Perhaps here the abundant imagination of the medieval mind was conquered in the highest sense. Thomas A. Kempis leads us back to everyday life. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman, Section 21. Chapter 18. The Forms of Thought and Practical Life. The specific forms of the thought of an epoch should not only be studied as they reveal themselves in theological and philosophic speculations, or in the conceptions of creeds, but also as they appear in practical wisdom and everyday life. We may even say that the true character of the spirit of an age is better revealed in its mode of regarding and expressing trivial and commonplace things than in the high manifestations of philosophy and science. For all scholarly speculation, at least in Europe, is affiliated in a very complicated way to Greek, Hebrew, even Babylonian and Egyptian origins, whereas in everyday life the spirit of a race or of an epoch expresses itself naively and spontaneously. The mental habits and forms characteristic of the high speculation of the Middle Ages nearly all reappear in the domain of ordinary life. Here, too, as we might expect, primitive idealism, which the schools called realism, is at the bottom of all mental activity. To take every idea by itself, to give it its formula, to treat it as an entity, next to combine the ideas, to classify them, to arrange them in hierarchic systems, always to build cathedrals with them, such in practical life also is the way in which the medieval mind proceeds. All that acquires a fixed place in life is considered as having a reason for existence in the divine scheme. The most commonplace customs share this honor with the most exalted things. A very plain instance of this may be found in the treatment of rules of court etiquette, which we have touched upon already in another connection. Aliénor de Poitiers and Olivier de la Marche considered them wise laws, judiciously instituted by ancient kings and binding for all centuries to come. Aliénor speaks of them as of sacred monuments of the wisdom of ages. Quote, "And then I have heard it said by the ancients who knew," etc. She sees with sorrow signs of decline. For a good many years the ladies of Flanders have been putting the bed of a woman newly delivered of a child before the fire, "at which people mocked a good deal," because formerly this was never done. What are we coming to? "But at present everybody does what he pleases, because of which we may well be afraid that all will go badly." Lamarche gravely asks the following question: Why has the fruit master also the wax department? Le métier de la cire, that is to say, illumination, among his attributes? He answers not less gravely, because wax is extracted from flowers, whence the fruit comes too. "So that this matter is very well ordained thus." In matters of utility or of ceremony, medieval authority creates a special organ for every function, because it regards the function as an idea and considers it as an actual thing. The Grand Sergeanty of the King of England comprised a dignitary whose office it was to hold the king's head when he crossed the Channel and was suffering with seasickness. A certain John Baker held this office in 1442, and after his death it passed to his 2 daughters. Of the same nature is the custom, very ancient and very primitive, of giving a proper name to inanimate objects. We witnessed a revival of this usage when the big guns during the late war got names. During the Middle Ages it was much more frequent. Like the swords of the heroes in the Chanson de Geste, the stone mortars in the wars of the 14th and 15th centuries had names of their own: Le Chien d'Orléans, La Gringade, La Bourgeoise, Deux Grillettes. A few very celebrated diamonds are still known by proper names. This, too, is a survival of a widely spread custom. Several jewels of Charles the Bold had their names: Le Sancy, Les Trois Frères, La Haute, La Balle de Flandre. If at the present time ships still have names, but bells and most houses have not, The reason lies in the fact that the ship preserves a sort of personality, also expressed in the English usage of making ships feminine. In the Middle Ages, this tendency to personify things was much stronger. Every house and every bell had its name. In the minds of the Middle Ages, every event, every case, fictitious or historic, tends to crystallize, to become a parable, an example, a proof, in order to be applied as a standing instance of a general moral truth. In the same way, every utterance becomes a dictum, a maxim, a text. For every question of conduct, scripture, legends, history, literature furnish a crowd of examples or of types, together making up a sort of moral clan to which the matter in question belongs. If it is desired to make someone to pardon an offense, all the biblical cases of pardon are enumerated to him. If to dissuade him from marrying, all the unhappy marriages of antiquity are cited. In order to free himself from blame for the murder of the Duke of Orleans, Jean sans peur compares himself to Joab and his victim, to Absalom, rating himself as less guilty than Joab because he had not acted in open defiance of a royal warning. Quote, Ainsi avait le bon duc Jehan attrait ce fait à moralité. Footnote. Thus good Duke John had drawn the moral inference of the case. End footnote. In the Middle Ages, everyone liked to base a serious argument on a text, so as to give it a foundation. In 1406, at the National Council of Paris, where the question of the schism was debated, the 12 propositions for and against renouncing obedience to the Pope of Avignon all started from a biblical quotation. Profane orators, too, no less than preachers, choose their text. All the traits indicated are found united in striking fashion in the famous plea delivered on the 8th of March, 1408, at the Hôtel de Saint-Paul, before a princely audience by Master Jean Petit, divine, preacher, and poet, in order to clear the Duke of Burgundy of the charge of the murder which the latter repented of having confessed. It is a real masterpiece of political wickedness, built up with perfect art and in a severe style on the text, Radix omnium malorum cupiditas, the root of all evil is covetousness. The whole is cunningly arranged in a scheme of scholastic distinctions and complementary biblical texts, illustrated by scriptural and historical examples and animated by a fiendish verve. After having enumerated 12 reasons obliging the Duke of Burgundy to honor, love, and avenge the King of France, Maître Petit draws 2 applications from his text. Covetousness makes apostates, and it makes traitors. Apostasy and treason are divided and subdivided and then illustrated by 3 examples. Lucifer, Absalom, and Atalia rise up before the imagination of the hearers as the archetypes of a traitor. 8 truths are brought forward to justify tyrannicide. Referring to one of the 8, he says, quote, I shall prove this truth by 12 reasons in honor of the 12 apostles, end quote. And he cites 3 sentences of the doctors, 3 of the philosophers, 3 of the jurists, and 3 from Scripture. From the 8 truths, 8 corollaries are derived, completed by a 9th. By the aid of allusions or insinuations he revives all the old suspicions which hung over the memory of the ambitious and debauched prince, his responsibility for the disaster of the Bal des Ardents, where the young king's company, disguised as wild men, miserably perished by fire, while the king himself narrowly escaped. His plans of murder and poisoning, hatched in the Celestine monastery, in the course of his conversations with the sorcerer, Philippe de Mézières. The notorious leaning of the Duke towards necromancy furnished an opportunity for describing very picturesque scenes of horror. Maître Petit is even familiar with the demons whom Orleans consulted. He knows their names and the way in which they were dressed. He goes so far as to ascribe a sinister meaning to the delirious utterances of the mad king. All this makes up the major term of the syllogism. The minor follows it point by point, grounding themselves on the general propositions which had raised the case to the plane of fundamental ethics, and had artfully roused a sentiment of shuddering horror. The direct accusations burst out in a flood of passionate hatred and defamation. The pleading lasted for 4 hours, and at the end Jean sans peur pronounced the words, quote, I avouch you, je vous avoue, end quote. The justification was written out in 4 costly copies for the Duke and his nearest relations, ornamented with gilding and miniatures, and bound in pressed leather. It was also for sale. The tendency to give each particular case the character of a moral sentence or of an example, so that it becomes something substantial and unchallengeable, the crystallization of thought, in short, finds its most general and natural expression in the proverb. In the thought of the Middle Ages, proverbs have formed a very living function. There were hundreds in current use in every nation. The greater number are striking and concise. Their tone is often ironical, their accent always that of bonhomie and resignation. The wisdom we glean from them is sometimes profound and beneficent. They never preach resistance. Quote, Les grands poissons mangent les plus petits, les mal vêtus assis ont eau ou vin. Nul n'est chaste s'il ne besogne. Au besoin, on cède du diable. Il n'est si ferré qu'il ne glisse. Footnote. The big fishes eat the smaller. The badly dressed are placed with their back to the wind. None is chaste if he has no business. At need, we let the devil help us. No horse is so well shod that it never slips. End of footnote. To the laments of moralists about the depravation of man, the proverbs oppose a smiling detachment. The proverb always glozes over iniquity. Now it is naively pagan, and now almost evangelical. A people which has many proverbs in current use will be less given to talking nonsense, and so will avoid many confused arguments and empty phrases. Leaving arguments to cultured people, it is content with judging each case by referring to the authority of some proverb. The crystallization of thought in proverbs is therefore not without advantage to society. Proverbs, in their crude simplicity, were thoroughly in accordance with the general spirit of the literature of the epoch. The level reached by authors was but little higher than that of the proverbs. The dicta of Froissart often read like proverbs gone wrong. Quote, It is thus with feats of arms. Sometimes one loses, another time one wins. There is nothing of which one does not tire. End quote. It is therefore safer, instead of hazarding moral sentences of one's own, to use well-established proverbs like Geoffroy de Paris, who lards his rhyming chronicle with them. The literature of the time is full of ballads, of which each stanza ends with a proverb, as for instance the Ballade de Fougère of Alain Chartier, the Complainte de Écho of Coquillard, and several poems by Jean Molinet, not to mention Villon's well-known ballad, which was entirely composed of them. The 171 stanzas of the Passe-temps de Civilité by Robert Gauguin nearly all end in some phrase looking like a proverb, although the greater number are not found in the best-known collections. Did Gauguin invent them, then? In that case, we should have a still more curious indication of the vital function of the proverb at this epoch, if we see them here arising in an individual mind, in statu nascendi, as it were. In political speeches and in sermons, proverbs are in frequent use. Gerson, Jean de Varenne, Jean Petit, Guillaume Philastre, Olivier Maillard take pains to strengthen their arguments by the most common ones. Quote, Qui de tout se tait, de tout a paix. Chef bien peigné porte mal bassiné. Qui comme un cerf, nul ne l'en paye. End quote. Footnote. He who is silent about all things is troubled by nothing. A well-groomed head wears the helmet badly. He who serves the common weal is paid by none for his trouble. End of footnote. Related to the proverb, insofar as it is a crystallized form of thought, is the motto, which the declining Middle Ages cultivated with marked predilection. It differs from it in that it is not like the proverb a wise adage of general application, but a personal maxim or exhortation. To adopt a motto is, so to say, to choose a text for the sermon of one's life. The motto is a symbol and a token. Marked in golden letters on every article of the wardrobe and of the equipment, it must have exercised a suggestive influence of no mean importance. The moral tone of these mottos is mostly that of resignation, like that of the Proverbs, or that of hope. The motto should be mysterious. Quote, Quand sera-ce? Tôt ou tard vienne. Va autre. Autrefois mieux. Plus deuil que joie. End quote. Translation. When will it be? Soon or late it may come. Onward. Better next time. More sorrow than joy. End of translation. The greater number refer to love. Quote, Autre n'arrêt, votre plaisir, souviens-vous, plus que tout. End of quote. Translation, I shall have no other, your pleasure, remember, more than all. End of translation. When of such a nature they were worn on armor and caparisons, those engraved in rings have a more intimate note. Quote, Mon cœur rêvé, je le désire, pour toujours, tout pour vous. End of quote. Translation, you have my heart, I desire it, forever, all for you. End of translation. A complement to mottos is found in the emblem, like the naughty stick of Louis d'Orléans, with the motto Je l'envie, a gambling term meaning I challenge, to which Jean Sans Peur replied with a plain and the words Ik hoed, that is to say, accept it. Another instance is the flint and steel of Philip the Good. With the emblem and the motto we enter the sphere of heraldic thought of which the psychology is yet to be written. To the man of the Middle Ages, the coat of arms was undoubtedly more than a matter of vanity or of genealogical interest. Heraldic figures in their minds acquired a value almost like that of a totem. Whole complexes of pride and ambition, of loyalty and devotion, were condensed in the symbols of lions, lilies, or crosses, which thus marked and expressed intricate mental contexts by means of an image. The spirit of casuistry, which was greatly developed in the Middle Ages, is another expression of the same tendency to isolate each thing as a special entity. It is another effect of the dominant idealism. Every question which presents itself must have its ideal solution, which will become apparent as soon as we have ascertained, by the aid of formal rules, the relation of the case in question to the eternal verities. Casuistry reigns in all the departments of the mind, alike in morals and in law, and in matters of ceremony, of etiquette, of tournaments and the chase, and above all, of love. We have already spoken of the influence which chivalrous casuistry exercised on the origins of the laws of war. Let us quote some more examples from the Arbre des Batailles of Honoré Bonnet. Should a member of the clergy aid his father or his bishop? Is one bound to make good borrowed armor which one has lost during a battle? May one fight a battle on festal days? Is it better to fight fasting or after a meal? No subject lent itself better to the distinction of casuistry than that of prisoners of war. To take noble and rich prisoners was at that time the main point of the military profession. In what circumstances may one escape from captivity? What is a safe conduct worth? To whom does an escaped and recaptured prisoner belong? May a prisoner on parole fly if his victor puts him in chains? Or may he do so if his captor forgot to ask his parole? In Le Jouvencel, two captains dispute for a prisoner before the commander-in-chief. Quote, I seized him first, says one, by the arm and by the right hand, and tore his glove from him. But to me, says the other, he gave that same hand with his parole. End quote. Besides idealism, a strong formalism is at the bottom of all the traits enumerated. The innate belief in the transcendental reality of things brings about as a result that every notion is strictly defined and limited, isolated as it were in a plastic form, and it is this form which is all important. Mortal sins are distinguished from venial sins according to fixed rules. In law, culpability is established in the first place by the formal nature of the deed. The ancient judicial adage, the deed judges the man, had lost nothing of its force. Although jurisprudence had been long ago freed from the extreme formalism of primitive law, which knew no difference between the intentional and the involuntary deed, and did not punish an attempt that had miscarried, yet traces of a severe formalism existed in great number at the close of the Middle Ages. Thus there was a rule of long standing that a slip of the tongue in the formula of an oath rendered it null and void, the oath being a sacred thing. In the 13th century, an exception was made in favor of foreign merchants, who only knew the language of the country imperfectly, and it was conceded that their incorrect language in taking the oath should not lose them their rights. The extreme sensibility to everything touching honor is an effect of the general formalism. A nobleman is blamed for having the caparison of his horse ornamented with his armorial bearings, because if the horse, a brute beast, should stumble at the joust, the coat of arms would be dragged through the sand and the whole family dishonored. The formal element occupied a large place in everything connected with vengeance, expiations, reparations for wounded honor. The right of vengeance, a very vital element in the customs of France and the Netherlands in the 15th century, was exercised more or less according to fixed rules. It is not always furious anger which urges people to acts of violence in pursuit of vengeance. Amends for offended honor are sought according to a well-regulated plan. It is, above all, a question of shedding blood, not of killing. Sometimes care is taken to wound the victim only in the face, the arms, or the thighs. The satisfaction sought for, being formal, is symbolic. In political reconciliations in the 15th century, symbolic actions have a very large share. Demolition of houses, which recall the crime, erection of commemorative crosses or chapels, injunctions to block up a doorway, etc., not to mention expiatory processions and masses for the dead. After his reconciliation with his brother at Rouen in 1469, Louis XI's first care is to have the ring which the Bishop of Lisieux gave to Charles in marrying him to Normandy as its duke, broken on an anvil in the presence of the notables. The chronicle of Jean de Roy records a striking instance of this craving for symbols and forms. One Laurent Garnier had been hanged by mistake at Paris in 1478. He had obtained a reprieve, but his pardon arrived too late. A year later his brother obtained permission to have the body honorably buried. Quote, "And before this bier went 4 town criers of the aforesaid town, sounding their rattles, and on their breasts were the arms of the aforesaid Guernier, and around that bier were 4 tapers and 8 torches, carried by men dressed in mourning and bearing the aforesaid crest. And in this way it was carried, passing through the aforesaid city of Paris, as far as the gate of St. Anthony, where the aforesaid corpse was placed on a cart, draped in black, to take it to Provence to be buried. And one of the aforesaid criers, who walked before the aforesaid corpse, cried, 'Good people, say your paternosters for the soul of the late Laurent Garnier, in his life an inhabitant of Provence, who was lately found dead under an oak tree.'" End quote. The mentality of the declining Middle Ages often seems to us to display an incredible superficiality and feebleness. The complexity of things is ignored by it in a truly astounding manner. It proceeds to generalizations unhesitatingly on the strength of a single instance. Its ability to wrong judgment is extreme. Inexactitude, credulity, levity, inconsistency are common features of medieval reasoning. All these defects are rooted in its fundamental formalism. To explain a situation or an event, a single motive suffices, and for choice the most general motive, the most direct, or the grossest. To Burgundian party feeling, for example, there could be but a single ground which could have urged the Duke of Burgundy to compass the murder of the Duke of Orleans. He wished to avenge the assumed adultery of the Queen with Orleans. In every controversy, people would disregard all the features of the case, save a few, whose significance they exaggerated at pleasure. Thus the presentment of a fact in the minds of the epoch is always like a primitive woodcut, with strong and simple lines and very clearly marked contours. So much for simplistic habits of mind. As to ill-considered generalization, it manifests itself on every page of the literature of that time. From a single case of impartiality reported of the English of olden time, Olivier de la Marche concludes that at that period the English were virtuous, and because of that had been able to conquer France. The importance of a particular case is exaggerated because it's seen in ideal light. Moreover, every case can be paralleled in sacred history and so be exalted to higher significance. In 1404, a procession of students at Paris was assaulted. 2 were wounded, the clothes of a 3rd were torn. This was enough for the Chancellor of the University, carried away by the heat of his indignation, and by a simple consonance, les enfants, les jolis écoliers, comme agneaux innocents, footnote, the children, the pretty scholars, like innocent lambs, end of footnote, to launch into comparison of the incident to the massacre of Bethlehem. If for every particular case an explanation is so easily admitted, and once admitted takes root in the mind without meeting with resistance, then the danger of wrong judgments is extremely great. Nietzsche said that abstaining from wrong judgments would make life impossible, and it is probable that the intense life which we sometimes envy past centuries was partly due to the facility of false judgments. In our own day, too, in times which require the utmost exertion of national force, the nerves need the help of false judgment. The men of the Middle Ages lived in a continual mental crisis. They could not, for a moment, dispense with false judgments of the grossest kind. If in the 15th century the cause of the Dukes of Burgundy could persuade so many Frenchmen first to breach of fealty and next to hostility to their country, this political sentiment can only be explained by a whole tissue of emotional conceptions and confused ideas. It is in this light that the general and constant habit of ridiculously exaggerating the number of enemies killed in battle should be considered. Chastelin gives a loss of 5 nobles on the side of the Duke at the Battle of Gavre, as against 20 or 30,000 of the Ghent rebels. What are we to say, lastly, of the curious levity of the authors of the close of the Middle Ages, which often impresses us as an absolute lack of mental power? It sometimes seems as if they were content to present to their readers a series of vague pictures, and felt no need whatever of really hard thinking. Superficial description of outward circumstances, this is all we get from writers like Froissart and Monstrelet. Compared with Herodotus, to say nothing of Thucydides, their narrative is disjointed, empty, without pith or meaning. They do not distinguish the essential from the accidental. Their lack of precision is deplorable. Monstrelet was present at the interview of the Duke of Burgundy with Joan of Arc, when a prisoner. He does not remember what was said. Thomas Bassin himself, who conducted the process of rehabilitation, says in his chronicle that Joan was born at Vaucouleurs instead of Domremy, and that she was conducted to Tours by Baudricourt himself, whom he calls lord of the town instead of captain, while he is mistaken by 3 months as to the date of her first interview with the Dauphin. Olivier de la Marche, master of the ceremonies and an impeccable courtier, constantly muddles the genealogy of the ducal family, and goes so far as to make the marriage of Charles with Margaret of York take place after the siege of Neuss in 1475, though he was present at the wedding festivities in 1468. Even Comines is not exempt from surprising inexactitudes. The credulity and the lack of critical spirit are too general and too well known to make it necessary to cite examples. It goes without saying that here the degree of erudition makes a great difference. Bassin and Molinet treated the popular belief that Charles the Bold would come back as a fable. 10 years after the Battle of Nancy, people were still lending money, which was to be reimbursed on his return. Quote, J'ai vu chose inconnue, un mort ressuscité, et sur sa revenue par milliers accepté. L'un dit, il est en vie, l'autre, ce n'est que vin. Tout bon cœur sans envie le regrette souvent. Footnote. I have seen an unknown thing, a dead man coming to life, and on his return buy for thousands. The one says, he's alive, the other, it's but a wind. All good hearts, void of envy, regret his loss often. End of footnote. A mentality dominated like that of the declining Middle Ages by a lively imagination, by naive idealism, and by strong feeling, easily believes in the reality of every concept which presents itself to the mind. When once an idea has received a name and a form, its truth is presumed. It glides, so to say, into the system of spiritual figures and shares in their credibility. On the one hand, their clear outlines and frequently anthropomorphic character give ideas a marked degree of fixity and immobility. On the other hand, the meaning of a conception runs a constant risk of being lost in the too vivid form. The principal person of the long allegorical and satirical poem of Eustache Deschamps, Le Miroir de Mariage, is called Franc Vouloir. Folly and desire advise him to marry. Repertory of science dissuades him. Now, if we ask ourselves what Deschamps wanted to express by the abstraction franc vouloir, it appears that the idea oscillates between the careless liberty of the bachelor and free will in a philosophic sense. The personification has more or less absorbed the idea which gave it birth. As undecided as the character of the central figure is the moral tone of the poem. The pious praise of the spiritual marriage and of the contemplative life contrasts strangely with the customary and rather vulgar mockery of women and of female virtue. The author sometimes puts exalted truths into the mouth of folly and desire, though their part is that of the devil's advocate. It's very hard to decide what was the personal conviction of the poet, and to what degree he was serious. To distinguish clearly the serious element from pose and playfulness is a problem that crops up in connection with nearly all the manifestations of the mentality of the Middle Ages. We saw it arise in connection with chivalry and with the forms of love and of piety. We always have to remember that in more primitive cultural phases than ours, the line of demarcation between sincere conviction and pretending often seems to be wanting. What would be hypocrisy in a modern mind is not always so in a medieval one. The general want of balance, characterizing the soul of this epoch in spite of the clear-cut form of its ideas, is especially felt in the domain of superstition. On the subject of sorcery, doubt and rationalistic interpretations alternate with the blindest credulity. We can never tell precisely to what degree this belief was sincere. Philippe de Mézières, in the Songe du Vieil Pèlerin, tells that he himself learned the magic arts from a Spaniard. During more than 10 years he did not succeed in forgetting his infamous knowledge. Quote, à sa volonté ne pouvait pas bien extirper de son cœur les dessous-dits signes et les faits dits contre Dieu. Footnote. He could not voluntarily extirpate from his mind the aforesaid signs and their effect against God. End of footnote. At last, quote, through the grace of God, by dint of confessing and resisting, he was delivered from this great folly, which is an enemy to the Christian soul. End quote. During the horrible campaign of persecution against sorcerers in 1461, known as the Vauderie d'Arras, both the people and the magistrates gravely doubted the reality of the alleged crimes. Outside the town of Arras, says Jacques Duclerc, quote, not one person in 1,000 believed that it was true that they practiced the aforesaid sorcery. Such things were never before heard of happening in these countries. End quote. Nevertheless, the town suffered severely in consequence. People would no longer shelter its merchants or give them credit, for fear that accused of witchcraft on the morrow, perhaps they might lose all their possessions by confiscation. One of the inquisitors, who claimed to be able to discover the guilty at sight, and went so far as to declare that it was impossible for a man to be wrongly accused of sorcery, afterwards went mad. A poem full of hatred accused the persecutors of having got up the whole affair out of covetousness, and the bishop himself called the persecution, quote, a thing intended by some evil persons. End quote. Philip the Good, having asked the advice of the faculty of Louvain, several of its members declared that the sorcery was not real, upon which the Duke, who in spite of the archaic turn of his mind was not superstitious, sent the king-at-arms of the Golden Fleece to Arras. Then the executions and the imprisonments ceased. Later on, all the processes were annulled, which fact the town celebrated by a joyful feast with representations of edifying moralities. The opinion that the rides through the air and the orgies of the witches' Sabbath were but delusions which the devil suggested to the poor foolish women was already rather widely spread in the 15th century. Froissart, describing the striking case of a Gascon nobleman and his familiar demon called Horton, he surpasses himself here in exactness and vividness of narrative, treats it as an error. But it is an error caused by the devil, so the rationalizing interpretation, after all, goes only halfway. Gasson alone goes so far as to suggest the notion of a cerebral lesion. The others confine themselves to the hypothesis of diabolical illusions. Martin Lefranc, Provost of the Church of Lausanne in the Champion des Dames, which he dedicated to Philip the Good in 1440, defended this opinion. Quote, Je ne croirais tant que je vive que femme corporellement voit par l'air comme merle ou grive, dit le champion prestement. Quand la pourelle est en sa couche, pour y dormir et reposer, l'ennemi qui point ne se couche se vient en coste à l'épouser. Alors, illusion composée, lui sait si très subtilement qu'elle croit faire ou proposer ce qu'elle songe seulement. Force la vieille songera que sur un chat ou sur un chien à l'assemblée s'en ira, mais certes, il n'en sera rien. Et si les bastions ne met rien qui le peut un pas enlever. Footnote. As long as I live, I shall not believe that a woman can bodily travel through the air like blackbird or thrush, said the champion forthwith. When the poor woman lies in her bed in order to sleep and to rest, there the enemy who never lies down to sleep comes and remains by her side. Then to call up illusions before her he can so subtly that she thinks she does or proposes to do what she only dreams. Perhaps the gamer will dream that on a cat or on a dog she will go to the meeting, but certainly nothing will happen, and there is neither a stick nor a beam which could lift her a step. End of footnote. In general, the mental attitude towards supernatural facts was a vacillating one. Rational interpretation, timid credulity, or the suspicion of diabolical ruses have the upper hand by turns. The Church did its best to combat superstitions. Friar Richard, the popular preacher at Paris, has the mandrakes brought to him to be burned, quote, which many foolish people kept in safe places, having such great faith in this ordure, that indeed they firmly believed that so long as they had it, provided it were very neatly wrapped up in silk or linen folds, they would never be poor so long as they lived. End quote. Dogmatic theology was always studious to inculcate the exact distinction between matters of faith and of superstition. Benedictions and conjurations, says Denis the Carthusian in his treatise Contra Vitia Superstitionem, have no effect in themselves. They operate only in so far as they are pronounced as humble prayers with pious intention and placing one's hope in God. Since popular belief, nevertheless, attributes magical virtue to them, it would be better that the clergy forbade these practices altogether. Unhappily, the zeal of the Church for the purity of the faith did not affect demonomania. Its own doctrine prevented it from uprooting belief in it, for it kept to the norm fixed by the authority of St. Augustine and St. Thomas, omnia que visibiliter fiunt in hoc mundo, possunt fieri per demones. Translation. All that happens visibly in this world can be done by demons. Conjurations, says Denis, continuing the argument we have just cited, often take effect in spite of the absence of a pious intention, because then the devil has taken a hand in it. This ambiguity left room for a good deal of uncertainty. The fear of sorcery and the blind fury of persecution continued to darken the mental atmosphere of the age. The official confirmation of both the theory and the practice of persecution was effected in the last quarter of the 15th century by the Malleus Maleficarum, the hammer for witches, by two German Dominicans which appeared in 1487, and by the bull Summis Desiderantes of Pope Innocent VIII of 1484. So, towards the end of the Middle Ages, this dark system of delusion and cruelty grew slowly to completion. All the deficiencies of medieval thinking and its inherent tendencies to gross error had contributed to its building. The 15th century transmitted it to the coming age like a horrible disease, which for a long time neither classical culture, nor Protestant Reformation, nor the Catholic Revival were able or even willing to cure. End of section 21. Read by Sandra, 2021.
Section 22 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tasha Hobbs Peterson. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Section 22. Chapter 19. Art and Life. Part 1. If a man of culture of 1840 had been asked to characterize French civilization in the 15th century in a few words, his answer would probably have been largely inspired by impressions from Brant's Histoire des Ducs de Bourgogne and Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris. The picture called up by these would have been grim and dark, scarcely illuminated by any ray of serenity and beauty. The experiment repeated today would yield a very different result. People would now refer to Joan of Arc, to Villon's poetry, but above all to the works of art. The so-called primitive Flemish and French masters, Van Eyck, Rongier van der Weyden, Fouquet, Memling, with Klaus Sluter, the sculptor, and the great musicians, would dominate their general idea of the epoch. The picture would altogether have changed its color and tone. The aspect of mere cruelty and misery as conceived by Romanticism, which derived its information chiefly from the chronicles, would have made room for a vision of pure and naive beauty, of religious fervor and profound mystic peace. It is a general phenomenon that the idea which works of art give us of an epoch is far more serene and happy than that which we glean in reading its chronicles, documents, or even literature. Plastic art does not lament. Even when giving expression to sorrow or pain, it transports them to an elegiac sphere, where the bitter taste of suffering has passed away, whereas the poets and historians, voicing the endless griefs of life, always keep their immediate pungency and revive the harsh realities of bygone misery. Now, our perception of former times, our historical organ, so to say, is more and more becoming visual. Most educated people of today owe their conception of Egypt, Greece, or the Middle Ages much more to the sight of their monuments, either in the original or by reproductions, than to reading. The change of our ideas about the Middle Ages is due less to a weakening of the romantic sense than to the substitution of artistic for intellectual appreciation. Still, this vision of an epoch resulting from the contemplation of works of art is always incomplete, always too favorable, and therefore fallacious. It has to be corrected in more than one sense. Confining ourselves to the period in question, we first have to take into consideration the fact that, proportionately, far more of the written documents than of the monuments of art have been preserved. The literature of the declining Middle Ages, with some few exceptions, is known to us fairly completely. We have products of all genres, the most elevated and the most vulgar, the serious and the comic, the pious and the profane. Our literary tradition reflects the whole life of the epoch. Written tradition, moreover, is not confined to literature. Official records, in infinite number, enable us to augment almost indefinitely the accuracy of our picture. Art, on the contrary, is by its very nature limited to a less complete and less direct expression of life. Moreover, we only possess a very special fraction of it. Outside ecclesiastical art, very little remains. Profane art and applied art have only been preserved in rare specimens. This is a serious want, because these are just the forms of art which would have most clearly revealed to us the relation of artistic production to social life. The modest number of altarpieces and tombs teaches us too little in this respect. The art of the epoch remains to us as a thing apart from the history of the time. Now, really to understand art, it is of great importance to form a notion of the function of art in life, and for that it does not suffice to admire surviving masterpieces. All that has been lost asks our attention too. Art in those times was still wrapped up in life. Its function was to fill with beauty the forms assumed by life. These forms were marked and potent. Life was encompassed and measured by the rich efflorescence of the liturgy, the sacraments, the canonical hours of the day, and the festivals of the ecclesiastical year. All the works and all the joys of life, whether dependent on religion, chivalry, trade, or love, had their marked form. The task of art was to adorn all these concepts with charm and color. It is not desired for its own sake, but to decorate life with the splendor which it could bestow. Art was not yet a means, as it is now, to step out of the routine of everyday life to pass some moments in contemplation. It had to be enjoyed as an element of life itself, as the expression of life's significance. Whether it served to sustain the flight of piety, or to be an accompaniment to the delights of the world, it was not yet conceived as mere beauty. Consequently, we might venture the paradox that the Middle Ages knew only applied art. They wanted works of art only to make them subservient to some practical use. Their purpose and their meaning always preponderated over their purely aesthetic value. We should add that the love of art for its own sake did not originate in an awakening of the craving for beauty, but developed as a result of superabundant artistic production. In the treasuries of princes and nobles, objects of art accumulated so as to form collections. No longer serving for practical use, they were admired as articles of luxury and curiosity. Thus the taste for art was born, which the Renaissance was to develop consciously. In the great works of art of the 15th century, notably in the altarpieces and tombs, the nature of the subject was far more important than the question of beauty. Beauty was required because the subject was sacred, or because the work was destined for some august purpose. This purpose is always of a more or less practical sort. The triptych served to intensify worship at the great festivals, and to preserve the memory of the pious donors. The altarpiece of the Lamb by the brothers Van Eyck was opened at high festivals only. Religious pictures were not the only ones which served a practical purpose. The magistrates of the towns ordered representations of famous judgments to decorate the law courts, in order to solemnly exhort the judges to do their duty. Such are the Judgment of Cambyses by Gerard David at Bruges, that of the Emperor Otto by Dirk Boutz at Louvain, and the Lost Pictures by Rogier van der Weyden, once at Brussels. The following example may serve to illustrate the importance attached to the subjects represented. In 1384, an interview took place at Lellingham for the purpose of bringing about an armistice between France and England. The Duke of Berry had the naked walls of the old chapel, where the negotiating princes were to meet, covered with tapestry representing battles of antiquity. But John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, as soon as he saw them on entering, demanded that these pictures of war should be removed, because those who aspire to peace ought not to have scenes of combat and of destruction before their eyes. The tapestries were replaced by others, representing the instruments of the Passion. The importance of the subject is closely connected with the artistic value in the case of portraits, which even now preserve some moral significance as souvenirs or heirlooms, because the sentiments determining their use are as vital as ever. In the Middle Ages, portraits were ordered for all sorts of purposes, but rarely, we may be certain, to obtain a masterpiece of art. Besides gratifying family affection and pride, the portrait served to enable betrothed persons to make acquaintance. The embassy sent to Portugal by Philip the Good in 1428 to ask for the hand of a princess was accompanied by John van Eyck, with orders to paint her portrait. Court chroniclers liked to keep up the fiction that the royal fiancé had fallen in love with the unknown princess on seeing her portrait. For instance, Richard II of England, when courting the little Isabella of France, aged 6. Sometimes it is even said that a selection was made by comparing portraits of different parties. When a wife had to be found for the young Charles VI, according to the Religieux de Saint-Denis, the choice lay between a Bavarian, an Austrian, and a Lorraine duchess. A painter of talent was sent to the 3 courts. 3 portraits were submitted to the king, who chose the young Isabella of Bavaria, judging her by far the most beautiful. Nowhere was the practical use of works of art weightier than in connection with tombs, by far the most important domain of the sculpture of the epoch. The wish to have an effigy of the deceased was so strong that it claimed satisfaction even before the construction of the tomb. At the burial of a man of rank, he is represented either by a living man or by an effigy. At the funeral service of Bertrand de Guesclin at Saint-Denis, 4 men-at-arms, armed cap à pie, mounted on 4 chargers, well appointed and caparisoned, representing the dead man as he was alive, entered the church. An account of the Polignacs of 1375 relating to a funeral ceremony shows the item 6 shillings to Blaise for representing the dead knight at the funeral. At royal interments, a figure of leather in state dress represented the deceased. Great pains were taken to obtain a good likeness. Sometimes there is more than one of these effigies in the cortege. Visitors to Westminster Abbey know these figures. Perhaps the origin of making funeral masks, which began in France in the 15th century, is to be found here. As all art was more or less applied art, the distinction between artists and craftsmen did not arise. The great masters in the service of the courts of Flanders, of Berry, or of Burgundy, each of them an artist of very marked personality, did not confine themselves to painting pictures and to illuminating manuscripts. They were not above coloring statues, painting shields, and staining banners, or designing costumes for tournaments and ceremonies. Thus, Melchior Brodelem, court painter to the first Duke of Burgundy, after holding the same position in the household of his father-in-law, the Count of Flanders, puts the finishing touches to 5 sculptured chairs for the palace of the counts. He repairs and paints some mechanical apparatus at the castle of Hesdin, used for wetting the guests with water by way of a surprise. He does work on a carriage for the Duchess. He directs the sumptuous decoration of the fleet, which the Duke had assembled at Sluys in 1387 for an expedition against the English, which, however, did not take place. So, too, at wedding festivities and funeral ceremonies, court painters were laid under contribution. Statues were painted in Jan van Eyck's workshop. He himself made a sort of map of the world for Duke Philip, on which the towns and the countries were painted with marvelous delicacy. Hugo van der Goes designed posters advertising a papal indulgence at Ghent. When the Archduke Maximilian was a prisoner at Bruges in 1488, the painter Gerard David was sent for to decorate with pictures the wickets and shutters of his prison. Of all the handiwork of the masters of the 15th century, only a portion of a very special nature has survived. Some tombs, some altarpieces and portraits, numerous miniatures, also a certain number of objects of industrial art, comprising vessels used in religious worship, sacerdotal dress, and church furniture. But of secular work, except woodwork and chimneys, scarcely anything is left. How much more should we know of the art of the 15th century if we could compare the bathing and hunting pieces of Jan van Eyck and Rogier van der Weyden with their Pietas and Madonnas. It is not only profane pictures we lack. There are whole departments of applied art of which we can hardly even form a conception. For this we lack the power to compare with the priestly vestments that have been preserved, the court costumes with their precious stones and tiny bells that have perished. We lack the actual sight of the brilliantly decorated warships, of which miniatures give us but a conventional and clumsy representation. Froissart, who, as a rule, is little susceptible to impressions of beauty, fairly exults in his descriptions of the splendors of a decked-out fleet, with its streamers, gay with blazonry, floating from the mastheads, and some reaching to the water. The ship of Philippe le Hardy, decorated by Broederlam, was painted azure and gold. Large heraldic shields surrounded the pavilion of the castle. The sails were studded with daisies and the initials of the Duke and the Duchess, and bore the motto Il Métard. The nobles vied with each other in lavishing money on the decoration of their vessels. Painters had a good time of it, says Froissart. There were not enough of them to go around, and they got whatever prices they asked. According to him, many nobles had their shipmasts entirely covered with gold leaf. Guy de Tremoille spent £2,000 on decorations, and all this was paid by the poor people of France. These lost products of decorative art would have revealed to us, above all, extravagant sumptuousness. This trait is characteristic of the epoch. It is to be found equally in the works which we do possess, but as we study these only for the sake of their beauty, we pay little attention to this element of splendor and of pomp, which no longer interests us, but which was just what people of that time prized most. Burgundo-French culture of the expiring Middle Ages tends to oust beauty by magnificence. The art of this period exactly reflects this spirit. All that we cited above as characteristic of the mental processes of the epoch, the craving to give a definite form to every idea, and the overcrowding of the mind with figures and forms systematically arranged, all this reappears in art. There, too, we find the tendency to leave nothing without form, without figure, without ornament. The flamboyant style of architecture is like the postlude of an organist who cannot conclude. It decomposes all the formal elements endlessly. It interlaces all the details. There is not a line which has not its counterline. The form develops at the expense of the idea. The ornament grows rank, hiding all the lines and all the surfaces. A horror vacui reigns, always a symptom of artistic decline. All this means that the borderline between pomp and beauty is being obliterated. Decoration and ornament no longer serve to heighten the natural beauty of a thing. They are overgrowing it and threaten to stifle it. The further we get away from pure plastic art, the more this rankness of formal decorative motifs is accentuated. This may be very clearly observed in sculpture. In the creation of isolated figures, this overgrowth of forms does not occur. The statues of Moses as well, and the pleurants of the tombs, are as sober as the figures of Donatello. But where sculpture is performing a decorative function, we at once find the overgrowth. In looking at the Tabernacle of Dijon, everyone will be struck by a lack of harmony between the sculpture of Jacques de Bers and the painting of Broederlam. The picture, painted for its own sake, is simple and sober. The reliefs, on the contrary, in which the purpose is decorative, are complicated and overloaded. We notice the same contrast between painting and tapestry. Textile art, even when representing scenes and figures, remains limited by its technique to decorative conception and expression. Hence, we find the same craving for excessive ornamentation. In the art of costume, the essential qualities of pure art, that is to say, measure and harmony, vanish altogether, because splendor and adornment are the sole objects aimed at. Pride and vanity introduce a sensual element, incompatible with pure art. No epoch ever witnessed such extravagance of fashion as that extending from 1350 to 1480. Here we can observe the unhampered expansion of the aesthetic sense of the time. All the forms and dimensions of dress are ridiculously exaggerated. The female headdress assumes the conical shape of the hennin, a form evolved from the little coif, keeping the hair under the kerchief. High embalmed foreheads are in fashion, with the temples shaved. low-neck dresses make their appearance. The male dress has features still more bizarre. The immoderate length of the points of the shoes, called poulaines, which the knights at Nicopolis had to cut off to enable them to flee. The laced waists, the balloon-shaped sleeves standing up at the shoulders, the 2 long houppelondes, and the 2 short doublets, the cylindrical or pointed bonnets, the hoods draped about the head in the form of a coxcomb or a flaming fire. A state costume was ornamented by hundreds of precious stones. The taste for unbridled luxury culminated in the court fetes. Everyone has read the descriptions of the Burgundian festivities at Lille in 1454, at which the guests took the oath to undertake the crusade, and at Bruges in 1468, on the occasion of the marriage of Charles the Bold with Margaret of York. It is hard to imagine a more absolute contrast than that of these barbarous manifestations of arrogant pomp and the pictures of the brothers Van Eyck, Dirk Bouts, and Rogier van der Weyden, with their sweet and tranquil serenity. Nothing could be more insipid and ugly than the entremets, consisting of gigantic pies enclosing complete orchestras, full-rigged vessels, castles, monkeys and whales, giants and dwarfs, and all the boring absurdities of allegory. We find it difficult to regard these entertainments as something more than exhibitions of almost incredible bad taste. Yet we must not exaggerate the distance separating the 2 extreme forms of the art of the 15th century. In the first place, it is important to realize the function of festivals in the society of that time. They still preserved something of the meaning they have in primitive societies, that of the supreme expression of their culture, the highest mode of a collective enjoyment and an assertion of solidarity. At epochs of great renovations of society, like that of the French Revolution, we see that festivals resume this social and aesthetic function. Modern man is free, when he pleases, to seek his favorite distractions individually, in books, music, art, or nature. On the other hand, at a time when the higher pleasures were neither numerous nor accessible to all, people felt the need of such collective rejoicings as festivals. The more crushing the misery of daily life, the stronger the stimulants that will be needed to produce that intoxication with beauty and delight without which life would be unbearable. The 15th century, profoundly pessimistic, a prey to continual depression, could not forego the emphatic affirmation of the beauty of life afforded by these splendid and solemn collective rejoicings. Books were expensive, the country was unsafe, art was rare. The individual lacked the means of distraction. All literary, musical, and artistic enjoyment was more or less closely connected with festivals. Now festivals, in so far as they are an element of culture, require other things than mere gaiety. Neither the elementary pleasures of gaming, drinking, and love, nor luxury and pomp as such, are able to give them a framework. The festival requires style. If those of modern times have lost their cultural value, it is because they have lost style. In the Middle Ages, the religious festival, because of its high qualities of style founded on the liturgy itself, for a long time dominated all the forms of collective cheerfulness. The popular festival, which had its own elements of beauty in song and dance, was linked up with those of the church. It is towards the 15th century that an independent form of civil festival, with a style of its own, disengages itself from the ecclesiastical one. The rhetoricians of northern France and the Netherlands are the representatives of this evolution. Till then, only princely courts had been able to equip secular festivals with form and style, thanks to the resources of their wealth and the social conception of courtesy. Nevertheless, the style of the courtly festival could not but remain greatly inferior to that of religious festivals. In the latter, worship and rejoicing in common were always the expression of a sublime thought, which lent them a grace and dignity that even the excesses of their frequently burlesque details could not affect. On the other hand, The ideas glorified by the secular feast were nothing more than those of chivalry and of courtly love. The ritual of chivalry, no doubt, was rich enough to give these festivities a venerable and solemn style. There were the accolade, the vows, the chapters of the orders, the rules of the tournaments, the formalities of homage, service and precedence, all the dignified proceedings of kings at arms and heralds, all the brightness of blazonry and armor. But this did not suffice to satisfy all aspirations. The court fêtes were expected to visualize in its entirety the dream of the heroic life, and here style failed. For in the 15th century, the apparatus of chivalrous fancy was no longer anything but vain convention and mere literature. The staging of the amazing festivities of Lee or of Bruges is, so to say, applied literature. The ponderousness of material representation destroyed the last remainder of charm which literature, with the lightness of its airy reveries, had hitherto preserved. The unfaltering seriousness with which these monstrous pageants were organized is truly Burgundian. The ducal court seems to have lost, by its contact with the north, some qualities of the French spirit. For the preparation of the banquet of Lee, which was to crown and conclude a series of banquets which the nobles provided, each in his turn vying with each other in magnificence, Philip the Good appointed a committee, presided over by a knight of the Golden Fleece, Jean de Lannoy. The most trusted counselors of the Duke, Antoine de Croix, the Chancellor Nicholas Rollin himself, were frequently present at the sessions of the committee, of which Olivier de la Marche was a member. When the latter in his memoirs comes to this chapter, a feeling of awe still comes over him, because great and honorable achievements deserve a lasting renown and perpetual remembrance. Thus he begins the narrative of these memorable things. It is needless to reprint it here, as it belongs to the loci communes of historical literature. Even from across the sea, people came to view the gorgeous spectacle. Besides the guests, a great number of noble spectators were present at the feast, disguised for the most part. First, everyone walked about to admire the fixed showpieces. Later came the entremets, that is to say, representations of personages and tableaux vivants. Olivier himself played the important part of Holy Church, making his appearance in a tower on the back of an elephant, led by a gigantic Turk. The tables were loaded with the most extravagant decorations. There were a rigged and ornamented carack, a meadow surrounded by trees with a fountain, rocks, and a statue of St. Andrew, the castle of Lusignan with the fairy Melusine, a bird shooting seed near a windmill, a wood in which wild beasts walked about, and lastly a church with an organ and singers, whose songs alternated with the music of the orchestra of 28 persons, which was placed in a pie. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tasha Hobbs Peterson. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Chapter 19. Art and Life, Part 2. The problem for us is to determine the quality of taste or bad taste to which all this bears witness. It goes without saying that the mythological and allegorical tenor of these entremets cannot interest us. But what was the artistic execution worth? What people looked for most was extravagance and huge dimensions. The Tower of Gorkum, represented on the table of the Banquet of Bruges in 1468, was 46 feet high. Lamarche says of a whale which also figured there, and certainly this was a very fine entremet, for there were more than 40 persons in it. People were also much attracted by mechanical marvels, living birds flying from the mouth of a dragon conquered by Hercules, and such like curiosities, in which, to us, any idea of art is altogether lacking. The comic element was of a very low class. Boars blow the trumpet in the Tower of Gorkum. Elsewhere, goats sing a motet. Wolves play the flute. 4 large donkeys appear as singers. And all this in honor of Charles the Bold, who was a good musician. I would not, however, suggest that there may not have been many an artistic masterpiece among these pretentious and ridiculous curiosities. Let us not forget that the men who enjoyed these gargantuan decorations were the patrons of the brothers Van Eyck and of Rogier van der Weyden. The Duke himself, Rollin, the donor of the altars of Beaune and of Autun, Jean Chevreul, who commissioned Rogier to paint the 7 Sacraments, now at Antwerp. What is more, it was the painters themselves who designed these showpieces. If the records do not mention John van Eyck or Rogier as having contributed to similar festivities, they do give the names of the 2 Marmions and Jacques Doré. For the fête of 1468, the services of the whole corporation of painters was requisitioned. They were summoned in haste from Ghent, Brussels, Louvain, Tir-le-Mont, Mons, Quesnoy, Valenciennes, Douai, Cambrai, Arras, Lille, Ypres, Courtrai, Oudenarde, to work at Bruges. It is impossible to believe that their handiwork was ugly. The 30 vessels decorated with the arms of the Duke's domains, the 60 images of women dressed in the costume of their country, carrying fruit in baskets and birds in cages. I should be ready to give more than one mediocre church picture to see them. We may go further at the risk of being thought paradoxical, and affirm that we have to take this art of showpieces, which has disappeared without leaving a trace, into account, if we would thoroughly understand the art of Klaus Schluter. Of all the forms of art, sepulchral sculpture is most fettered by the exigencies of its purpose. The sculptors charged with making the ducal tombs were not left free to create beautiful things. They had to exalt the glory of the deceased prince. The painter can always give free rein to his imagination. He is never obliged to limit himself strictly to commissioned work. It is probable, on the other hand, that the sculptor of this epoch rarely worked except on specified tasks. The motifs of his art, moreover, are limited in number and fixed by a rigorous tradition. It is true that painters and sculptors are equally servants of the ducal household. Jan van Eyck, as well as Schluter and his nephew, Claus de Verve, bore the title of valet de chambre, but for the 2 latter the service is far more real than for the painters. The 2 great Dutchmen whom the irresistible attraction of French art life drew for good from their native country were completely monopolized by the Duke of Burgundy. Klaus Schluter inhabited a house at Dijon, which the Duke placed at his disposal. There he lived as a gentleman, but at the same time as a servant of the court. His nephew and successor, Claus de Verve, is the tragic type of an artist in the service of princes, kept back at Dijon year after year to finish the tomb of Jean Sanspour, for which the financial means were never forthcoming. He saw his artistic career, so brilliantly begun, ruined by fruitless waiting. Thus, the art of the sculptor at this epoch is a servile art. On the other hand, sculpture is generally little influenced by the taste of an epoch, because its means, its material, and its subjects are limited and little subject to change. When a great sculptor appears, he creates everywhere, and always that optimum of purity and simplicity which we call classic. The human form and its drapery are susceptible of few variations. The masterpieces of carving of the different ages are very much alike, and for us, Schluter's work shares this eternal identity of sculpture. Nevertheless, on examining it more closely, we notice that especially the art of Schluter bears the marks of being influenced by the taste of the time, not to call it Burgundian taste, as far as the nature of sculpture permits. Sluyter's works have not been preserved as they were, and as the master intended them to be. We must picture the Well of Moses as it was in 1418, when the papal legate granted an indulgence to whosoever should come to visit it in a pious spirit. It must be remembered that the well is but a fragment, a part of a Calvary with which the first Duke of Burgundy of the House of Valois intended to crown the well of his Carthusian monastery at Champmont. The principal part, that is to say, the crucified Christ with the Virgin, St. John and Mary Magdalene, had almost completely disappeared before the French Revolution. There remains only the pedestal, surrounded by the statues of the 6 prophets who predicted the death of the Saviour, with a cornice supported by angels. The whole composition is in the highest degree a representation, une œuvre parlante, a show, closely related as such to the tableau vivant or the personages of the princely entries and of the banquets. There, too, the subjects were borrowed for choice from the prophecies relating to the coming of Christ. Like these personages, the figures surrounding the well hold scrolls containing the text of their predictions. It rarely happens in sculpture that the written word is of such importance. We can only fully realize the marvelous art here displayed in hearing these sacred and solemn words. Immolabit eum universa multitudo filiorum Israel ad vesperum. Exodus 12:6. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. This is Moses' sentence. Foderunt manus meas et pedes meos, denumeraverunt omnia ossa mea. Psalm 12:16-17. They pierced my hands and my feet, they told all my bones. This is David's. Jeremiah says, O vos omnes qui transitis per viam, attendite et videte, si est dolor sicut dolor meus. Lamentations of Jeremiah 1:12. All ye that pass by, behold, and see if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow. Isaiah, Daniel, Zechariah, all announce the death of the Lord. It is like a threnody of 6 voices rising up to the cross. Now in this feature lies the essence of the work. The gestures of the hands by which the attention is directed to the texts are so emphatic, and there is an expression of such poignant grief on the faces, that the whole is in some danger of losing the ataraxia which marks great sculpture. It appeals too directly to the spectator. Compared with the figures of Michelangelo, those of Sluyter are too expressive, too personal. If more had come down to us of the Calvary supported by the prophets than the head and the torso of Christ, of a stark majesty, this expressive character would be still more evident. The spectacular character of the Calvary of Champmont also came into prominence in the luxurious decorations of the work. We must picture it in all its polychrome splendor, for Jean Mauls, the artist, and Hermann of Cologne, the gilder, were not sparing of vivid colors and brilliant effects. The pedestals were green, the mantles of the prophets were gilt, their tunics red and azure with golden stars. Isaiah, the gloomiest of all, wore a dress of gold cloth. The open spaces were filled with golden suns and initials. The pride of blazonry displayed itself, not only round the columns below the figures, but on the cross itself, which was entirely gilt. The extremities of the arms of the cross, shaped like capitals, bore the coats of arms of Burgundy and Flanders. Can one ask for better proof of the spirit in which the Duke conceived this great monument of his piety? As a crowning bizarrerie, a pair of spectacles of gilded brass, the work of Hannequin de Hacht, were placed on Jeremiah's nose. This serfdom of a great art, controlled by the will of a princely patron, is tragic, but it is at the same time exalted by the heroic efforts of the great sculptor to shake off his shackles. The figures of the pleurants around the sarcophagus had for a long time been an obligatory motif in Burgundian sepulchral art. These weeping figures were not meant to express grief in general. The sculptor was bound to give a faithful representation of the funeral cortege with the dignitaries present at the burial, but the genius of Schluter and his pupils succeeded in transforming this motif into the most profound expression of mourning known in art, a funeral march in stone. Is it so certain, after all, that we are right in thinking of the artist as struggling with the lack of taste and refinement of his patron? It is quite possible that Schluter himself considered Jeremiah's spectacles a very happy find. In the men of that epoch, artistic taste was still blended with the passion for what is rare or brilliant. In their simplicity, they could enjoy the bizarre as if it were beauty. Objects of pure art and articles of luxury and curiosity were equally admired. Long after the Middle Ages, the collections of princes contained works of art mixed up indiscriminately with knickknacks made of shells and of hair, wax statues of celebrated dwarfs, and such-like articles. At the castle of Hesdin, where, side by side with art treasures, the engins de basement, contrivances for amusement, usual in princely pleasure grounds, were found in abundance, Caxton saw a room ornamented with pictures representing the history of Jason, the hero of the Golden Fleece. The artist is unknown, but was probably a distinguished master. To heighten the effect, a machinery was annexed, which could imitate lightning, thunder, snow, and rain, in memory of the magic arts of Medea. In the shows at the entries of princes, inventive fancy stuck at nothing. When Isabella of Bavaria made her entry into Paris in 1389, there was a white deer with gilt antlers, and a wreath round its neck, stretched out on a lit de justice, moving its eyes, antlers, feet, and at last raising a sword. At the moment when the queen crossed the bridge to the left of Notre Dame, an angel descended by means of well-constructed engines from one of the towers, and passed through an opening of the hangings of blue taffeta with golden fleur-de-lis which covered the bridge, and put a crown on her head. Then the angel was pulled up again, as if he had returned to heaven of his own accord. Philip the Good and Charles VII were treated to similar descents. Lefebvre de Saint-Remy greatly admired the spectacle of 4 trumpeters and 12 nobles on artificial horses, sallying forth and caracoling in such a way that it was a fine thing to see. Time the Destroyer has made it easy for us to separate pure art from all these gewgaws and bizarre trappings, which have completely disappeared. This separation, which our aesthetic sense insists upon, did not exist for the men of that time. Their artistic life was still enclosed within the forms of social life. Art was subservient to life. Its social function was to enhance the importance of a chapel, a donor, a patron, or a festival, but never that of the artist. Fully to realize its position and scope in this respect is now hardly possible. Too little of the material surroundings in which art was placed, and too few of the works of art themselves, have come down to us. Hence the priceless value of the few works by which private life, outside courts and outside the church, is revealed to us. In this respect, no painting can compare with the portrait of Jean Arnolfini and of his wife by Jan van Eyck in the National Gallery. The master, who, for once, need not portray the majesty of divine beings, nor minister to aristocratic pride, here freely followed his own inspiration. It was his friends whom he was painting on the occasion of their marriage. Is it really the merchant of Lucca, Jean Arnolfin, as he was called in Flanders, who is represented? Jan van Eyck painted this face twice. The other portrait is at Berlin. We can hardly imagine a less Italian-looking physiognomy, but the description of the picture in the inventory of Margaret of Austria, Herr Null le Fin with his wife in a chamber, leaves little room for doubt. However this may be, the persons represented were friends of Van Eyck. He himself witnesses to it by the ingenious and delicate way in which he signs his work, by an inscription over the mirror, Johannes de Eyck fuit hic, 1434. Jan van Eyck was here, only a moment ago, one might think. The sound of his voice still seems to linger in the silence of this room. All that tenderness and profound peace, which only Rembrandt was to recapture, emanate from this picture. That serene twilight hour of an age, which we seem to know and yet sought in vain in so many of the manifestations of its spirit, suddenly reveals itself here. And here at last this spirit proves itself happy, simple, noble and pure, in tune with the lofty church music and the touching folk songs of the time. So perhaps we imagine a Jan van Eyck escaping from the noisy gaiety and brutal passions of court life, a Jan van Eyck of the simple heart, a dreamer. It does not require great effort of fancy to call up the valet de chambre of the Duke, serving the great lords against his will, suffering all the disgust of a great artist, obliged to belie his sublime ideal of art by contributing to the mechanical devices of a festival. Nothing, however, justifies us in forming such a conception of his personality. This art, which we admire, bloomed in the atmosphere of that aristocratic life which repels us. The little we know of the lives of 15th century painters shows them to us as men of the world and courtiers. The Duke of Berry was on good terms with his artists. Froissart saw him in familiar conversation with André Beauneveu in his marvelous castle of Mahon-sur-Yevre. The three brothers of Limburg, the great illuminators, come to offer the Duke as a New Year's present a surprise in the shape of a new illuminated manuscript, which turned out to be a dummy book made of a block of white wood painted to look like a book, in which there were no leaves and nothing was written. Jan van Eyck, without doubt, moved constantly in court circles. The secret diplomatic missions entrusted to him by the Duke required a man of the world. He passed, moreover, for a man of letters, reading classic authors and studying geometry. Did he not, by an innocent whim, disguise in Greek letters his modest device, als ich kann, as I can? The intellectual and moral life of the 15th century seems to us to be divided into two clearly separate spheres. On the one hand, the civilization of the court, the nobility, and the rich middle classes, ambitious, proud, and grasping, passionate and luxurious. On the other hand, the tranquil sphere of the devotio moderna, of the imitation of Christ, of Ruysbroeck, and of St. Colette. One would like to place the peaceful and mystic art of the brothers Van Eyck in the second of these spheres, but it belongs rather to the other. Devout circles were hardly in touch with the great art that flourished at this time. In music, they disapproved of counterpoint and even of organs. The rule of Windesheim forbade the embellishment of the singing by modulations, and Thomas à Kempis said, "If you cannot sing like the nightingale and the lark, then sing like the crows and the frogs, which sing as God meant them to." The music of Dufay, Busnois, Ockeghem developed in the chapels of the courts. As to painting, the writers of the Devotio Moderna do not speak of it. It was outside their range of thought. They wanted their books in a simple form and without illuminations. They would probably have regarded the altarpiece of the Lamb as a mere work of pride, and actually did so regard the tower of Utrecht Cathedral. The great artists generally worked for other circles than those of the devout townspeople. The art of the brothers Van Eyck and of their followers, though it sprang up in municipal surroundings and was fostered by town circles, cannot be called a bourgeois art. The court and the nobility exercised too powerful an attraction. Only the patronage of princes permitted the art of miniature to raise itself to the degree of artistic refinement which characterizes the work of the brothers of Limburg and the artists of the hours of Turin. The employers of the great painters were, besides the princes themselves, the great lords, temporal or spiritual, and the great upstarts with whom the Burgundian epoch abounds, all gravitating towards the court. The ground for the difference between Franco-Flemish and Dutch art in this period lies in the fact that the latter still preserves some traits of simple soberness, recalling the little out-of-the-way towns, such as Haarlem, where it was born, and even Dirk Bouts went south and painted at Louvain and Brussels. Among the patrons of 15th century art may be named Jean Chevreul, Bishop of Tournai, whom Escutcheon designates as the donor of that work of touching and fervent piety now at Antwerp, the Seven Sacraments. Chevreul is the type of the court prelate. As a trusted counselor of the Duke, he was full of zeal for the affairs of the Golden Fleece and for the Crusade. Another type of donor is represented by Pierre Bladelin, whose austere face is seen in the Middelburg altarpiece, now at Berlin. He was the great capitalist of those times. From the post of receiver at Bruges, his native town, he rose to be paymaster general of the Duke. He introduced control and economy into the ducal finances. He was appointed treasurer of the Golden Fleece and knighted. He was sent to England to ransom Charles of Orleans. The Duke wished to charge him with the administration of the finances of the expedition against the Turks. He employed his wealth, which was the wonder of his contemporaries, on works of embankment and the founding of a new town in Flanders, to which he gave the name of Middelburg, after the town in Zeeland of that name. Other notable donors, Judocus Vit, the Canon Van de Pale, the Croix, the Lanois, belonged to the very rich, noble or burgher, ancient or new, of their time. Most famous of all is Nicolas Rollin, the Chancellor, sprung from little people, jurist, financier, diplomat. The great treaties of the dukes from 1419 to 1435 are his work. He used to govern everything quite alone, and manage and bear the burden of all business by himself, be it of war, be it of peace, be it of matters of finance. By methods which were not above suspicion, he amassed enormous wealth, which he spent on all sorts of pious and charitable foundations. Nevertheless, people spoke with hatred of his avarice and pride, and had no faith in the devotional feelings which inspired his pious works. This man, whom we see in the Louvre, kneeling so devoutly in the picture painted for him by Jan van Eyck for Autun, his native town, and again in that by Roger van der Weyden, destined for his hospital of Beaune, passed for a mind only set on earthly things. He always harvested on earth, says Chastelain, as though the earth was to be his abode forever, in which his understanding erred and his prudence abased him, when he would not set bounds to that of which his great age showed him near the end. This is corroborated by Jacques Duclerc in these terms. The aforesaid chancellor was reputed one of the wise men of the kingdom, to speak temporally, for as to spiritual matters I shall be silent. Are we then to look for a hypocritical expression in the face of the donor of La Vierge au Chancellor Rollin? Let us remember, before condemning him, the riddle presented by the religious personality of so many other men of his time, who also combined rigid piety with excesses of pride, of avarice, and of lust. The depths of these natures of a past age are not easily sounded. In the piety interpreted by the art of the 15th century, the extremes of mysticism and of gross materialism meet. The faith pictured here is so direct that no earthly figure is too sensual or too heavy to express it. Van Eyck may drape his angels and divine personages with ponderous and stiff brocades, glittering with gold and precious stones. To call up the celestial sphere, he has no need of the flowing garments and sprawling limbs of the Baroque style. Yet neither this art nor this faith is primitive. By using the term primitive to designate the masters of the 15th century, we run the risk of a misunderstanding. They are primitive in a purely chronological sense, insofar as, for us, they are the first to come, and no older painting is known to us. But if to this designation we attach the meaning of a primitive spirit, we are egregiously mistaken. For the spirit which this art denotes is the same which we pointed out in religious life, a spirit rather decadent than primitive, a spirit involving the utmost elaboration, and even decomposition, of religious thought through the imagination. In very early times, the sacred figures had been seen as endlessly remote, awful, and rigid. Then, from the 12th century downward, the mysticism of Saint Bernard introduced a pathetic element into religion, which contained immense possibilities of growth. In the rapture of a new and overflowing piety, people tried to share the sufferings of Christ by the aid of the imagination. They were no longer satisfied with the stark and motionless figures, infinitely distant, which Romanesque art had given to Christ and his mother. All the forms and colors which imagination drew from mundane reality were now lavished by it upon the celestial beings. Once let loose, pious fancy invaded the whole domain of faith and gave a minutely elaborate shape to every holy thing. At first, verbal expression had been in advance of pictorial and plastic art. Sculpture was still adhering to the formal rigidity of preceding ages, when literature undertook to describe all the details, both physical and mental, of the drama of the cross. A sort of pathetic naturalism arose, for which the Meditationes Vitae Christi, early attributed to St. Bonaventura, supplied the model. The Nativity, the Childhood, the Descent from the Cross, each received a fixed form, a vivid coloring. How Joseph of Arimathea mounted the ladder, how he had to press the hand of the Lord in order to draw out the nail, was all described in minute detail. In the meantime, towards the end of the 14th century, pictorial technique had made so much progress that it more than overtook literature in the art of rendering these details. The naive and, at the same time refined, naturalism of the brothers Van Eyck was a new form of pictorial expression. But viewed from the standpoint of culture in general, it was but another manifestation of the crystallizing tendency of thought which we noticed in all the aspects of the mentality of the declining Middle Ages. Instead of heralding the advent of the Renaissance, as is generally assumed, this naturalism is rather one of the ultimate forms of development of the medieval mind. The craving to turn every sacred idea into precise images, to give it a distinct and clearly outlined form, such as we observed in Gerson, in the Roman de la Rose, in Denis the Carthusian, controlled art, as it controlled popular beliefs and theology. The art of the brothers Van Eyck closes a period. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Chapter 20. The Aesthetic Sentiment. The study of the art of an epoch remains incomplete unless we try to ascertain also how this art was appreciated by contemporaries, what they admired in it, and by what standards they gauged beauty. No, there are few subjects about which tradition is so defective as the aesthetic sentiment of past ages. The faculty and the need of expressing in words the sentiment of beauty have only been developed in recent times. What sort of admiration for the art of their time was felt by the men of the 15th century? Speaking generally, we may assert that two things impressed them especially. First, the dignity and sanctity of the subject. Next, the astonishing mastery, the perfectly natural rendering of all the details. Thus we find, on the one hand, an appreciation which is rather religious than artistic. On the other hand, a naive wonder, hardly entitled to rank as artistic emotion. The first to leave us critical observations on the painting of the brothers Van Eyck and Rogier van der Weyden was a Genoese man of letters of the middle of the 15th century, Bartolomeo Fazio. Most of the pictures he speaks of are lost. He praises the beautiful and chaste figure of a virgin, the hair of the archangel Gabriel, surpassing real hair, the holy austerity expressed by the ascetic face of St. John the Baptist, and a St. Jerome who seems to be alive. He admires the perspective of the cell of Jerome, a ray of light falling through a fissure, drops of sweat on the body of a woman in a bath, an image reflected by a mirror, a burning lamp, a landscape with mountains, woods, villages, castles, human figures, the distant horizon, and, once again, the mirror. The terms he uses to vent his enthusiasm betray merely a naive curiosity, losing itself in the unlimited wealth of details without arriving at a judgment on the beauty of the whole. Such is the appreciation of a medieval work by a mind which is still medieval. A century later, after the triumph of the Renaissance, it is just this minuteness in the execution of details which is condemned as the fundamental fault of Flemish art. According to the Portuguese artist Francisco de Holanda, Michelangelo spoke about it as follows, quote, "Flemish painting pleases all the devout better than Italian. The latter evokes no tears, the former makes them weep copiously. This is not a result of the merits of this art. The only cause is the extreme sensibility of the devout spectators. The Flemish pictures please women, especially the old and very young ones, and also monks and nuns, and lastly, men of the world who are not capable of understanding true harmony. In Flanders they paint before all things to render exactly and deceptively the outward appearance of things. The painters choose, by preference, subjects provoking transports of piety, like the figures of saints or of prophets, but most of the time they paint what are called landscapes with plenty of figures. Though the eye is agreeably impressed, these pictures have neither art nor reason, neither symmetry nor proportion, neither choice of values nor grandeur. In short, this art is without power and without distinction. It aims at rendering minutely many things at the same time, of which a single one would have sufficed to call forth a man's whole application." End quote. It was the medieval spirit itself which Michelangelo judged here. Those whom he called the devout are people of the medieval spirit. For him, the ancient beauty has become a thing for the small and the feeble. Not all his contemporaries thought as he did. In the north, many continued to venerate the art of their ancestors, among them Dürer and Quentin Metzys and Jan Scorel, who is said to have kissed the altarpiece of the Lamb. But Michelangelo here truly represents the Renaissance as opposed to the Middle Ages. What he condemns in Flemish art are exactly the essential traits of the declining Middle Ages: the violent sentimentality, the tendency to see each thing as an independent entity, to get lost in the multiplicity of concepts. To this the spirit of the Renaissance is opposed, and, as always happens, only realizes its new conception of art and of life by temporarily misjudging the beauties and the truths of the preceding age. The consciousness of aesthetic pleasure and its expression are of tardy growth. A 15th century scholar like Fazio, trying to vent his artistic admiration, does not get beyond the language of commonplace wonder. The very notion of artistic beauty is still wanting. The aesthetic sensation caused by the contemplation of art is lost always and at once, either in pious emotion or a vague sense of well-being. Denis, the Carthusian, wrote a treatise, De Venustate Mundi et Pulchritudine Dei. The difference of the two words of the title at once indicates his point of view. True beauty only appertains to God. The world can only be venustus, pretty. All the beauties of creation, he says, are but brooks flowing from the source of supreme beauty. A creature may be called beautiful in so far as it shares in the beauty of the divine nature, and thereby attains some measure of harmony with it. As a starting point of aesthetics, this is large and sublime, and might well serve as a basis for the analysis of all particular manifestations of beauty. Denis did not invent his fundamental idea. He founds himself on St. Augustine and the pseudo-Areopagite, on Hugues de Saint Victor and Alexandre de Hallez. But as soon as he tries really to analyze beauty, the deficiency of observation and expression is apparent. He borrows even his examples of earthly beauty from his predecessors, especially from Hugues and Richard de Saint Victor. A leaf, the troubled sea with its changing hues, etc. His analysis is very superficial. Herbs are beautiful because they are green, precious stones because they sparkle, the human body, the dromedary, and the camel because they are appropriate to their purpose, the earth because it is long and large, the heavenly bodies because they are round and light. Mountains are admirable for their enormous dimensions, rivers for the length of their course, fields and woods for their vast surface, the earth for its immeasurable mass. Medieval theory reduced the idea of beauty to that of perfection, proportion, and splendor. 3 things, says St. Thomas, are required for beauty. First, integrity or perfection, because what is incomplete is ugly on that account. Next, true proportion or consonance. Lastly, brightness, because we call beautiful whatever has a brilliant color. Denis, the Carthusian, tries to apply these standards, but he hardly succeeds. Applied aesthetics are seldom successful. When the idea of beauty is so highly intellectualized, it is not surprising that the mind passes at once from earthly beauty to that of the angels and of the Empyrean, or to that of abstract conceptions. There was no place in this system for the notion of artistic beauty, not even in connection with music, the effects of which one would have supposed could not fail to suggest the idea of beauty of a specific character. Musical sensation was immediately absorbed in religious feeling. It would never have occurred to Denis that he might admire in music or painting any other beauty than that of holy things themselves. One day, on entering the church of St. John at Bois-le-Duc, while the organ was playing, he was instantly transported by the melody into a prolonged ecstasy. Denis was one of those who objected to introducing the new polyphonous music into the church. Breaking the voice, fractio vocis, he says, seems to be the sign of a broken soul. It is like curled hair in a man or plaited garments in a woman, vanity and nothing else. He does not mean that there are not devout people whom melody stimulates into contemplation, therefore the Church is right in tolerating organs. But he disapproves of artistic music which only serves to charm those who hear it, and especially to amuse the women. Certain people who practiced singing in melodic parts assured him they experienced a certain pleasurable pride, and even a sort of lasciviousness of the heart, lascivia animi. In other words, to describe the exact nature of musical emotion, the only terms he can find are those denoting dangerous sins. From the earlier Middle Ages onward, many treatises on the aesthetics of music were written, but these treatises, constructed according to the musical theories of antiquity, which were no longer understood, teach us little about the way in which the men of the Middle Ages really enjoyed music. In analyzing musical beauty, 15th century writers do not get beyond the vagueness and naiveness which also characterized their admiration of painting. Just as, in giving expression to the latter, they only praised the lofty character of the treatment and the perfect rendering of nature, so in music only sacred dignity and imitative ingenuity are appreciated. To the medieval spirit, musical emotion quite naturally took the form of an echo of celestial joy. Quote, "For music," says the honest rhetorician Molinet, a great lover of music like Charles the Bold, "is the resonance of the heavens, the voice of the angels, the joy of paradise, the hope of the air, the organ of the church, the song of the little birds, the recreation of all gloomy and despairing hearts, the persecution and driving away of the devils." End quote. The ecstatic character of musical emotion, of course, did not escape them. Quote, "The power of harmony," says Pierre d'Ailly, "is such that it withdraws the soul from other passions and from cares, nay, from itself." End quote. The high valuation of the imitative element in art entailed graver dangers for music than for painting. Composition of the 14th and 15th centuries really suffered from the craze for naturalistic music, such as the caccia, whence English catch, originally representing a hunt, with baying and yelping hounds and blowing horns. At the beginning of the 16th century, a pupil of Josquin des Près Janequin composed several inventions of this stamp, representing, amongst others, the Battle of Marignano, the street cries of Paris, the singing of birds and the chattering of women. Fortunately, the musical inspiration of the epoch was far too rich and alive to be enslaved by such an artificial theory. The masterpieces of Dufay, Binchois, or Ockeghem are free from imitative tricks. Substituting for beauty the notions of measure, order, and appropriateness offered a very defective explanation of it. One other means, at least, satisfied deeper aesthetic instincts. The reduction of beauty to the sensation of light and splendor. To define the beauty of spiritual things, Denis the Carthusian always compares them to light. Wisdom, science, art are so many luminous essences, illuminating the mind by their brightness. This tendency to explain beauty by light sprang from a strongly marked predilection of the medieval mind. When we leave definitions of the idea of beauty aside, and examine the aesthetic sense of the epoch in its spontaneous expressions, we notice that nearly always when men of the Middle Ages attempt to express aesthetic enjoyment, their emotions are caused by sensations of luminous brightness or of lively movement. Froissart, for example, is not, as a rule, very susceptible to impressions of pure beauty. His endless narratives leave him no time for that. There are one or two spectacles, however, which never fail to enrapture him. That of vessels on the sea, with their pavilions and streamers, with their rich decoration of many-colored blazons sparkling in the sunshine, or the play of reflected sunlight on the helmets and cuirasses, on the points of the lances, the gay colors of the pennons and banners of a troop of cavaliers on the march. Eustache Deschamps has expressed his sense of the beauty of mills in movement and of a ray of sunlight scintillating in a dewdrop. Lamarche was struck by the beauty of reflected sunlight on the blonde hair of a cavalcade of German and Bohemian noblemen. These displays of aesthetic sentiment are important because in the 15th century they are extremely rare. This fondness for all that glitters reappears in the general gaudiness of dress, especially in the excessive number of precious stones sewed on the garments. After the Middle Ages, this sort of ornament will be replaced by ribbons and rosettes. Transferred to the domain of hearing, this partiality for brilliant things is shown by the naive pleasure taken in tinkling or clicking sounds. La Hire wore a red mantle covered all over with little silver bells like cowbells. At an entry in 1465, Captain Salazar was accompanied by 20 men-at-arms, the harness of whose horses was ornamented with large silver bells. The horses of the Counts of Charolais and of St. Paul were adorned in the same way, also those of the Lord of Croix, at the entry of Louis XI into Paris in 1461. At festivals, jingling florins or nobles were often sewn onto the dress. To determine the taste in colors characteristic of the epoch would require a comprehensive and statistical research, embracing the chromatic scale of painting as well as the colors of costume and decorative art. Perhaps costume would prove to be the best clue to the nature of the taste for color, because there it exhibits itself most spontaneously. Now we have very few specimens of the materials used at that time, except in church vestments. Descriptions of costumes for tournaments and festivals, on the other hand, are very numerous. The following summary aims only at giving a provisional impression based on an examination of these descriptions. It is necessary to observe that they refer to garments of state and of luxury, differing as to color from ordinary costume, but showing the aesthetic sense more freely. When we consult the accounts published by M. Couder of a great Parisian tailor of the 15th century, we find that the quiet colors, gray, black, and violet, occupy a large place, whereas in festal garments the most violent contrasts and the most vivid colors abound. Red predominates. At some princely entries all the accoutrements were in red. White comes next in popularity. Every combination of colors was allowed, red with blue, blue with violet. In an entremet described by Lamarche, a lady appeared in violet-colored silk on a hackney, covered with a housing of blue silk. led by 3 men in vermilion-tinted silk and in hoods of green silk. Black was already a favorite color, even in state apparel, especially in velvet. Philip the Good, in his later years, constantly dressed in black and had his suite and horses arrayed in the same color. King René, who was always in quest of what was refined and distinguished, combined gray and white with black. Together with gray and violet, black was far more in vogue than blue and green, whereas yellow and brown are, as yet, almost completely wanting. Now, the relative rarity of blue and of green must not be simply ascribed to an aesthetic predilection. The symbolic meaning attached to blue and green was so marked and peculiar as to make them almost unfit for usual dress. They were the special colors of love. Blue signified fidelity, green amorous passion. Il te faudra de vert vestir, c'est la livrée aux amoureux. Translation: You will have to dress in green. It is the livery of lovers. Thus says a song of the 15th century. Deschamps says of the lovers of a lady: Les uns se vêtent pour lui le vert, l'autre le bleu, l'autre le blanc. L'autre s'en vêt vermeil comme sang, et ceux qui plus la veulent avoir, pour son grand deuil s'en vêt de noir. Translation: Some dress themselves for her in green, another in blue, another in white. Another dresses himself in vermilion like blood, and he who desires her most because of his great sorrow dresses in black. Although other colors also had their meaning in amorous symbolism, a man exposed himself specially to raillery by dressing in blue or in green, above all in blue, for a suggestion of hypocrisy was mixed up with it. Christine de Pizan makes a lady say to her lover who draws attention to his blue dress: Au bleu vêtir ne tient mi le fait, na devise portée, d'aimer sa dame, mais au servir de loyal cœur parfait, elle sans plus, et la garder de blâme. Là gît l'amour, non pas au bleu porté, mais peut-être que plusieurs le méfait de fausseté, qu'est de couvrir sous l'âme par bleu porté. To wear blue is no proof nor to wear mottoes of love for one's lady, but to serve her with a perfectly loyal heart and no others, and to keep her from blame. Love lies in that, not in wearing blue, but it may be that many think to cover the offense of falsehood under a tombstone by wearing blue. That is probably why, by a very curious transition, blue, instead of being the color of faithful love, came to mean infidelity too, and next, besides the faithless wife, marked the dupe. In Holland, the blue cloak designated an adulterous woman. In France, the coat bleu denotes a cuckold. At last, blue was the color of fools in general. Whether the dislike of brown and yellow sprang from an aesthetic aversion or from their symbolic signification remains undecided. Perhaps an unfavorable meaning was attributed to them because they were thought ugly. Gris et tanné, puis bien porté, car ennuyé suis d'espérance. I may well wear gray and tan, for hope has only brought me pain. Gray and brown were both colors of sadness, yet gray was much in demand for festal apparel, whereas brown was very rare. Yellow meant hostility. Henry of Württemberg passed before Philip of Burgundy with all his retinue dressed in yellow, and the Duke was informed that it was meant for him. After the middle of the 15th century, there seems to be a temporary diminution of black and white in favor of blue and yellow. In the 16th century, at the same time when artists begin to avoid the naive contrasts of primary colors, the habit of using bizarre and daring combinations of colors for costume vanishes too. In so far as art is concerned, it might be supposed that this change was due to the influence of Italy, but the facts do not confirm this. Gérard David, who carries on most directly the tradition of the primitive school, already shows this refinement of color sentiment. It must therefore be regarded as a tendency of a more general character. Here is a domain in which the history of art and that of civilization have still a great deal to learn from each other. End of section 24. Read by Sandra near Montreal, August 2021.
Section 25 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Section 25, Verbal and Plastic Expression Compared, Part 1. With each attempt to draw a sharp line of demarcation between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, this borderline has receded further and further backward. Ideas and forms which one had been accustomed to regard as characteristic of the Renaissance proved to have existed as early as the 13th century. Accordingly, the word Renaissance has been so much extended by some as to include even St. Francis of Assisi, but the term thus understood loses its genuine meaning. On the other hand, the Renaissance, when studied without preconceived ideas, is found to be full of elements which were characteristic of the medieval spirit in its full bloom. Thus it has become nearly impossible to keep up with the antithesis, and yet we cannot do without it, because Middle Ages and Renaissance, by the usage of half a century, have become terms which call up before us, by means of a single word, the difference between two epochs, a difference which we feel to be essential, though hard to define, just as it is impossible to express the difference of taste between a strawberry and an apple. To avoid the inconvenience inherent in the unsettled nature of the two terms Middle Ages and Renaissance, the safest way is to reduce them, as much as possible, to the meaning they originally had. For instance, not to speak of Renaissance in reference to St. Francis of Assisi or the Ojibwal style. Nor should the art of Klaus Sluter and the brothers Van Eyck be called Renaissance. Both in form and in idea, it is a product of the waning Middle Ages. If certain historians of art have discovered Renaissance elements in it, it is because they have confounded, very wrongly, realism and Renaissance. Now, this scrupulous realism, this aspiration to render exactly all natural details, is the characteristic feature of the spirit of the expiring Middle Ages. It is the same tendency which we have encountered in all the fields of thought of the epoch, a sign of decline and not of rejuvenation. The triumph of the Renaissance was to consist in replacing this meticulous realism by breadth and simplicity. The art and literature of the 15th century in France and in the Netherlands are almost exclusively concerned with giving a finished and ornate form to a system of ideas which had long since ceased to grow. They are the servants of an expiring mode of thought. Now, the literature and the art of a period in which artistic creation is almost limited to mere paraphrasing of ideas, fully thought out, will differ widely from each other in their value for future ages. Let us consider roughly, for a moment, the impression left upon us, on the one hand, by the literature of the 15th century, and on the other hand, by its painting. Villon and Charles d'Orléans apart, most of the poets will appear superficial, monotonous, and tiresome, always allegories with insipid personages and hackneyed moralizing, always the same themes repeated to satiety. The sleeper in the orchard who, in a dream, sees a symbolic lady, the walk at daybreak in the month of May, the debate on a love case. In short, an exasperating shallowness, cloying romanticism, vapid imagery. We shall rarely glean a thought there which is worth being remembered, or an expression which dwells in our memory. The artists, on the other hand, are not only very great, like Van Eyck, Fouquet, or the unknown who painted The Man with the Glass of Wine, but nearly all, even the mediocre ones, arrest our attention by each detail of their work and hold us by their originality and freshness. Yet their contemporaries admired the poets much more than the artists. Why was the flavor lost in the one case and preserved in the other? The explanation is that words and images have a totally different aesthetic function. If the painter does nothing but render exactly, by means of line and color, the external aspect of an object, yet he always adds to this purely formal reproduction something inexpressible. The poet, on the contrary, if he only aims at formulating anew an already expressed concept, or describing some visible reality, will exhaust the whole treasure of the ineffable. Unless rhythm or accent save it by their own charms, the effect of the poem will depend solely on the echo which the subject, the thought in itself, awakens in the soul of the hearer. A contemporary will be thrilled by the poet's word, for the thought which the latter expresses also forms an integral part of his own life, and it will appear the more striking to him in so far as its form is more brilliant. A happy selection of terms will suffice to make the expression of it acceptable and charming to him. As soon, however, as this thought is worn out, and no longer responds to the preoccupations of the soul of the period, nothing of value is left to the poem except its form. No doubt that is of extreme value. Sometimes it is so fresh and so touching that it makes us forget the insignificance of the contents. A new beauty of form was already revealing itself in the literature of the 15th century. Still, in the greater number of its productions, the form was well worn out, and the qualities of rhythm and tone are poor. In such a case, without novelty of thought or form, naught remains but an interminable postlude on hackneyed themes, a poetry without a future. The painter of the same epoch, and of the same mentality as the poet, will have nothing to fear from time, for the inexpressible which he has put into his work will always be there, as fresh as on the first day. Let us consider the portraits of Jan van Eyck, the somewhat pointed and pinched face of his wife, the aristocratic, impassible, and morose head of Baudin de Lannoy, the suffering and resigned visage of the Arnolfini at Berlin, the enigmatic candor of Leal Souvenir in the National Gallery. In each of these physiognomies, the personality was probed to the last inch. It is the profoundest character drawing possible. These characters were not analyzed by the artist, but seen as a whole, and then revealed to us by his picture. He could not have described them in words, even though he had been, at the same time, the greatest poet of his age. Painting, even when it professes no more than to render the outward appearance of things, preserves its mystery for all time to come. Hence, the art and literature of the 15th century, though born of the same inspiration and the same spirit, inevitably produce on us quite different aspects. Apart from this fundamental difference, it may be shown, by the comparison of particular specimens, that the literary and the pictorial expression have far more traits in common than might be supposed from our general appreciation of the one and the other. Let us take the brothers Van Eyck as being the most eminent representatives of this epoch. Who were the men of letters to be matched with them, in order to compare their inspiration, their modes of expression? We have come to look for them in the same environment whence came the great painters, that is to say, as we demonstrated above, in the environment of the court, the nobility, and the rich middle classes. There we may assume an affinity of spirit to exist. The literature which may be matched with the art of the brothers Van Eyck is that which the patrons of painting protected and admired. At first sight, the comparison seems to bring to light an essential difference. Whereas the subject matter of the artists is almost entirely religious, the profane genre preponderates in literature. Still, we must remember that the profane element occupied a much larger place in painting than might be supposed from what has been preserved. On the other hand, we run some risk in overrating a little of the preponderance of profane in literature. The history of literature, being naturally concerned with the tale, the romance, the satire, the song, historical writings, might easily lead us to forget that pious works always occupied the first and the largest place in the libraries of the time. In order to make a fair comparison between 15th century painting and literature, we must begin by imagining side by side with the surviving altarpieces and portraits all sorts of worldly and even frivolous paintings, such as hunting or bathing scenes. The above-named Fazio mentions a picture by Roger van der Weyden representing a young woman in a sweating bath, with two laughing young men peeping through a chink. Art and letters in the 15th century share the general and essential tendency of the spirit of the expiring Middle Ages, that of accentuating every detail, of developing every thought and every image to the end, of giving concrete form to every concept of the mind. Erasmus tells us that he once heard a preacher in Paris preach during 40 days on the parable of the prodigal son, so that he devoted all Lent to it. He described his journeys on his setting out and on his return, the bill of fare of his meals at the inns, the mills he passed, his dicing, and so forth, torturing the texts of prophets and evangelists to find some that might seem to give some support to his twaddle. Quote, "And because of that, the ignorant multitude and the fat bigwigs considered him almost a god." End quote. To realize the place conceded to the minute execution of details, it suffices to examine some paintings by Jan van Eyck. Let us first take the Madonna of the Chancellor Rollin at the Louvre. In any other artist, the laborious exactness with which the materials of the dresses are painted, also the marble of the tiles and the columns, the reflections of the window panes, and the Chancellor's breviary, would give an expression of pedantry. Even in him, the exaggerated finish of the details, as in the ornaments of the capitals, on which a whole series of biblical scenes is represented, is hurtful to the general effect. But it is especially in the marvelous perspective opened behind the figures of the Virgin and the donor that his passion for details is given rein. Quote, "The dumbfounded spectator," as Monsieur Durand-Greville says in describing this picture, discovers between the head of the divine child and the Virgin's shoulder a town full of pointed gables and elegant belfries, with a big church with numerous buttresses and a vast square cut across all its length by a staircase on which come and go and run countless little touches of the brush, which are so many living figures. His eye is next attracted by a curved bridge swarming with groups of people who pass and repass. It follows the meanderings of a river on which tiny barks make ripples, and in the midst of which, on an island smaller than the nail of a child's finger, rises up a lordly castle with numerous turrets surrounded by trees. It traces, on the left, a quay planted with trees and covered with foot passengers. It goes even further, passing beyond the green hilltops, rests for a moment on the distant line of snowy mountains, to lose itself, at last, in the infinite space of a sky, which is hardly blue, where floating vapors are vaguely discerned. End quote. Are not unity and harmony lost in this aggregation of details, as Michelangelo affirmed of Flemish art in general? Having recently seen the picture again, I can no longer deny it, as I formerly did on the strength of recollections many years old. Another work of the master, which lends itself particularly to the analysis of endless detail, is the Annunciation in the Hermitage at Petrograd. If the triptych of which this picture formed the right wing ever existed as a whole, it must have been a superb creation. Van Eyck here developed all the virtuosity of a master conscious of his power to overcome all difficulties. Of all his works, it is the most hieratic and, at the same time, the most refined. He followed the iconographic rules of the past in using as a background for the apparition of the angel the ample space of a church, and not the intimacy of a bedchamber, as he did in the altarpiece of the Lamb, where the scene is full of grace and tenderness. Here, on the contrary, the angel salutes Mary by a ceremonious bow. He is not represented by a spray of lilies and a narrow diadem. He carries a scepter and a rich crown, and about his lips there is a stiff smile of the sculpture of Aegina. The splendor of the colors, the glitter of the pearls, the gold and the precious stones surpass those of all the other angelic figures painted by Van Eyck. His coat is green and gold. His mantle of brocade is red and gold. His wings are covered with peacock feathers. The book of the Virgin and the cushion before her are executed with painstaking and minute care. In the church there is a profusion of anecdotal details. The tiles of the pavement are ornamented with the signs of the zodiac and scenes from the lives of Samson and David. The wall of the apse is decorated with figures of Isaac and Jacob in the medallions between the arches, and that of Christ on the celestial globe between two seraphim in a window, besides other mural paintings representing the finding of the child Moses and the giving of the tables of the law, all explained by legible inscriptions. Only the decoration of the wooden ceiling, though still discernible, remains indistinct. This time, unity and harmony are not lost in the accumulation of details. The twilight of the lofty edifice envelops all with mysterious shade, so that the eye can only with difficulty distinguish the anecdotal details. It is the privilege of the painter that he can give the rein to his craving for endless elaboration of details. Perhaps one ought to say that he can comply with the most impossible demands of an ignorant donor without sacrificing the general effect. The sight of this multitude of details fatigues us no more than the sight of reality itself. We only notice them if our attention has been directed to them, and we soon lose sight of them, so that they serve only to heighten effects of color or perspective. When the same boundless passion for details is displayed in literature, the effect is quite different. In the first place, literature proceeds in another way. It sets itself to enumerate all the ideas and all the objects which the mind of the poet associates with his subject. Most of the authors of the 15th century are singularly prolix. They do not know the value of omission. They fill the canvas of their composition with all the details that present themselves, but without giving, as does painting, an accurate image of their particular features. They confine themselves to enumerating them. It is a strictly quantitative method, whereas that of painting is qualitative. Another difference between the two modes of expression proceeds from the fact that the relation between the essential and the accidental is not the same in both. In painting, we can hardly distinguish between principal and accessory elements. Everything is essential. The principal subject may be of no interest to the spectator, or, in his opinion, badly rendered, without the work losing its charm on that account. Unless the religious sentiment preponderates over aesthetic appreciation, the spectator before the altarpiece of the Lamb will regard with as much, perhaps with more profound emotion, the flowery field of the principal scene, the procession of adorers of the Lamb, the towers behind the trees in the background, as the central figures of the composition in their august divinity. His glance will stray from the rather uninteresting figures of God, the Virgin, and St. John the Baptist, to those of Adam and Eve, to the portraits of the donors, to the charming perspective of the sunlit street and the little brass kettle with the towel. He will hardly ask if the mystery of the Eucharist has here found its most appropriate expression. So much will he be enchanted by the touching intimacy and the incredible perfection of all these details, purely accessory in the eyes of those who ordered and who executed the masterpiece. Now, in the expression of details, the artist is absolutely free. Whereas he is tied down by rigid convention in the composition of his principal theme, he may give a free rein to his imagination in all other respects. He may paint the materials, the vegetation, the horizons, the faces, just as his genius prompts him. The wealth of detail will no more overload his picture than flowers weigh down a dress which they adorn. In the poetry of the 15th century, the relation of the essential to the accident is reversed. The poet is generally free as regards his principal subject. Something novel is expected from him. As to accessories, however, he is tied down by tradition. There is a conventional way of expressing each detail, from which, though he may be unconscious of it, he can hardly deviate. The flowers, the delights of nature, sorrows and joys, all these are sung in a fashion which varies but little. Moreover, the salutary limitation which the dimension of his picture imposes upon the artist does not exist for the poet, as a rule. Hence, to be worthy of this liberty, the poet should be relatively greater than the artist. Even mediocre painters may delight posterity, whereas the mediocre poet is forgotten. To make the effect of the abuse of details in a 15th century poem felt, it would be necessary to quote it entirely. As this is impossible, we must content ourselves with considering a few fragmentary specimens. Alain Chartier, in his day, was held to be a great poet. He was compared to Petrarch, and even Clement Marot placed him in the first rank. We may, therefore, fairly compare his work with that of the greatest painters of his time, and set the description of nature with which his Livre de Courtes d'Hommes opens against the landscape of the altarpiece of the Lamb. One spring morning the poet goes out for a walk to drive away his persistent melancholy, given by the author in translation, to forget melancholy, and to cheer myself. One sweet morning I went out into the fields on the first day in which love joins hearts in the beautiful season. All this is conventional and without any special grace of rhythm or of accent. Then follows the description of a spring morning. All around birds were flying, and they sang so very sweetly that there is no heart that would not be gladdened by it. And while singing, they rose up in the air, and then passed and repassed each other, vying with each other as to who should rise highest. The weather was not cloudy at all. The heavens were clad in blue, and the beautiful sun was shining brightly. The mention of these delights would not have lacked charm if the author had known where to stop, but he was not so discreet. Having gone through all the singing birds, he continues his enumeration at a jog-trot. I saw the trees blossom, and hares and rabbits run. Everything rejoiced at the spring. Love seemed to hold sway there. None could age or die, it seemed to me, so long as he was there. From the herbs arose a sweet smell, which the clear air made sweeter still, and purling through the valley, a little brook passed, moistening the lands of which the water was not salt. There drank the little birds, after they had fed upon crickets, little flies, and butterflies. I saw there lanners, hawks, and merlins, and flies with a sting, wasps, who made pavilions of fine honey in the trees by measure. In another part was the enclosure of a charming meadow, where nature strewed flowers on the verdure, white, yellow, red, and violet. It was encircled by blossoming trees, as white as if pure snow covered them. It looked like a painting, so many various colors there were. A brook bawls over the pebbles, fishes swim in it, a grove spreads its twigs on the bank, forming a green curtain, and then the birds reappear. Ducks, turtle-doves, pheasants, and herons, all the birds from here to Babylon, as Villon would say. The artist and the poet, both striving to render the beauty of nature, both dominated by the tendency to fasten on each detail, nevertheless arrive, because of the diversity of their methods, at a very different result. Unity and simplicity in the picture, in spite of the mass of details, monotony and formlessness in the poem. But are we right in comparing poetry with painting, with respect to expressive power? Should we not rather take prose, less tied down to obligatory motifs, freer in its choice of means, to give an exact vision of reality? One of the fundamental traits of the mind of the declining Middle Ages is the predominance of the sense of sight, a predominance which is closely connected with the atrophy of thought. Thought takes the form of visual images. Really, to impress the mind, a concept has to first take a visible shape. The insipidity of allegory could be borne because the satisfaction of the mind lay in the vision. This constant need of expressing the visible was far better fulfilled by pictorial than by literary means, and again better by prose than by poetry, because it conforms more easily to the visualizing turn of the mind. The prose of the 15th century in general is superior to its poetry, because prose, like painting, could attain a high degree of direct and powerful realism, which was denied to poetry by its stage of development and by its proper nature. There is one author especially who, by the eminent clearness of his vision of external things, reminds us of Van Eyck, namely Georges Castellan. He was a Fleming from the Alost district. Though he calls himself a loyal Frenchman, a Frenchman by birth, it is highly probable that Flemish was his mother tongue. Lamarche calls him a born Fleming, though writing in the French language. He himself likes to lay stress on his rusticity. He speaks of his coarse speech. He calls himself, quote, a Flemish man, a man of the cattle-breeding marshes, rude, ignorant, stammering of tongue, greasy of mouth and of palate, and quite bemired with other defects, proper to the nature of the land, end quote. His Flemish birth explains the heaviness of his flowery speech, his pompous and turgid grandiloquence. In short, his truly Burgundian style, which makes him almost unbearable to the French reader. It is a formal style of somewhat elephantine character, but it is also to his Flemish cast of mind that Chastelain owes his lucid and penetrating vision and the richness of his coloring. There are undeniable affinities between Chastelain and Jan van Eyck, and that is saying a good deal. Let us recall the group of singing angels of the altarpiece of the Lamb, those heavy dresses of red and gold brocade, loaded with precious stones, those too expressive grimaces, the somewhat puerile decoration of the lectern. All this in painting is the equivalent of the showy Burgundian prose. It is a rhetorician's style transferred to painting. Now, whereas this rhetorical element occupies but a small place in painting, it is the principal thing in Chastelain's prose, where the clear observation and the vivid realism are too often drowned in the flood of flowery phrases and stilted terms. Only, when Chastelain describes an event which grips his visualizing mind, he evinces an imaginative strength, which makes him very interesting. He has no more ideas than his contemporaries and colleagues. His arsenal, like theirs, is stocked with nothing but moral, pious, and chivalrous commonplaces. His speculations never go below the surface, but his powers of observation are remarkably keen, and his descriptions very lively. The portrait he drew of Duke Philip has all the vigor of a Van Eyck. He delights in the description of scenes of action and passion, displaying a degree of true and simple realism which would have made this chronicler an excellent novelist. Take, for instance, his narrative of a quarrel between the Duke and his son Charles, which took place in 1457. His visual perception is nowhere so vivid as here. All the outward circumstances of the event are rendered with perfect clearness. A few rather long quotations are indispensable. The difference arose in connection with a vacancy in the household of the young Count of Charolais. The old Duke wanted, contrary to his promise, to give the place to a member of the family of Croy, then in high favor. Charles, who did not share his father's feelings for that family, had destined it for one of his friends. In translation by the author, quote, "The Duke then, on Monday, which was St. Anthony's Day, after Mass, being very desirous that his house should remain peaceful and without dissensions between his servants, and that his son, too, should do his will and pleasure, after he had already said a great part of his hours, and the chapel was empty of people, called his son to come to him, and said to him gently, 'Charles, the quarrel which is going on between the lords of Sempi and of Emers about the place of the chamberlain, I wish that you would put a stop to it, and that the lord of Sempi obtains the vacancy.' Then said the Count, 'Monseigneur, you once gave me your orders, in which the lord of Sempi is not mentioned, and, Monseigneur, if you please, I pray you, that I may keep to them.' 'This,' said the Duke then, 'do not trouble yourself about orders. It belongs to me to augment and to diminish. I wish that the lord of Sempi be placed there.' 'Ha-hun,' this said the Count, for he always swore like that. 'Monseigneur, I beg you, forgive me, for I could not do it. I abide by what you have ordered me. This was done by my lord of Croy, who played me this trick. I can see that.' 'How?' this said the Duke. 'Will you disobey me? Will you not do what I wish?' 'Monseigneur, I shall gladly obey you, but I shall not do this.' And the Duke, at these words, choking with anger, replied, 'Ha! Boy, will you disobey my will? Go out of my sight.' And the blood with these words rushing to his heart, he turned pale, and then, all at once, flushed, and there came such a horrible expression on his face, as I heard from the clerk of the chapel, who alone was with him, that it was hideous to look at him." End quote. The Duchess, who was present at this dispute, was so much frightened by her husband's look that she tried to lead her son out of the oratory and pushed him before her to get out of range of his father's wrath. but they had to turn several corners before coming to the door of which the clerk had the key. "Caron, open the door for us," says the Duchess. But the clerk falls at her feet, praying her to persuade her son to ask pardon before leaving the chapel. In answer to his mother's urgent request, Charles answers in a loud voice, quote, "Faith, madam, Monsignor has forbidden me to come into his sight, and is indignant at me, so that, after this prohibition, I shall not return to him so soon, but, under God's care, I shall go away, I do not know where." End quote. Then is heard the voice of the Duke, who has remained in his seat, paralyzed with fury, and the Duchess, in an agony of fear, says to the clerk, "My friend, open the door quickly, quickly, we must be gone, or we are lost." On returning to his apartments, the old Duke, beside himself with anger, fell into a fit of mental aberration. About nightfall he left Brussels alone, on horseback, insufficiently dressed, and without warning anyone. Quote, "The days were short at that time, and it was already evening when that prince here mounted his horse, and asked nothing but to be alone out in the fields. It so happened that on that day, after a long and sharp frost, it had begun to thaw, and because of a lasting thick fog, which had been about all day, in the evening a fine but very penetrating rain began to fall, which soaked the fields and broke the ice, as did the wind which joined in." End quote. Both this passage and the preceding one are assuredly not lacking in simple and natural force. In the description, which follows the nocturnal ride of the Duke, as he wanders through the fields and woods, Chastelain has mixed his pompous rhetoric with this spontaneous naturalism, which produces a very bizarre effect. Starving and tired, the old Duke, having lost his way, vainly calls for help. He narrowly escapes falling into a river, which he takes for a road. He is wounded by falling with his horse. He listens in vain for the crowing of a cock or the barking of a dog, which might have indicated some habitation to him. At last he perceives a glimmer and tries to get to it, loses sight of it, finds it again, and reaches it at last. Quote, "But the more he approached it, the more it seemed a hideous and frightful thing, for fire came out of a mound in more than 1,000 places with thick smoke, and at that hour anybody would think that it was the purgatory of some soul or some other illusion of the devil." End quote. Upon this he stops, but suddenly remembers that charcoal burners are in the habit of lighting such kilns in the depths of the woods. However, he does not find a house anywhere near, and begins roaming about once more. At last the barking of a dog directs him to the hovel of a poor man, where he finds rest and food. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Section 26. Verbal and Plastic Expression Compared. Part 2. Other episodes furnished Chastelain with themes for striking descriptions, such as the judicial duel between the two burghers of Valenciennes, mentioned above, the nocturnal quarrel at the Hague between the envoys of Friesland and some Burgundian noblemen whose sleep they disturbed by playing at touch and go in the room above on their patens, the riot at Ghent in 1467 at the entry of the new Duke Charles, which coincided with the fair of Houtham, whither the people were in the habit of taking the shrine of St. Levon in a procession. In all these pages, we admire the author's faculty of observation. A number of spontaneous details betray his strongly visual perception. The Duke, facing the rebels, sees before him, quote, "a multitude of faces in rusty helmets, framing the grinning beards of the villains, biting their lips." End quote. The lout, who forces his way to the window by the Duke's side, wears a gauntlet of blackened iron, with which he strikes the window-sill to command silence. The gift of finding the right and simple word accurately to describe things seen is, at bottom, the same visual power which enables Van Eyck to give his portraits their perfect expression. Only in literature, this realism remains enslaved by conventional forms and suffocated under a heap of arid rhetoric. In this respect, painting was greatly in advance of literature. It was already expert in the technique of rendering the effects of light. Miniature painters, especially, were occupied with the problem of fixing the light effect of a moment. In painting, the effect of a light in the dark was first successfully achieved by Giertjen of Sint-Jan of Haarlem in his Nativity, but long before this, the illuminators had tried to render the light of the torches reflected on the cuirasses in the scene of the apprehension of Christ. The master who illuminated the Quer d'Amours Esprits by King René had already succeeded in painting a sunrise and the most mysterious twilights. The master of the Heures d'Ali, a sun breaking through the clouds after a thunderstorm. On the other hand, the literary means for rendering the effects of light were still primitive, but perhaps we should seek in another direction the literary equivalent of this faculty for fixing the impression of a moment. It would rather seem to lie in the current use, in the literature of the 14th and 15th centuries, of oratio recta. At no other epoch has the effect of direct speech been so eagerly sought. The endless dialogues of which Froissart makes use, even to make a political situation clear, are often empty enough, nay, even tedious. Still, sometimes the impression of something immediate and instantaneous is produced in a very vivid manner. For instance, in the following dialogue, which we should think of as being shouted, in translation. Then he heard the news that their town was taken. "And by what people?" he asks. Those with whom he was speaking answered, "They are Bretons." "Ha," says he, "Bretons are bad people. They will pillage and burn, and afterwards depart." "And what war cry do they cry?" said the knight. "Sure, my lord, they cry, La Tremule." To quicken the movement of the dialogue, Froissart is rather too fond of the trick of making one interlocutor repeat with astonishment the last words of the other. Again in translation, "My lord, Gaston is dead." "Dead?" said the count. "Indeed, he is dead in sooth, my lord." And elsewhere, again in translation, "So he asked him for counsel in matters of love and lineage. The archbishop answered, 'Counsel, sure, good nephew, it is too late for that. You want to shut the stable when the horse is lost.'" Poetry, too, used the trick of short alternating sentences a good deal. Again, in translation, "Death, I complain. Of whom? Of you. What have I done to you? You have taken my lady. That is so. Tell me why. It pleased me. You mistook." Here the means have become the object. The virtuosity of these jerky dialogues was carried to an extreme in the ballad of Jean Mecheneau, in which France accuses Louis XI. In each of the 30 lines, questions and answers alternate, sometimes more than once. Still, this bizarre form does not destroy the effect of the political satire. This is the first stanza. Again in translation. "Sire, what do you want?" "Listen." "To what?" "To my case." "Speak out." "I am—" "Who?" "Devastated France." "By whom?" "By you." "How?" "In all estates." "You lie." "I do not." "Who says so?" "My sufferings." "What do you suffer?" "Misery." "Which?" "The extremity of misery." "I do not believe a word of it." "Evidently." "Do not say any more about it." "Alas, I must." "It is no use." "What a shame." "What have I done ill?" "You have sinned against peace." "And how?" "By warring." "With whom?" with your friends and kinsmen. Speak more pleasingly. I cannot, in truth. With Froissart, the sober and accurate description of outward circumstances sometimes acquires tragic force, just because it leaves out all psychological speculation, as, for instance, in the episode of the death of young Gaston Phoebus, killed by his father in a fit of anger. Froissart's soul was a photographic plate. Under the uniform surface of his own style, we may discern the qualities of the various storytellers who communicated to him the endless number of his items of news. For example, all that was told him by his traveling companion, the knight Espaing du Lion, has been admirably rendered. In short, whenever the literature of the period works by means of direct observation, without conventional trammels, it approaches painting, without, however, rivaling it. Therefore, we should not look for the equivalents of painted landscapes or interiors in literary descriptions of nature. Painting of the 15th century produced marvels of perspective, because there the masters could let themselves go, as landscapes were accessory and did not suffer from the same severe restrictions as the principal subject. Notice the contrast between the principal scene and the background of the Adoration of the Magi in the Très Riches de Chantelet. The figures in the foreground are affected and bizarre. The scene is overcrowded, whereas the view of Bourges in the distance attains a perfect serenity and harmony. In literature, on the other hand, the feeling for nature was not free, neither was the manner of expressing it. Love of nature had taken the form of the pastoral, and was therefore controlled by sentimental and aesthetic convention. The poems in which the beauty of flowers and the song of birds are sung proceed from an inspiration quite different from that which gave birth to painted landscapes. Literature, in describing nature, moves on another plane than painting. Nevertheless, it is in the pastoral that we can trace the development of the literary feeling for nature. Side by side with the poems of Alain Chartier, noted above, we may place those of the royal shepherd René singing in a disguised form his love for Jeanne de Laval in the pastoral poem of Reynaud et Johnston. There we find ingenious gaiety and freshness. The king even tried, not without success, to render the effect of night closing in. But all this is far from being great art, like that of the calendars in the breviaries. The pictures of the months in the calendar of the Très Riches de Chantelet enable us to compare the expression of the same motif in art and in literature, and that strongly in favor of the former. The reader will remember the glorious castles which ornament the background of the miniatures of the brothers of Limburg. September, with the vintage in progress, and the castle of Saumur rising like a vision behind it, the steeples and towers with their high weather vanes, the pinnacles and the graceful chimneys, all shooting up like tall white flowers against the deep blue of the sky. Or December, and the sombre towers of Vincennes looming threateningly behind the leafless woods. What means or methods had a poet like Eustace Deschamps at his disposal to rival scenes like these when he produced a sort of literary counterpart to them in a series of poems in praise of 7 castles of northern France? The description of architectural forms at which he tried his hand in the lines devoted to the castle of Beuvray was by no means successful. So he limited himself to enumerating the delights which these castles provided. Thus, speaking of beauté, he says, again in translation, his eldest son, the Dauphin of Viennois, gave this spot the name of Beauty, and justly, for it is very delectable. One hears the nightingale sing there. The river Marne surrounds it. The lofty, pleasant woods of the noble park may be seen waving on the wind. Meadows are near, pleasure gardens, the fine lawns, beautiful and clear fountains, also vineyards and arable lands, turning mills, plains beautiful to view. What a difference between the effect of these lines and that of the miniature. And yet, the method is the same. It is an enumeration of the things seen, or, in the case of the poet, things heard. But the view of the artist embraces a definite and limited space, in which he not merely has to collect a number of things, but also to harmonize and blend them into a single whole. In the miniature of February, Paul of Limburg assembled all the peculiarities of winter: peasants warming themselves before the hearth, the wash drying, crows on the snow, the sheepfold and beehives, the barrels and the cart, and the wintry landscape in the background, with the tranquil village and solitary house on the hill. All this mass of details is worked into the peaceful harmony of the landscape, and the unity of the picture is perfect. The poet, on the other hand, suffers his gaze to roam at will, but never concentrates it, and there is no framework to compel him to give unity to his work. In an epoch of preeminently visual inspiration, like the 15th century, pictorial expression easily surpasses literary expression. Although representing only the visible forms of things, painting, nevertheless, expresses a profound inner sense, which literature, when it limits itself to describing externals, wholly fails to do. The poetry of the 15th century often gives us the impression of being almost devoid of new ideas. The inability to invent new fiction is general. The authors rarely go beyond the touching up, embellishing, or modernizing of old subject matter. What may be called stagnation of thought prevails, as though the mind, exhausted after building up the spiritual fabric of the Middle Ages, had sunk into inertia. The poets themselves are aware of this feeling of fatigue. Deschamps laments, again in translation, "Alas, it is said that I no longer make anything, I who formerly made many new things. The reason is that I have no subject matter of which to make good or fine things." In the 15th century, the old romances of chivalry are recast from verse into very prolix prose. This unrhyming dérimage is another sign of the general stagnation of fancy. Nevertheless, it marks at the same time an important broadening of the general conception of literature. In the more primitive stages of literature, verse is the primary mode of expression. As late as the 13th century, every subject, even natural history or medicine, seemed to lend itself to treatment in verse, because the principal mode of assimilating a written work was still hearing it recited and getting it by heart. Even the chansons de geste, it seems, were chanted to a uniform melody. Individual and expressive declamation, as we understand it, was unknown in the Middle Ages. The growing predilection for prose means that reading was superseding recitation. Another custom, dating from the same epoch, testifies to this transition, namely the division of a work into small chapters with summaries, whereas formerly scarcely any division had been thought necessary. In 15th century literature, prose was, to a certain degree, the more refined and artistic form. The superiority of prose is, however, purely formal. It lacks novelty of thought just as much as poetry. Froissart is the type of this extreme shallowness of thought and faculty of expression. The simplicity of his ideas is surprising. Only 3 or 4 motives or sentiments are known to him: fidelity, honor, cupidity, courage, and these in their simplest forms. He uses no allegorical or mythological figures, never touches on theology, and even moral reflections are almost wholly absent. He goes on narrating, without effort, correctly, and yet he remains empty, because he has but the mechanical exactitude of a cinematograph. His moral reflections, when they do occur, are so commonplace as to be almost bewildering. Certain conceptions are, with him, always accompanied by fixed judgments. He cannot speak of Germans without recalling their cupidity and their barbarous treatment of prisoners. Even the quotations from Froissart, which are currently presented to us as piquant, prove, when read in their context, to lack the point attributed to them. On reading his appreciation of the first Duke of Burgundy of the House of Valois, again in translation, wise, frigid, and imaginative, and far-sighted in business, we think we have lighted upon a penetrating and concise analysis of character. Only, Froissart applied these terms to almost everybody. The poverty and sterility of Froissart's mind, as compared with Chatelain's, for example, is all the more evident as his style is wholly devoid of rhetorical qualities. Now it is rhetoric which, in the literature of the 15th century, signalizes the coming of the new spirit. For readers of that age, lack of novelty in the matter was made up for by the aesthetic enjoyment of an ornate style. Everything seemed to them to be new when garbed in far-fetched and turgid phrases. It is an error to suppose that only literature cultivated this stylistic ornamentation, and that art was exempt from it. Art also displays the same pursuit of novelty and rich variety of expression. In the pictures of the brothers Van Eyck, there are parts which might be called rhetorician-like. For example, the figure of St. George presenting Canon Van de Pale to the Virgin at Bruges. The magnificent helmet, the gilt armor, in which a naive classicism is apparent, the dramatic gesture of the saint, all this is closely akin to Chatelain's grandiloquence. The same tendency recurs in the figure of the Archangel Michael, in the small triptych of Dresden, and in the group of angels singing and playing on the altarpiece of the Lamb. It is also present in the work of the brothers of Limburg, for instance, in the bizarre magnificence of their adoration of the three Magi. Unless the ornate form be so charming and so novel as to suffice in itself for giving life to a piece of verse, the poetry of the 15th century is happiest when it is not aspiring to express an important thought, nor aiming at elegance of style. When it is content to call up a simple image or scene, or to express a simple sentiment, it is not without vigor. Hence, it is more successful in short pieces than in long-winded compositions and grave subjects. In the roundel and the ballad, constructed on a single airy theme, all grace depends on tone, rhythm, and vision. In fact, the more the artistic song of the time approaches the popular song, the greater is its charm. The end of the 14th century is a turning point in the relations between music and lyrical poetry. The song of the preceding period was intimately linked with musical recitation. The common type of the lyrical poet of the Middle Ages is always the poet-composer. William de Marchand used to compose the melodies of his poems. He also fixed the customary lyrical forms of his time, rondels, ballads, and so forth. He invented the débat, the contention of different parties on a moot point. His rondels and ballads are very airy, simple in form and thought. They have little color. All these are merits, for a poem that is sung should not be too expressive. Here is an example, again in translation. On parting from you, I leave you my heart, and I go away lamenting and weeping, to serve you without ever retracting, and by my soul, I shall indeed have no peace till my return, being thus discomforted. In Eustace Deschamps, we no longer find composer and poet united. Hence, his ballads are much more vivid and highly colored than Marchand's, therefore often more interesting, and yet of an inferior poetical style. The rondel, because of its very structure, preserved the airy and fluent character of a song to be set to music, even after poets ceased to be composers. In the author's translation, "Do you love me indeed? Tell me by your soul. If I love you more than anything, will you love me indeed? God puts so much goodness in you that it is balm. Therefore I proclaim myself yours. But how much will you love me?" These lines are by Jean Méchaneau. The simple and pure talent of Christine de Pizan lends itself admirably to these fugitive effects. She versified, without the facility characteristic of the epoch, without much variety of form or thought, in a subdued tone, and with a slight touch of melancholy. Her poems remind us of those ivory tablets of the 14th century, which always represent the same motifs: a hunting scene, episodes of the Roman de la Rose, or of Tristan and Isolde, yet always retain a certain freshness and impeccable, though conventional, gracefulness. When in Christine, courtly sweetness goes hand in hand with the simplicity of the popular song, we hear an accent of the most exquisite purity. We print the dialogue of two lovers who meet after a separation. In the author's translation, "You are most welcome, my love. Now embrace me and kiss me. And how have you been since your departure? Healthy and at ease? Have you always been? Here, come beside me. Sit down and tell me how you have been, well or not, for of this I want to have an account. Lady, to whom I am bound more than to any other, may it displease no one. Know that desire so curbed me that I never had such discomfort, nor did I take pleasure in anything far from you. Love, who tames hearts, said to me, 'Remain faithful to me, for of this I want to have an account.' So you kept your oath to me? I thank you much for it, by Saint Nicoise. And as you came back safe and sound, we shall have joy enough. Now be appeased, and tell me if you know by how much the grief you had from it exceeds that which my heart has suffered, for of this I want to have an account. More grief than you, as I think I had. But tell me without miscalculation, how many kisses shall I have for it? For of this I want to have an account." Here is a girl deploring the absence of her lover. In translation, "It is a month today since my lover departed. My heart remains gloomy and silent. It is a month today. Goodbye, he said. I am going. Since then he has not spoken to me. It is a month today." Here are words of consolation addressed to a lover. In translation, "Friend, weep no more, for I am so touched with pity that my heart gives itself up to your sweet friendship. Change your bearing. For God's sake, be sad no longer, and show me a cheerful face. I am willing whatever you will." What gives these verses their abiding womanly charm is their spontaneous tenderness, their simplicity devoid of all pomp and pretension. Christine was content to follow the inspiration of her heart. But this is also the reason why her poems so often show the defect, characteristic of the poetry and music of all epochs, of feeble inspiration, that of exhausting all their vigor in the opening lines. How many poems do we find with a fresh and striking theme, which begin like a blackbird's song, only to lose themselves in thin rhetoric after the first stanza? The poet, or in music, the composer, after stating his theme, had come to the end of his inspiration. We are constantly disillusioned in this way by most of the 15th century poets. Here is an example taken from the ballads of Christine de Pizan. In translation, "When everybody comes back from the army, why do you stay behind? Yet you know that I pledged you my loyal love to keep." One expects the motif of the dead lover who reappears, but we are deceived. After two more insignificant stanzas, the poem finishes. What freshness is there in the first lines of Froissart's Débat du cheval et du lévrier. In translation, Froissart came back from Scotland on a horse which was grey. He led a white greyhound on a leash. "Alas," said the greyhound, "I am tired, Griselle. When shall we rest? It is time we were feeding." After this, the charm is lost. The author, in short, had no other inspiration than a moment's vision of the two animals conversing. The motifs are occasionally of incomparable grandeur and suggestive force, but the development remains most feeble. The theme of Pierre Mochot in his Danse à Aveugles was masterly, the everlasting dance of the human race about the thrones of the three blind deities, love, fortune, and death. He only succeeded in working it up into very mediocre poetry. An anonymous poem, entitled Exclamation des Innocents Innocents, begins by making the charnel houses of the famous churchyard speak. In translation, "We are the bones of the poor dead, here heaped up by measured mounds, broken, fractured, without rule or measure." What an exordium for a weird lament! Yet what follows is a most commonplace memento mori. All these themes have only been realized visually. Such vision may supply an artist with material for a most grand conception and consummate execution. It is insufficient for a poet. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Verbal and Plastic Expression Compared. 2. Part 1. The superiority of painting to literature in point of expressiveness is not, however, absolute and complete. There are regions where it does not exist, and these we must now consider. The whole domain of the comic is much more open to literature than to plastic art. Unless it stoops to caricature, art can only express the comic in a slight degree. In art, the comic tends at once to become serious again. We do not laugh on looking at Bruegel, although we admire in him the same force of droll fancy which makes us laugh in reading Rabelais. Only where the comic forms but a slight accessory can pictorial expression rival the written word. We can observe it in what is called genre painting, which may be considered the most attenuated form of the comic. The disproportionate refinement of details which we noticed above as being characteristic of the paintings of the epoch tends insensibly to change into the pleasure of relating petty curious facts, whereas in the room of Arnolfini the minutiae do not injure the solemn intimacy of the picture in the least. They have become mere curiosities in the master of Flémal. His Joseph on the altar of Merode is occupied with making mousetraps. With him all the details are genre, with an almost imperceptible flavour of the comic about them. Between his manner of painting an opened window-shutter, a sideboard, a chimney, and that of Van Eyck, there is all the difference between purely pictorial vision and genre painting. Now here comes to light a clear advantage of speech over pictorial representation. As soon as something more than mere vision has to be expressed, literature, thanks to its faculty of expressing moods explicitly, takes the lead. Let us remember again Deschamps' ballads, celebrating the beauty of the castles, which we compared with and found inferior to the perfect miniatures of the brothers of Limbourg. These poems of Deschamps lack power and splendor. He has not succeeded in reproducing the vision of these glorious halls. But now compare the ballad in which he paints himself lying ill in his poor little castle of Fielm, kept awake by the cries of barn owls, starlings, crows, and sparrows nesting in his tower. C'est une étrange mélodie qui semble pas grand déduit à gens qui sont en maladie. Premier les corbeaux vont savoir pour certains sitôt qu'il est jour. De forts criers font leur poire, le gros, le grêle sans séjour. Mieux vaudrait le son d'un tambour que tel cri de divers oiseaux. Puis vient la proie, vache, veau, criant, meuillant, et tout se nuit quand on a le cervelle trop ouïe, joint du moustier la sonnerie, qui tout l'entendement détruit à gens qui sont en maladie. At night the owls come with their sinister screeching, evoking thoughts of death. C'est froid hôtel et mal réduit à gens qui sont en maladie. Translations. It is a strange melody which is not felt as a great amusement by people who are ill. First the ravens let us know for certain as soon as it is day. They cry aloud with all their might, in deep and shrill tones, without interruption. Even the sound of a drum would be better than those cries of various birds. Next come the cattle going to pasture, cows, calves, bellowing, lowing, and all this is noxious when one has an empty brain, with the bells of the church chiming in and destroying altogether the understanding of people who are ill. It is a cold hostelry and ill refuge for people who are ill. This trick of the mere enumeration of a multitude of details loses its wearisome character as soon as the faintest trace of humour is mixed up with it. In the middle of a very prolix allegorical poem, L'Épinette Amoureuse, Froissart diverts us by the enumeration of some 60 games at which he used to play at Valenciennes as a boy. The descriptions of burgher customs or of the female toilet, long though they be, do not fatigue us because they contain a satirical element which was lacking in the poetical descriptions of the beauty of spring. From the genre to the burlesque is but a step, but here again painting may rival literature in expressive power. Before 1400, art had already attained some mastery of this element of burlesque vision which was to reach its full growth in Peter Bruegel in the 16th century. We find it in the figure of Joseph in the Flight into Egypt by Broederlam at Dijon, and again in the 3 soldiers asleep in the picture of the 3 Marys at the Sepulchre, at one time attributed to Hubert van Eyck. Of the artists of the epoch, none took more pleasure in effects of bizarre jocularity than Paul of Limburg. A spectator of the purification of the Virgin wears a kind of bent wizard's cap a yard long and immoderately wide sleeves. The font displays 3 monstrous masks shooting out their tongues. In the framework of the Visitation we see a soldier in a tower fighting with a snail, and a man wheeling away on a barrow a pig playing the bagpipes. The literature of the epoch is bizarre in nearly every page, and very fond of burlesque. A vision worthy of Bruegel is called up by Deschamps in the Ballad of the Watchman on the Tower of Sluys. He sees the troops for the expedition against England collecting on the beach. They appear to him like an army of rats and mice. Avant, avant, tirez-vous ça, je vois merveille, ce me semble. Et quoi, Guette, que vois-tu là? Je vois 10 000 rats ensemble, et maintes souris qui s'assemblent dessus la rive de la mer. Translation. Forward, forward, come here. I see a marvellous thing, it seems to me. And what, watchman, do you see there? I see 10,000 rats together and a multitude of mice collecting on the seashore. On another occasion, sitting at a table absent-minded and gloomy, Deschamps suddenly began to notice the way in which the courtiers were eating, some chewing like pigs, some gnawing like mice, or using their teeth like a saw, others whose beards moved up and down, or who made such horrible faces that they looked like devils. As soon as literature sets to work to depict the life of the masses, it shows this realism full of vitality and good humour, which was to develop abundantly, but not till later, in painting. The peasant receiving in his hovel the Duke of Burgundy, who has lost his way, reminds us by the portrait which Chastelin draws of him of Bruegel's types. The pastoral deviates from its central theme, which is sentimental and romantic, to find in the description of shepherds eating, dancing, and courting matter for a naive naturalism with a spice of burlesque. Whenever the eye suffices for communicating the sense of the comic, however airy it may be, art is able to express it as well as or better than literature. Apart from this, pictorial art can never render the comic. Line and colour are impotent wherever the comic effect lies in a point of wit. Literature is incontestably sovereign both in the low comedy genre of the farce and the fabliau, and in the higher domain of irony. It is especially in erotic poetry that irony developed. By adding its acrid flavour, it refined the erotic genre. It purified it, at the same time by introducing into it an element of a serious nature. Outside the pale of love poetry, irony was still heavy and clumsy. It is worth remarking that a French writer of the 14th or 15th century, speaking ironically, often takes care to inform his reader of the fact. Deschamps praises his age. All is well, peace and justice reign everywhere. L'on me demande chaque jour qu'il me semble du temps que vois. Et je réponds, c'est tout honneur, loyauté, vérité et foi, largesse, prouesse et arroi, charité et bien qui s'avance pour le commun. Mais par ma loi, je ne dis pas quand que je pense. Translation. People ask me every day what I think of the present times, and I answer, it is all honor, loyalty, truth and faith, liberality, heroism and order, charity and advancement of the common weal. But by my faith I do not say what I think. Another ballad of the same tenor has the refrain, tous ces points à rebours retient. A third ends with the words, Prince, s'il est partout, généralement, comme je sais, toute vertu abonde. Mais tel mon roi qui dit roi, il se ment. Translations. Take all these points just the other way about. Prince, if it is generally everywhere, as I know, every virtue abounds, but many a man hearing me will say, he lies. A wit of the end of the 15th century entitles an epigram, Sous une méchante peinture faite de mauvaise couleur et du plus méchant peintre du monde, par manière d'ironie par maître Johan Huizinga. Translation. Under a bad picture done in bad colors and by the most paltry painter of the world in an ironical manner by Master Johan Huizinga. When dealing with love, on the other hand, irony had already often attained a high degree of refinement. In this region it blended with the gentle despondency and the languishing tenderness which renewed the erotic poetry of the 15th century. For the first time we hear the poet voice his melancholy with a smile about his own misfortune, such as Villon giving himself the air of l'amant remis et renié, the shelved and rejected lover, or Charles of Orléans singing his little songs of disillusion. Nevertheless, the figure je ris en pleurs, I laugh in tears, is not Villon's invention. Long before him, the scripture word risus dolore miscebitur et extrema gaudi luctus occupat had given a text for poetical application. Even in laughter the heart is sorrowful, and the end of that mirth is heaviness. Otte de Granson, for example, had said, Vieillir au lit et jeûner à la table, rire pleurant et en plaignant chanter. Lying abed awake and fasting at the board, laughing in tears and lamenting in song. And again, Je prends congé de ce très douce enfant, les yeux mouillés et la bouche riante. I took leave of this most sweet child with tearful eyes and a laughing mouth. Alain Chartier made use of the same motif in various ways. Je n'ai bouche qui puisse rire, que les yeux ne la démentissent, car le cœur l'en voudrait dédire par les larmes qui des yeux issuent. My mouth cannot laugh without my eyes belying it, for the heart would deny it by the tears issuing from the eyes. He says of a disconsolate lover, De faire chair s'efforçait et menait d'une joie feinte, et à chanter son cœur forçait non pas pour plaisir, mais pour crainte, car toujours un relais de plainte s'enlaçait au ton de sa voix et revenait à son atteinte, comme l'oiselle au chant du bois. He constrained himself to be cheerful and showed a feigned joy, and forced his heart to sing not for pleasure but for fear. Forever a remainder of complaint entwined itself with the tone of his voice, and reverted to its purpose, like the ousel singing in the wood. Very near akin to the motif of laughter and tears is that of the poet who at the end of his poem denies his own sorrow, as for example Alain Chartier. C'est livrer, vous dicter et faire écrire, pour passer temps sans courage vilain, un simple clerc que l'on appelle Alain, qui parle ainsi d'amour pour ouï dire. This booklet meant to dictate and to describe, to pass the time, without vulgar mood, a simple clerk called Alain, who speaks thus of love by hearsay. Otte de Granson had already pretended to speak of secret love only par devinaille. by guessing. King René treated this motif in a fantastic manner at the end of his Querre d'amour épris. His valet, with a candle in his hand, tries to find out if the king has already lost his heart, but finds no hole in his side. S'il me dit tout en souriant que je dormis seulement, et que n'avais nullement pour ce mal garde de mourir. So he told me, smiling, that I should lie down and sleep, and that I should not at all be afraid to die of this evil. By losing the impeccable gravity characteristic of them in preceding epochs, the ancient conventional forms of erotic poetry became penetrated by a new meaning. Charles d'Orléans makes use of personifications and of allegories like all his predecessors, but by some slight surplus of stress, he adds an almost imperceptible flavor of raillery, and this gives them an affecting note which is lacking in the graceful figures of the Roman de la Rose. He sees his own heart as a double of himself. Je suis celui au cœur vêtu de noir. I am the white whose heart is draped in black. Occasionally, in his extravagant personifications, the comical element has the upper hand. Un jour, à mon cœur dévisé qui en secret à moi parlait, et en parlant lui demandait ce point d'Espagne qui fait avoir d'aucun bien quand amour servait. Il me dit que très volontiers la vérité m'en conterait, mais que visiter ses papiers. Quand ce me dit, il prit sa voix, et d'avec moi se partait. Après entrer, je le vis en un comptoir qu'il avait. Là, de ça et de là qu'errait, en cherchant plusieurs vieux cahiers, car le vrai monstré me voulait, mais que visiter ses papiers. One day I was talking with my heart, which secretly spoke to me, and in talking I asked it if I had saved no goods when serving love. It said that quite willingly it would tell me the truth about it as soon as it had consulted its papers. Having told me this, it went away and from me departed. Next I saw it enter in an office it had, where it rummaged here and there, in looking for several old writing books, for it would show me the truth, as soon as it had consulted its papers. Not always, however. In the following lines the comic is not dominant. Ne heurtez plus à lui de ma pensée, soins et soucis, sans tant vous travailler, car elle dort et ne veut s'éveiller, toute la nuit en peine à dépenser. En danger, elle, si elle n'est bien pensée, cessez, cessez, laissez-la sommeiller. Ne heurtez plus à lui de ma pensée, soins et soucis, sans tant vous travailler. Do not knock at the door of my mind any more, anxiety and care. Do not give yourselves so much trouble, for it sleeps and does not want to wake. It has passed all the night in solicitude. It will be in danger if not well nursed. Stop, stop, let it sleep. Do not knock at the door of my mind any more, anxiety and care. Do not give yourselves so much trouble. For the spirit of the epoch, nothing heightens so much the acrid flavor of sad and sensitive love as the addition of an element of profanation. Religious travesty has created something better than the obscenities of the Sans Nouvelle Nouvelle. It furnished the form for the tenderest love poem which that age produced, L'amant rendu cordelier à l'observance d'amour. Already the poetical club of Charles d'Orléans had imagined a literary brotherhood whose members, in analogy to the Reformed Franciscans, called themselves amoureux de l'observance. The author of L'amant rendu cordelier developed this motif. Who is this author? Is it really Michele d'Auvergne? It's hard to believe it, so much does this poem rise above the level of his work. The poor disillusioned lover comes to renounce the world in the strange convent, where only the martyrs of love are received. He tells the prior the touching story of his despised love. The latter exhorts him to forget it. Under a medieval guise, we seem to perceive already the genre of Watteau. Only the moonlight is wanting to remind us of Pierrot. Was she not in the habit, asks the prior, of giving you a sweet look or saying, God save you, in passing? I had not got so far in her good graces, replies the lover, but at night I stood about the door of her house and looked up at the eaves. Et puis, quand je voyais les verrières de la maison qui cliquetaient, lors me semblait que mes prières exaucées d'elle s'y étaient. Were you quite sure that she noticed you? Asks the prior. Si mes dieux, j'étais tant ravie que je ne savais mon sens ne être, car sans parler m'était advis que le vent vantait sa fenêtre, et que m'avait bien pu connaître, en disant bas, doint bonne nuit. Et Dieu sait que j'étais grand maître après cela toute la nuit. Then he slept in glory. Tellement était restauré que sans tourner ni travailler, je faisais un somme doré, sans point la nuit me réveiller, et puis, avant que m'habiller, pour en rendre à l'amour louange, baisais 3 fois mon oreiller, en riant à part moi aux anges. Translation. And then when I heard the window of the house which clattered, then it seemed to me that my prayers had been heard by her. So help me God, I was so ravished that I was scarcely conscious, for without being told it seemed to me that the wind moved her window, and she could well have recognized me, perhaps saying softly, "Good night, then." And God knows I felt like a prince after this all night. I felt so refreshed that without turning about or tossing I enjoyed golden slumber, without waking up all night, and then before dressing to praise love for it, I kissed my pillow thrice, while laughing silently at the angels. When he is solemnly received into the order, the lady who had despised him faints, and a little gold heart, enamelled with tears which he had given her, falls from her dress. Les autres, pour leur mal couvrir à force leur cœur retenaient, passant temps à clore et rouvrir les heures quand leurs mains tenaient, dont souvent les feuillets tournaient en signe de dévotion. Mais les deuils et pleurs qu'amenaient montraient bien leur affection. The others, to hide their affliction, controlled their hearts by force, passing the time in closing and opening again the breviaries they held in their hands, of which they often turned the leaves as a sign of devotion, but their sorrow and tears clearly showed their emotion. The prior enumerates his new duties to him, warning him never to listen to the nightingale's song, never to sleep under eglantine and mayflower, and above all, never to look a woman in the eyes. The exhortation ends in a long string of 8-line stanzas, being variations to the theme Sweet Eyes. 12 yeux qui toujours vont et viennent, 12 yeux échauffant le plissant de ceux qui amoureux deviennent, 12 yeux clairs et perlissants qui disent c'est fait quand tu voudras à ceux qui sentent bien puissants. Sweet eyes that always come and go, sweet eyes heating the fur coat of those who fall in love. Sweet eyes of pearly clearness that say, I am ready when you please, to those whom they feel to be powerful. Towards the middle of the 15th century, all the conventional genres of erotic poetry are of a languishing tenor, and bear the stamp of resigned melancholy. Even cynical contempt of woman grows refined. In the 15 Joies de Mariage, the mischievous and gross purpose is tempered by wistful sentimentality, by its sober realism, by the elegance of its form and the subtlety of its psychology. This work is a precursor of the novel of manners of modern times. End of section 27, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2021. Section 28 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Verbal and Plastic Expression Compared, 2, Part 2. In all that concerns the expression of love, literature profited by the models and the experience of a long series of past centuries. Masters of such diversity of spirit as Plato and Ovid, the troubadours and the wandering students, Dante and Jean de Meun, had bequeathed to it a perfected instrument. Pictorial art, on the contrary, having neither models nor tradition, was primitive in the strict sense of the word, in respect of erotic expression. Not till the 18th century was painting to overtake literature in point of delicate expression of love. The artist of the 15th century had not yet learned to be frivolous or sentimental. In the miniatures of that time, the posture of lovers embracing remains hieratic and solemn. A portrait of a Dutch gentlewoman, Lisbeth of Duvenvoorde, by an unknown master before 1430, shows a figure of such severe dignity that a modern scholar has taken the picture for a donor's portrait, omitting to read the words on the scroll she bears in her hand. Quote, "Mi verdriet lange te hopen. Wie ist hij, die zijn hart houdt open?" That is, I am weary of hoping so long. Who is he who holds his heart open? End quote. Pictorial expression knew no middle term between the chaste and the obscene. The rendering of erotic subjects was rare, and what there is of it is naive and innocent. Once more, however, we must bear in mind that the greater number of profane works have disappeared. It would be most interesting to be able to compare the nude of Van Eyck in his Bath of Women, which Fazio saw, with that of his Adam and Eve. As to the latter picture, it must not be imagined that the erotic element is lacking. Following the rules of the code of feminine beauty of this time, the artist made the breasts small and placed them too high, the arms are long and thin, the belly prominent, but he did so quite ingenuously and with no intention of giving sensual pleasure. A small picture in the Leipzig gallery, occasionally designated as belonging to the school of Jan van Eyck, represents a girl in a room. She is nude, as magical practices require, and is employing witchcraft to force her lover to show himself. Here the intention is present, and the artist has succeeded in expressing the erotic sentiment. The nude figure has the demure lasciviousness which reappears in those of Cranach. It is most improbable that the restraint thus displayed in 15th century art in respect of erotic expression was due to a sense of modesty, for in general an extreme license was tolerated. Though pictorial art cultivated it very little as yet, the nude occupied a large place in the tableau vivant. The personnages of nude goddesses or nymphs, played by real women, were rarely wanting at the entries of princes. These exhibitions took place on platforms, and occasionally even in the water, like that of the sirens who swam in the Lys, "quite naked and dishevelled as they paint them," near the bridge over which Duke Philip had to pass on his entry into Ghent in 1457. The Judgment of Paris was the favourite subject. These representations should be taken neither as proofs of high aesthetic taste nor gross licentiousness, but rather as naïve and popular sensuousness. Jean de Roy, speaking of sirens that were seen not very far from a Calvary on the occasion of Louis XI's entry into Paris in 1461, says, "And there were also 3 very handsome girls representing quite naked sirens, and one saw their beautiful, turgid, separate, round, and hard breasts, which was a very pleasant sight, and they recited little motets and bergerettes, and near them several deep-toned instruments were playing fine melodies." Molinet tells us of the pleasure which the people of Antwerp felt at the entry of Philippe le Beau in 1494, when they saw the Judgment of Paris. "But the stand at which the people looked with the greatest pleasure was the history of the 3 goddesses, represented nude by living women." How far removed from the Greek sense of beauty was the parody of this theme got up for the entry of Charles the Bold at Lille in 1468, where were seen a corpulent Venus, a thin Juno, and a hunchbacked Minerva, each wearing a gold crown. These nude spectacles remained customary during the 16th century. Dürer, in the diary of his journey in the Netherlands, described the one he saw at Antwerp at the entry of Charles V in 1521, and as late as 1578 William of Orange, at his entry in Brussels, saw among other items a chained and nude Andromeda, "which one would have taken for a marble statue." The inferiority of pictorial as compared with literary expression is not confined to the domain of the comic, the sentimental, and the erotic. The expressive faculty of the art of this period fails as soon as it is no longer supported by that extraordinary turn for visualizing which explains the marvels of its pictures. When more is required than the direct and accurate vision of reality, the superiority of pictorial expression at once vanishes, and then is felt the justice of Michelangelo's criticism that this art aims at achieving several things at the same time, of which a single one would be important enough to demand the devotion of all its powers. Let us once more consider a picture by Jan van Eyck. Insofar as accurate observation suffices, his art is perfect, especially in facial expression, the material of the dresses, and the jewelry. As soon as it becomes necessary to reduce reality in some sort to a scheme, as in the case when buildings and landscapes have to be painted, certain weaknesses appear. In spite of the charming intimacy of his perspectives, there is a certain incoherence, a defective grouping. The more the subject demands free composition and the creation of a new form, the more his powers fall short. It cannot be denied that in the illuminated breviaries the calendar pages surpass in beauty those representing sacred subjects. To picture a month it suffices to observe and reproduce accurately. On the other hand, to compose an important scene full of movement with many personages needed the sense of rhythm and of unity which Giotto possessed and which Michelangelo recaptured. Now, multiplicity was a characteristic of 15th century art. It rarely succeeds in finding harmony and unity. The central part of the altarpiece of the Lamb does indeed show this harmony in the severe rhythm in which the different processions of adorers are advancing towards the Lamb. But this effect has been obtained, so to say, by a purely arithmetical coordination. Van Eyck evaded the difficulties of the composition by grouping his personages in a very simple figure. The harmony is static, not dynamic. The great distance separating Van Eyck from Rogier van der Weyden lies in the fact that the latter is aware of a problem of rhythmical composition. He limits himself in the use of detail in order to find unity, it is true, without always succeeding. There was a venerable and severe tradition regulating the representation of the most important sacred subjects. The artist had not to invent the composition of his picture. For some of these subjects rhythmical composition came, so to speak, of itself. It was impossible to paint a descent from the cross, a pietà, an adoration of the shepherds, without the composition assuming a certain rhythmical structure. It suffices to remember the descent from the cross by Rogier van der Weyden in the Escurial, his Pietà at Madrid, or those of the Avignon school at the Louvre and at Brussels, those by Petrus Christus, by Gertgen of St. Jan, the Belles Heures d'Ailly. The very nature of the subject implied a simple and severe composition. As soon as the scene to be represented required more movement, as in the case of Christ being mocked, or bearing the cross, or in the adoration of the Magi, the difficulties of the composition increase and a certain unrest and lack of harmony is the result. Here, however, iconographic tradition still supplies a model of a kind, but where it fails him altogether, the artist of the 15th century is almost helpless. We need but notice the feebleness of composition in the scenes in courts of justice by Dirk Boots and by Gérard David, though the solemnity of the subject itself called for an element of severity. The composition reaches an irritating pitch of clumsiness in scenes like the martyrdom of St. Erasmus at Louvain and that of St. Hippolytus, torn to pieces by horses at Bruges. And yet, here we are, still dealing with the representation of scenes borrowed from reality. When the whole has to be created by the unaided imagination, the art of the period cannot avoid the ridiculous. Pictures on the grand scale were saved by the solemnity of their subjects, but the illuminators could not evade the task of giving a shape to all the mythological and allegorical fancies of which literature was full. The illustrations by Jean Michele for the Épître d'Othée à Hector, a mythological fancy of Christine de Pizan's, may serve as sample. It is impossible to imagine anything more awkward. The Greek gods have large wings outside their ermine mantles, and houppelande of brocade. Saturn devouring his children, Midas awarding the prize, are simply ridiculous and devoid of all charm. Yet whenever the illuminator sees a chance of enlivening the prospect by a little scene, such as a shepherd with his sheep, he shows the ability common to the period. Within his province his hand is sure. The reason is that here we have come to the limit of the creative faculties of these artists. Easily masters of their craft, so long as observation of reality is their guide, their mastery fails at once when imaginative creation of new motifs is called for. Imagination, both literary and artistic, had been led into a blind alley by allegory. The mind had grown accustomed simply to turn into pictorial presentments the allegorical ideas presenting themselves to the mind. Allegory linked the presentment to the thought, and the thought to the presentment. The desire to describe accurately the allegorical vision caused all demands of artistic style to be lost sight of. The cardinal virtue of temperance has to carry a clock to represent rule and measure. We see her with this attribute on a tomb, the work of Michele in Nantes Cathedral, and on that of the Cardinals of Amboise at Rouen. The illuminator of the Epître de Thea, to conform to this rule, simply puts on her head a timepiece resembling the one with which he ornaments the room of Philip the Good. The allegorical figure can only be justified by a tradition which has become venerable. Invented all of a piece, it is rarely satisfactory. The more realistic the mind which creates it, the more bizarre and factitious its form will be. Chastelin, in his Exposition sur Vérité mal prise, sees 4 ladies coming to accuse him. They call themselves indignation, reprobation, accusation, vindication. This is how he describes the second, quote, "This dame here appeared to have accurate conditions and very tart and biting reasons. She ground her teeth and bit her lips, often nodded her head, and showing signs of being argumentative, jumped on her feet and turned to this side and to that. She proved to be impatient and inclined to contradict. The right eye was closed and the other open. She had a bag full of books before her, of which she put some into her girdle as if they were dear to her. The others she threw away spitefully. She tore up papers and leaves. She threw writing books into the fire furiously. She smiled on some and kissed them. She spat on others out of meanness and trod them underfoot. She had a pen in her hand full of ink, with which she crossed out many important writings. Also with a sponge she blackened some pictures. She scratched out others with her nails, and others again. She erased wholly and smoothed them, as if to have them forgotten, and showed herself a hard and fell enemy to many respectable people, more arbitrarily than reasonably." Elsewhere he sees Dame Peace spread out her mantle and break up into 4 new ladies: Peace of heart, peace of mouth, seeming peace, peace of true effect. Or he invents female figures which he calls, quote, "importance of your lands, various conditions and qualities of your several peoples, the envy and hatred of Frenchmen and of neighboring nations," as if politics lent themselves to allegory. It is no living fancy, of course, which prompts him to imagine these quaint figures, but only reflection. All wear their names written on scrolls. He evidently imagines them as figures on tapestry or in a picture or a show. There is not a trace of true inspiration here. It is the pastime of an exhausted mind. Though the authors always place their action in the setting of a dream, their phantasmagorias never resemble real dreams, such as we find in Dante and Shakespeare. They do not even keep up the illusion of real vision. Chastelin naively calls himself in one of his poems, quote, "the inventor or the imaginer of this vision." Only the note of raillery can still make the arid field of allegory flower again, as in these lines of Deschamps, quote, "Physicien, comment fait droit? Sûrement il est un petit point. Que fait raison? Perdue à son entendement, elle parle mais faiblement, et justice est tout idiote." Physician, what about law? By my soul, he is poorly. How does reason? She's out of her mind, she speaks but feebly, and justice is quite crazy. The different spheres of literary fancy are mixed up regardless of all homogeneity of style. The author of the Pastorale dresses his political shepherds in a tabard ornamented with fleurs de lis and lions rampant. Quote, "shepherds in long cassocks," represent the clergy. Molinet muddles up religious, military, heraldic, and amorous terms in a proclamation of the Lord to all true lovers. Quote, "Nous, Dieu d'amour, créateur, roi de gloire, salut à tous vrais amants d'humble affaire. Comme il soit vrai que depuis la victoire de notre Fils sur le mont de Calvaire, plusieurs soldats, par peur de connaissance de nos armes, font au diable alliance." Footnote. We, God of love, Creator, King of glory, all hail to all true lovers of humble mind. As it is true that since the victory of our Son on Mount Calvary, several soldiers, through lack of knowledge of our arms, make an alliance with the devil. End of footnote. Therefore the true blazon is described to them, escutcheon argent, chief or, with 5 wounds, and the church militant is given full liberty to take all into her service who want to return to that blazon. The feats which procured Molinet the reputation of an excellent rhétoriqueur and poet appear to us rather as the extreme degeneration of a literary form nearing its end. He takes pleasure in the most insipid puns. Quote, Et ainsi demeura l'escluse en paix qui lui fut incluse, car la guerre fut d'elle excluse, plus solitaire que recluse. Footnote. And so Sluys remained in peace that was included with her, for war was excluded from her, lonelier than a recluse. End of footnote. In the introduction to his prose version of the Roman de la Rose, he plays upon his name, Molinet, quote, Et afin que je ne perde le froment de ma labeur, et que la farine que en sera moulue puisse avoir fleur salutaire, j'ai intention, ce Dieu m'en donne la grâce, de tourner et convertir sous mes rudes meules le vicieux au vertueux, le corporel en le spirituel, la mondanité en divinité, et souverainement de la moraliser. Et par ainsi nous tirerons le miel hors de la dure pierre, et la rose vermeille hors de poignantes épines, où nous trouverons grains et graines, fruits, fleurs et feuilles, très suaves odeurs, odorant verdure, verdoyant floriture, florissant nourriture, nourrissant fruits, et fructifiant pasture. End quote. Footnote. And lest I lose the wheat of my labor, and that the meal into which it will be ground may have wholesome flour, I intend, if God gives me the grace for it, to turn and convert under my rough millstones the vicious into the virtuous, the corporal into the spiritual, the worldly into the divine, and above all to moralize it. And in this way we shall gather honey from the hard stone, and the vermeil rose from sharp thorns, where we shall find grains and seed, fruit, flower, and leaf, very sweet odor, odoriferous verdure, verdant florescence, flourishing nurture, nourishing fruit, and fruitful pasture. End of footnote. When they do not play upon words, they play upon ideas. Messineau makes prudence and justice the glasses of his lunettes des princes, force the frame, and temperance the nail which keeps the whole together. The poet receives the aforesaid spectacles from reason, with directions how to use them. Sent by heaven, reason enters his mind, and wants to feast there, but finds nothing off which to dine well, for despair has spoiled all. Products like these would seem to betray mere decadence and senile decay. Thinking of Italian literature of the same period, the fresh and lovely poetry of the Quattrocento, we may perhaps wonder how the form and spirit of the Renaissance can still seem so remote from the regions on this side of the Alps. It requires some effort and some reflection to realize that exactly in these artifices of style and wit we witness the coming of the Renaissance in the shape it took outside Italy. To contemporaries, this far-fetched form meant the renewal of art. End of section 28. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2021.
Section 29 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BenDowling, The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Chapter 23. The Advent of New Form. The transition from the spirit of the declining Middle Ages to humanism was far less simple than we are inclined to imagine it. Accustomed to oppose humanism to the Middle Ages, we would gladly believe that it was necessary to give up the one in order to embrace the other. we find it difficult to fancy the mind cultivating the ancient forms of medieval thought and expression while aspiring at the same time to antique wisdom and beauty. Yet this is just what we have to picture to ourselves. Classicism did not come as a sudden revelation. It grew up among the luxuriant vegetation of medieval thought. Humanism was a form before it was an inspiration. On the other hand, the characteristic modes of thought of the Middle Ages did not die out till long after the Renaissance. In Italy, the problem of humanism presents itself in a most simple form, because there men's minds had ever been predisposed to the reception of antique culture. The Italian spirit had never lost touch with classic harmony and simplicity. It could expand freely and naturally in the restored forms of classic expression. The Quattrocento, with its serenity, makes the impression of a renewed culture, which has shaken off the fetters of medieval thought, until Savonarola reminds us that below the surface the Middle Ages still subsist. The history of French civilization of the 15th century, on this contrary, does not permit us to forget the Middle Ages. France had been the motherland of all that was strongest and most beautiful in the products of the medieval spirit. All medieval forms, feudalism, the ideas of chivalry and courtesy, scholasticism, Gothic architecture were rooted here much more firmly than ever they had been in Italy. In the 15th century they were dominating still. Instead of the full, rich style, the blitheness and the harmony characteristic of Italy in the Renaissance, here it is bizarre pomp, cumbrous forms of expression, a worn-out fancy, and an atmosphere of melancholy gravity which prevail. It is not the Middle Ages, it is the new-coming culture, which might easily be forgotten. In literature, classical forms could appear without the spirit having changed. An interest in the refinement of Latin style was enough, it seems, to give birth to humanism. The proof of this is furnished by a group of French scholars about the year 1400. It was composed of ecclesiastics and magistrates. Jean de Monstreuil, canon of Lille and secretary to the king, Nicolas de Clemange, the famous denouncer of the abuses in the church, Pierre et Gontier Colonel, the Milanese Ambrose de Milly, and royal secretaries. The elegant and grave epistles they exchange are inferior in no respect, neither in the vagueness of thought, nor in the consequential air, nor in the tortured sentences, nor even in learned trifling, to the epistolary genre of later humanists. Jean de Monstreuil spins long dissertations on the subject of Latin spelling. He defends Cicero and Virgil against the criticism of his friend Ambrose de Milly, who had accused the former of contradictions and preferred Ovid to the latter. On another occasion he writes to Clemange, "If you do not come to my aid, dear master and brother, I shall have lost my reputation and be as one sentenced to death. I have just noticed that in my last letter to my lord and father, the Bishop of Cambrai, I wrote proximior instead of the comparative propior. So rash and careless is the pen. Kindly correct this, otherwise our detractors will write libels about it. There are more charming passages in his correspondence than this. For example, his description of the monastery of Charlieu, near Senlis, where he speaks of the sparrows coming to share the monk's repast, the wren which behaves as if it were the abbot, and lastly, the gardener's donkey, which begs the author not forget it in his letter. We may hesitate whether to call this medieval naivety or humanistic elegance. It suffices to recall that we met Jean de Montreuil and the brothers Cole among the zealots of the Roman de la Rose, and among the members of the Court of Love of 1401, to be convinced that this primitive French humanism was but a secondary element of their culture, the fruit of scholarly erudition, analogous to the so-called Renaissance of classic Latinity of earlier ages, notably the 9th and the 12th century. The circle of Jean de Montreuil had no immediate successors, and this early French humanism seemed to disappear with the men who cultivated it. Still, in its origins, it was to some extent connected with the great international movement of literacy renovation. Petrarch was, in the eyes of Jean de Monstreuil and his friends, the illustrious initiator and Lucio Salutati, the Florentine chancellor who introduced classicism into official style, was not unknown to them either. Their zeal for classic refinement had evidently been roused not a little by Petrarch's taunt that there were no orators nor poets outside Italy. In France, Petrarch's work had, so to say, been accepted in the medieval spirit and incorporated into medieval thought. He himself had personally known the leading spirits of the second half of the 14th century, the poet Philippe de Vitry, Nicolas Oresme, philosopher and politician, who had been a preceptor to the Dauphin, probably also Philippe de Mézières. These men, in spite of the ideas which make Oresme one of the forerunners of modern science, were not humanists. As to Petrarch himself, we are always inclined to exaggerate the modern element in his mind and work, because we are accustomed to see him exclusively as the first of renovators. It is easy to imagine him emancipated from the ideas of his century. Nothing is further from the truth. He is most emphatically a man of his time. The themes of which he treated were those of the Middle Ages, de contemptu mundi, de otio religiosorum, de vita solitaria. It is only the form and the tone of his work which differ and are more highly finished. His glorification of antique virtue in his De Vitiis Illustribus and his Rerum Memorandum Libri corresponds more or less with the chivalrous cult of the Nine Worthies. This is nothing surprising in his being found in touch with the founder of the Brethren of the Common Life, or cited as an authority on a dogmatic point by the fanatic John de Vernet. Denis the Carthusian borrowed laments from him about the loss of the Holy Sepulchre, a typically medieval subject. What contemporaries outside Italy saw in Petrarch was not at all the poet of the sonnets or the Trifioni, but a moral philosopher, a Christian Cicero. In a more limited field, the Boccaccio exercised an influence resembling that of Petrarch. His fame, too, was that of a moral philosopher, and by no means rested on the Decameron. He was honored as the doctor of patience in adversity, as the author of De Casibus Vivorum Illustrium and of De Clari Mulieribus. Because of these queer writings treating of the inconsistency of human fate, Monsieur Johann Boccaccio had made himself a sort of impresario of fortune. As such, he appears to Chastelain, who gave the name of La Temple de Boccaccio to the bizarre treatise in which he endeavored to console Queen Margaret after her flight from England, by relating to her a series of tragic destinies of his time. In recognizing in Boccaccio the strongly medieval spirit which was their own, these Burgundian spirits of a century later were not at all off the mark. What distinguishes nascent humanism in France from that of Italy is a difference of erudition, skill, and taste, rather than of tone or aspiration. To transplant antique form and sentiment into national literature, the French had to overcome far more obstacles than the people born under the Tuscan sky or in the shadow of the Colosseum. France, too, had her learned clerks writing in Latin, who were capable at an early date of rising to the height of epistolary style. But a blending of classicism and medievalism in the vernacular, such as was achieved by Boccaccio, was for a long time impossible in France. The old forms were too strong, and the general culture still lacked the proficiency in mythology and ancient history which was current in Italy. Machaut, although a clerk, pitifully disfigures the names of the seven sages. Chastelain confounds Peleus with Pelaius, Lamarche Proteus with Pirithous. The author of the Pastorale speaks of the good King Scipio of Africa, but at the same time his subject inspires him with a description of the god Sylvanus and a prayer to Pan, in which the poetical imagination of the Renaissance seems on the point of breaking forth. The chroniclers were already trying their hand at military speeches in Livy's manner, and adorning their narrative of important events by mentioning portents, in close imitation of Livy. Their attempts at classicism did not always succeed. Jean Germain's description of the Arras Congress of 1435 is a veritable caricature of antique prose. The vision of antiquity was still very bizarre. At the funeral service of Charles the Bold at Nancy, his conqueror, the young Duke of Lorraine, came to honor the corpse of his enemy, dressed in antique style, that is to say, wearing a long golden beard which reached his girdle. Thus, got up to represent one of the 9 worthies, he prayed for a quarter of an hour. The word antique, as conceived in France about 1400, belonged to the same group of ideas as rhétorique, orature, and poésie. No one would have thought of applying the word poésie to a ballad or a song in the old French form. This classical word, which evoked the idea of the admired perfection of the ancients, meant above all an artificial form. The poets of this time are perfectly capable of expressing heartfelt emotions in a simple form, but when they wish to attain superior beauty, they hunt up mythology, employ pedantic Latinized terms, and then consider themselves rhetoricians. Christine de Pizan expressly singles out a mythologic piece, which she calls Ballade Poétique, from her ordinary work. Eustace de Champ, wishing to air his talent in sending his works to Chaucer, his fellow poet and admirer, adds the following lines. O Socrates pleins de philosophie, Seneca en moes et Anglou en pratique, Ovidis grands en ta poétrie, Bries en parler saige en rhétorique, Aigles treor qui par ta théorique, Illumines le règne d'Agnès, la aile oxygènes suls de bruth et chias, semé les fleurs et plante les rosiers. Oh, ignorance de la langue pandras. Great translateur noble Geoffrey Chaucer. A toi pour c'est de la fontaine et requiert avoir un bouvrage authentique, dont la dose est d'autre en la baille, pour affrener d'elle ma soif éthique, qui un gars serait paralytique, tu crois à ce que tu m'abouveras. Footnote. O Socrates, full of philosophy, Seneca in morals and Englishman in practice, great Ovid in your poetry, brief of speech, well versed in rhetoric, exalted eagle, who by your erudition have illumined the reign of Ines the island. End of footnote. This is the beginning, modest as yet, of the ridiculous Latinism which Villon and Rabelais satirized. This insufferable manner reappears whenever authors exert themselves to be exceptionally brilliant in dedications, discourse, or literary correspondence. In this vein, Chastelain will write, Voste tre humble et obeisante serve et anciel la via de gan, la visceral intime douleur et tribulation. Footnote. Your very humble and obedient slave and servant, the city of Gent, the intestinal inward sorrow and tribulation. End of footnote. Le marché, nostre francésine locution et langue vernacule. Footnote. Our French-born location and vernacular tongue. End of footnote. Molinet, abreuve de la dulce et melliflue liqueur procédante de la fontaine gabeline. Aux vertus de Scipionique, Jean de Muliebre courage. Footnote. Having drunk from the sweet and mellifluous liquor proceeding from the equine fountain, this virtuous Scipionic duke, people of multibral courage. End of footnote. This far-fetched rhetoric testifies both to an ideal literary conversation and to an ideal of style. Like the troubadours of yore, the rhetoricians and the humanists cultivated literature in the form of an all-round game. Literary correspondence of a rather strange kind springs up. A fervent admirer of George Chastelain, Jean Robertet, secretary to 3 dukes of Bourbon and to 3 kings of France, tried to enter into correspondence with the poet-historiographer of the Burgundian court by the good office of a certain Montferrand, who lived at Bruges. The latter, to soften the old author, who was at first rather reserved, had recourse to the time-honored device of allegory. He evoked the 12 dames of rhetoric, science, eloquence, gravity of meaning, profundity, etc., who appeared to him in a vision and told him to exert himself in behalf of the correspondence desired by Robertet. In the exchange of poetical and rhetorical compliments which followed, Chastelain's verses are sober when compared with the hyperbolic effusions of Robertet. Frappé en l'oeil d'une clarté terrible, atteint sous auxerre d'éloquence incrédible, à humain sens difficile à produire, tout offusqué de lumière incrédible, autre percantere presque impossible, sur obscure corps qui jamais ne peut luire, ravi abstrait me trouve en mon déduire, en extase corps glissant à la terre, foible esprit perplexe à voyer enquérer, pour trouver lieu et opportune yafsue, du père estra oye suis mis en serre, pris à la retz que amor versé à tes cieux. Footnote. Struck in the eye by a terrible brightness, touched in the heart by incredible eloquence, difficult for the human mind to produce, quite obscured by incendiary light penetrating with almost unbearable rays. End of footnote. To a dark body that can never shine, ravished, distraught, I find myself in my delight, my body in ecstasy lying on the ground. My feeble spirit is at a loss to go in quest of a path in order to find a place and opportune exit from the narrow pass where I am hemmed in, caught in the toils which true love has nettled. End of footnote. In these terms, he describes the sensations which the arrival of a letter by Chastelain caused in him, and, continuing in prose, he asks his friend Montferrat, whom he calls friend of the immortal gods, beloved of men, high Ulyssean breast full of mellifluent eloquence, ne se resplendeur equale au core Phobos? Footnote. Is this not splendor equal to the ore of Phobos? End of footnote. Does he not surpass Orpheus's lyre, and la tube d'Amphion, la mercurial flûte qui endormit Argus, o est la seule capable de l'objet visible? L'oreille pour oeil la haute son argentine et tintinable d'or? Footnote. The reed of Amphion, the mercurial flute which caused Argus to sleep, where is the eye capable of seeing such a visible object? The ear to hear the high silver sound in golden tintinnabulation. End of footnote. Chastelain showed some skepticism as to this raving enthusiasm. Soon he had enough of it, and wanted to bar the gate which had so long been widely open to Dame Vanity. Robertet has quite soaked me by his cloud, of which drops, congealing like hail, make my garments brilliant as with pearls. But what good is it to the dark body underneath, when my robe deceives the onlookers? Therefore, let him cease writing in this way, otherwise Chastelain will throw his letters into the fire without reading them. If he is willing to speak as beseems among friends, he may rest assured of George's affection. Lucubrations of this sort by no means give us the feeling of the measure and harmony of the Renaissance. It all seems to us antiquated in sentiment and style. There is no doubt, however, that these wits considered themselves supremely modern. This Robertet had been in Italy, a country greedy for innovation, on which the meteoric conditions operate to facilitate ornate speech, and towards which all elemental sweetness is drawn there to resolve in harmony. He evidently believed that the secret of this harmony was in the ornate speech, and that to the rival Italians it sufficed to bedeck the French style with the ornaments of classicism. Now, in Italy, where language and thought had never been entirely estranged from the pure Latin style, the social environment and the turn of mind were far more congenial to the humanistic tendencies than in France. Italian civilization had naturally developed the type of the humanist. The Italian language was not, like the French, corrupted by an influx of Latinism. It absorbed it without difficulty. In France, on the contrary, the medieval foundations of social life were still solid. The language, much farther removed from Latin than Italian was, refused to be Latinized. If, in English, erudite Latinisms were to find an easy access, it was because of the very fact that here the language was not of Latin stock at all, so that no incongruity of expression made itself felt. In so far as the French humanists of the 15th century wrote in Latin, the medieval subsoil of their culture is little in evidence. The more completely the classical style is imitated, the more the true spirit is concealed. The letters and the discourse of Robert Gagouin are not distinguishable from the works of other humanists. But Gagouin is, at the same time, a French poet of altogether medieval inspiration and of altogether national style. Whereas those who did not, and perhaps could not, write in Latin spoiled their French by Latinized forms. He, the accomplished Latinist, when writing in French, disdained rhetorical effects. His Débat du Libraire du Prestre et du Gendarme, medieval in its subject, is also medieval in style. It is simple and vigorous, like Villon's poetry and Deschamps' best work. Who are the true moderns in the French literature of the 15th century? Those, no doubt, whose works approach nearest to what the following century produced of beauty. Assuredly it is not, whatever their merits may have been, the grave and pompous representatives of the Burgundian style. Not Chastelain, Lamarche, Molinet. The novelties of form which they affected were too superficial, the foundation of their thought too essentially medieval, their classical whimsies too naive. Should one look for the modern element in the refinement of form, sometimes this form, though most artificial, has so much grace that the sweet melody makes us forget the emptiness of meaning. Plusieurs bergers sont et la mortelles telles, huets boutes que pour leur déduit doit, et leurs moutons en morfonctionnaires nes, venez, vanez, d'affaires mal pares res, leurs bleds emblés, ayant sauf conduit void, la nuit leur nuit, la mort qui détruit ruit, leur fruit ayant fuit, venant aspert perte, mais pas nous tient en assurance expert. Footnote. Several shepherds are in such mortal snares, so much knocked and pushed that it little tends to their delight, and their sheep, born in an evil hour, are hunted, exhausted, shorn by ill-sharpened shears. Their corn is stolen, having a fruitless safe conduct. The night is noxious to them. Destructive death rushes in. Their fruit flies as open ruin comes, but Pan holds us in his expert protection. End of footnote. This was written by Jean Lemaire de Belges. Much more might be said on this elaboration of a purely formal beauty in poetry. But, taking all in all, it is not here that the future of literature lies. If by moderns we understand those who have most affinity with the later development of French literature, the moderns are Villon, Charles Orleans, and the poet of La Montre Rendu Cordier. Just those who kept most aloof from classicism and who did not strain after overnice forms. The medieval character of their motifs robed them not in the least of their aspect of youth and of promise. It is the spontaneity of their expression which makes them moderns. Classicism, then, was not the controlling factor in the advent of the new spirit in literature. Neither was paganism. The frequent use of pagan expressions or tropes has often been considered the chief characteristic of the Renaissance. This practice, however, is far older. As early as the 12th century, mythological terms were employed to express concepts of the Christian faith, and this was not considered at all irrelevant or impious. Deschamps speaking of Jupiter come from paradise, Villon calling the Holy Virgin High Goddess, the humanists referring to God in terms like Princeps Superum, and to Mary as Genitrix Tonantis, are by no means pagans. Pastorals required some admixture of innocent paganism by which no reader was duped. The author of Pastorale, who calls the Celestine Church at Paris the temple in the high woods where people pray to the gods, declares, to dispel all ambiguity, if, to lend my muse some strangeness, I speak of the pagan gods, the shepherds and myself are Christians all the same. In the same way Molinet excuses himself for having introduced Mars and Minerva by quoting, "Reason and understanding, who said to him, "You should do it, not to instill faith in the gods and goddesses, but because our Lord alone inspires people as it pleases him, and frequently by various inspirations." The purity of faith was more seriously threatened when, as in the following lines, a certain respect for pagan cults, and notably of sacrifices, is manifested. De Dieu dit les nations gentiles, car la mort per humble sacrifice, lesquels procès que ne fussent utiles, furent nettement rendables et fertiles, de main grand feu et tural bénéfice, monstrans per facie d'amour les officiers, et de honneur humble, impartis ou quil soyant pour percer ciel et enfer sufficient. Footnote: Formerly, the gentle nations of the gods craved love by humble sacrifices, which, taken for granted that they were useless, were nevertheless profitable and prolific, of much important fruit and of high benefits, which shows by facts that offices of love and of humble homage, rendered wherever they were sufficient to pierce heaven and hell. End of footnote. This is a stanza of the Dit de Vérité, the best poem of Chastelain, which was inspired by his fidelity to the Duke of Burgundy, and in which, forgetting his ordinary grandiloquence a little, he gives free rein to his political indignation. To find paganism, there was no need for the spirit of the waning Middle Ages to revert to classic literature. The pagan spirit displayed itself, as amply as possible, in the Roman de la Rose, not in the guise of some mythological phrases. It was not there that the danger lay, but in the whole erotic conception and inspiration of this most popular work of all. From the early Middle Ages onward, Venus and Cupid had found a refuge in this domain, but the great pagan who called them to vigorous life and enthroned them was Jean de Meun. By blending with Christian conceptions of eternal bliss the boldest praise of voluptuousness, he had taught numerous generations a very ambiguous attitude towards faith. He had dared to distort Genesis for his impious purposes by making nature complain of men because they neglect her commandment of procreation. In the words, "Si maist die le crucifix, moult me reprendont en ma fille." Footnote: So help me God who was crucified, I much repent that I made man. End of footnote. It is astonishing that the Church, which so rigorously repressed the slightest deviations from dogma of a speculative character, suffered the teaching of this breviary of the aristocracy, for the Roman de la Rose was nothing less, to be disseminated with impunity. But the essence of the great renewal lies even less in paganism than in pure Latinity. Classic expression and imagery, and even sentiments borrowed from the heathen antiquity, might be a potent stimulus or an indispensable support in the process of cultural renovation. They never were its moving power. The soul of Western Christendom itself was outgrowing medieval forms and modes of thought that had become shackles. The Middle Ages had always lived in the shadow of antiquity, always handled its treasures, or what they had of them, interpreting it according to truly medieval principles. Scholastic theology and chivalry, asceticism and courtesy. Now, by an inward ripening, the mind, after having been so long conversant with the forms of antiquity, began to grasp its spirit. The incomparable simpleness and purity of the ancient culture, its exactitude in conception and of expression, its easy and natural thought and strong interest in men and in life, all this began to dawn upon men's minds. Europe, after having lived in the shadow of antiquity, lived in its sunshine once more. This process of assimilation of the classic spirit, however, was intricate and full of incongruities. The new form and the new spirit do not yet coincide. The classical form may serve to express the old conceptions. More than one humanist chooses the sapphic strophe for a pious poem of purely medieval inspiration. Traditional forms, on the other hand, may contain the spirit of the coming age. Nothing is more erroneous than to identify classicism and modern culture. The 15th century in France and the Netherlands is still medieval at heart. The diapason of life had not yet changed. Scholastic thought, with symbolism and strong formalism, the thoroughly dualistic conception of life and the world still dominated. The two poles of the mind continued to be chivalry and hierarchy. Profound pessimism spread a general gloom over life. The Gothic principle prevailed in art, but all these forms and modes were on the wane. A high and strong culture is declining, but at the same time and in the same sphere, new things are being born. The tide is turning. The tone of life is about to change. End of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in 14th and 15th centuries, by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederik Jan Hopman.